right, it shows that we're live.
Okay.
See Aphrodite's in the comments. Or she was earlier. It's not showing anybody's watching at the moment, but she was here earlier, so yeah. Thank y'all for joining me. I'm DL Stewart. And this is gonna be my weekly writing stream thing. So yeah. With me today I got AL Williams and DL Tillery.
Hello.
What's that?
Y'all want to introduce yourselves and y'all little introductions?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go first, AL, while my kid motorboats are back here. I'm just gonna.
All right, my name is A.L. Williams. I have a book coming out called Immortal Scars in November. I write science fiction, paranormal, urban fantasy, all mixed together under romance and raunch. You go.
Okay, so I finally got her under control. I can't with that. Anyway, I'm author DL Tillery. I write horror and, well, I like to be the mistress of horror. That would be my goal. And paranormal and fantasy. So I'll be working on my revision of Cagliostro, Tale of the Light Burton. That's my focus since I have a deadline to meet. Yep.
Whew. Cool. And I am DL Stewart, and I will be working on Sovereign Duties, which is book 2 of my METAGORE series. So,
yay.
Oh,
yay.
Sorry, like totally not paying attention there for a second. I'll be working on Hopeless Scars, book 2 of my Scars series.
Yay, Scars. Ooh, it's hot.
Yes, it
is. Yep. So, anybody in the comments, go ahead and let us know what y'all are going to be working on today or tonight or whatever it is for you.
Oh man. What how long sprints are we doing tonight? 15s? Are you 15 or 20s? Yeah. Okay.
Plan on doing at least maybe 3 sprints.
Okay.
Depending on how much time in between. If it goes by pretty fast, maybe do a 4th one or something.
Okay. That's cool.
See how much chit chat goes on.
Yeah, you never know with that.
Oh yeah. But
funny. DL just be sitting there, but like on the other side of you, like guys.
He's sitting there like DL, stop talking so much. Like we can't keep this guy under control. Just throw him under the bus.
Tuesday after your stream?
Yeah, I know. Right? I heard.
Yeah, after the stream Tuesday, me and Aphrodite talked until about 1:30 my time, so it'd been 2:30 your time in the morning.
Yeah, she was like, "Boy, we need to go to bed." She was like, "Yeah." He said, "Your wife walked by, so she gonna go to bed now." I said, "His wife will drop kick him," and he was like, "Yeah, she'll be all right."
Yeah, I just picked up my computer and went to the living room, sat down.
I was like, "That sounds like Dio."
Yeah, and then yesterday she was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to stay on as long." Afterwards, and I was like, "Yeah, probably don't need to stay up that late either." And then we still on here for like maybe 30 minutes to an hour afterwards.
Yeah, no, it can happen. A lot to talk about, but just right, you know, we go off. Don't get me started on stuff. So.
Michael's here today. Cool. Here, but exporting working files into MP4 and then to YouTube. God knows how long that'll take. So you uploading another video? I know you said yesterday that you was working on or had been filming some videos or something.
Oh god, I hate like exporting because my videos record in MPK. MPK. I don't know.
Exporting working files from YouTube. Yeah,
you have to convert them.
Yeah, it depends on how many you got to do. If you're trying to do multiple at one time or not, it'll take a while.
It is 5 after. We can go ahead and get started on the first sprint now. And come back at 20 after if y'all want.
Cool.
Let's see here. I am apparently live, so I just got the notification on my phone.
Yeah.
It's all like delayed.
Yeah, it's like it's
I
always
know the other
delayed,
day it was
okay.
like 30 minutes to an hour into the stream, my phone went off. I looked, it's like, you're live. I was like,
You be like,
okay.
yeah, okay,
Lord.
I'm about done, but that's okay. That's okay.
But yeah, we can go ahead and get started on the first 15 in 3, 2, 1. Right. And that is time.
Alrighty.
Oh, y'all get done.
Okay.
I did about 250 words. Had to get rid of our about 150. So I edited about a page and a half.
About 249.
I don't have a word count on editing, but I think I edited like half a page because I had to rephrase sentences.
Cool. So Michael said, "Yep, upload another YouTube video."
Yeah.
Cool. Go check that out tonight or tomorrow or something. Shannon's here. Hello. Glad you can make it too.
Hey.
Dottie can't
Aphrodite
hear us,
realized we
apparently.
were in a sprint. Yeah, that was Aphrodite. She
Yeah, I
didn't know we
figured
were in a sprint. I told her though.
Well, I had the little banner saying we'd be back at a certain time, so
She was like,
I hope she can't see.
yeah.
Yep. Serious, okay. I was wondering why I couldn't hear.
Is that the one I saw, Aphrodite?
Do what?
Yeah, I think that's when she posted
Oh, okay.
the armor she's making for her son.
Yeah, I
What
think I
videos
saw
on
pictures
home?
of that. It looks awesome.
Yeah, the shoulder piece, whatever. Yeah, I seen that. It looks pretty cool.
And she showed she's doing the breastplate too.
That's
Pretty
cool.
cool.
Breastplate and some more goodies. Cool. So the video is 66 converted, percent converted. It's cool.
Progress.
I remember used to back when I did my music and stuff, I would upload like I don't know however long those videos were, like 3 to 5 minutes, and it would take forever just to upload it to YouTube. I know we'd spend hours trying to upload. Now I can upload like a 20-minute, 30-minute video in like 5 minutes or something. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Gotten better. They're giving us speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a piece of mail and the other day was like, "Oh, we've increased your speed free." I'm like, "Thank you."
Yeah, I got city internet, and they went through and changed all their lines or whatever to that fiber optic stuff or whatever.
Yeah, I think mine usually it's pretty good. But again, I'm using, being on StreamYard, they already tell you that if you're not plugged in, your Wi-Fi is gonna be funky. So, because my main router is in the main part of my basement area, so I'm down the second level in the basement, in my office. So I have a Wi-Fi connected to my computer. So since I'm not plugged in, it always sometimes it gets like funky with the signal. If I plug in, I probably would have no problem since it's high speed. So I'm probably thinking about just running a cord just so I won't have to worry about it once I stream a lot.
I don't know. I just use Wi-Fi on my own or whatever since I only have laptops and I don't like it just being stationed. Only time it's plugged up is charging.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try it because I'm like this signal sometimes is a pain in my ass. So I don't never know when it's gonna be kind of spotty. Though I'm close to the router, really, in all honesty, but they still say on StreamYard like try to plug in. I'm like, dude, everybody can't plug in. What you talking about?
Yeah, see, I'm across the room, and this is a fairly small living room from mine, and mine rarely ever messes up. I don't know. This might just be a good area.
Well, they said the closer you are to it, if you're on a Wi-Fi connection, then the better. I mean, I'm down like 6 steps
right now,
in a hallway, so
on my dresser on that wall. I mean, even if I go to the other side of the house whenever I'm in the
I don't know. Maybe I should get a better Wi-Fi connector because I just got something off of Amazon, but I might just run a cord. It's not that far.
I think it's like $400 or something.
That would be why.
Yeah, I mean, it's
should just ought to not mess up ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty expensive.
I don't.
It comes from Cox, so
I can go like into my backyard, like on the back side of my backyard.
It had better. $400. The fuck?
Still picks it up, so.
Yeah, mine goes all the way across from the parking lot of my place. But like I said, it's a router, so. Better
Yeah.
work.
I know if I'm on my phone or whatever, I
So-
can usually go like 2 or 3 houses like down my street before it disconnects.
I'm not buying no excessive Wi-Fi connector. That can no. It's gonna be a straight up no for me with that. $400, my boy. No. Most I spend with something like that would be like a computer or video game phone. Like no.
Your router costs as much as my laptop.
Yeah. Well, my laptops, they cost a lot. I spend usually about $1,200 or so for my laptops.
See, I guess because you pick and choose what you do spend money on like that. I'll be like, it had to be video games. I will spend lots of money on. When you're talking about like my computers, I'm like $400 pushing me. I'm like, you know, I mean, I
go over 1,000. Like I have a hard time going over 1,000.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I bought my older brother a gaming rig for like, I think it was. See, I'm like pushing at 1,000. His is like 1,000. I'm like, look, y'all need to relax with this price, like, you know. But I know gaming rigs extra. Right, you must be giving me something. But yeah, so I saw a laptop on Amazon that's probably like 600 or something. I'm like, okay. I mean, I'm a writer, so you know, I write on my iPad right now with the keyboard and stuff like that. But I'm like, I'll probably invest and get a laptop soon. But I'm like, I'm very with the computers being so high, but I understand because they do last for a minute. But
I'm going to be getting a check from a lawsuit, and I'm about to go get myself one of the best laptops out there.
Hey, that's the best time. Lump sum money come in. That's when you buy the big ticket shit.
But yeah, when they upgraded our internet lines or whatever around here to that fiber optic, my old router wouldn't run it at that high of a speed. They said I could still use it. I just wouldn't get like max speed out of it. So I went to the store and started looking, and I seen the one I got. I was like, yeah, I'll go ahead and take that one. Yeah. I was like, well, it's going to be overdoing it. Like, well, I'm sure eventually they'll probably upgrade the lines again.
Yeah, they're constantly upgrading the lines here, like constantly.
Yeah, I think this is like the second time since I've lived here that they've done this, and I've only lived here like 5 years.
But I am in the middle of the city, so that's probably why, like smack dab in the middle where everything happens.
That helps. That does help.
I'm right next to the university, so
yeah. I'm close to one of the police stations, so they usually try
I move closer to the city. It's still suburban, but it's closer to the city line than I was before I was. It's constant because of the wind. And I think I dropped off. But they recently put our power underground because it was more above ground.
Yeah,
before.
all of ours are underground here.
For us, and a little power out. So.
Yeah. The only thing underground for us is our sewer, and that's not very good.
Yeah, a lot of the city is above ground or whatever, like the power lines and stuff. But my neighborhood, I think it was built in like 2004, and by that point they started putting everything underground and stuff. So
yeah, I don't know if the newer houses are underground or not because I just passed by them and I'm like, it's a house made of paper. The really badly cheap ones that go up really fast.
Oh yeah, that's how my mom's house is, and it's got so many problems. We ripped up her floor. She sets up on like blocks or whatever, and we ripped up her floor because she had carpet, and we was gonna put linoleum or whatever down. And down the hallway, there's like a gap that wide all the way down between the pieces of plywood or whatever that goes underneath the floor. About that thick all the way down the hall. I'm like, you could see the ground. I was like, yep, that's the problem right there.
Stop.
Yeah. Well, I shouldn't say too much for the new house because the old ones are just bad. The house I grew up in, mostly because of lack of care, it was those block, not brick, but block, the giant ones. And there was cracks up and down the walls, and the house was shifting. So you could never close the doors if the house shifted slightly again. You could see outside through the cracks. It was bad. It was just really bad.
Let's see here. Aphrodite said hers is expensive too. I got it with the service.
See, that's how I got mine. Like I paid for it.
My old one or whatever, I got it from the city or whatever. When I got the internet, they let us have it or whatever. We had to pay like a little bit each month on our bill, like to rent it or whatever. But once they upgraded it, they said they wasn't going to do that. We could keep using it and keep renting it, but we reach that max or whatever. So I was like, I'll just go buy my own.
I used to own my own back in the day, but I'm just kind of like, don't got that kind of money up front.
I don't remember what brand that is. I think it's like Skye something. So, Michael, I'm thinking it might be a good idea to upload the video to YouTube just before I go to sleep. Cool. 75% done. I spend money on equipment, but that's the only area I spend the big bucks on.
Yeah, Michael, I pay like under $100 a month, but that's just for internet. But that's because it's 150 megabytes per second. I don't like anything below that. I can't. So, but I don't have television because I don't watch television.
Yeah, I have a DirecTV for my television. So they are getting better with the prefab homes, but I feel sorry for the guinea pig homes.
Oh God! See, the manufactured homes aren't bad. The ones that are trailers, the hybrid houses, but those ones that they have all over this city, they look like one windstorm and they're just gonna fall.
Oh yeah, I've seen some of those. Your high-speed internet, unlimited upload, download plus internet phone for less than 100. Cool. I don't even know how much I pay for my internet.
I only know because I cringe when I see the bill.
Our internet is included with our electric and stuff, so I never really pay attention what.
I think Comcast I pay for its phone, internet, home security, and the cable, and that's like $240 a month.
Yeah, I used to pay that when I had cable, and I was just like, I barely watch it. There's no reason for me to pay for this. Like if I had people who watch TV.
Go get him some coffee.
Watch. I don't even watch it. I only look. Yeah, I know. On my iPad, I only use the internet. Only thing cable I get on cable that's it. So only reason I even pay the full price for that. All the time, I know. It's like on the TV all the time. That's all. I don't even watch TV. Like I think the last time I watched TV was when Game of Thrones on. That was it. So when I still looked at that on my iPad, I only look at Asian stuff, so I don't even watch cable. I have my Viki Pass for my Korean dramas and my Japanese shows. So
I love Korean dramas.
Yeah, that's all I watch 24/7. I don't even watch anything else because first of all, I can't really stomach most Western shows anymore. So I don't even watch anything Western anymore. I can't. Everybody's too virtual signally and PC for me. So I don't have time for that. I'm trying to watch entertainment. I don't have time for that. So
I can't. You love your daughter when you pay for that kind of money for one show.
Yeah, I will for her.
That's how it is here, basically.
I don't. I mean, the internet's the only thing I care about. I don't even do the other shows, like whatever, So.
I read and I watch YouTube. That's all. Outside.
Yep. So I'm like, I don't even need the Comcast cable really, but she likes to watch some of those kid shows that come on, so I'll just keep it for her. So nobody in my house watches cable. I think my mom may watch some of her forensic stuff, but that's like the free channels anyway. So whatever.
I gotta have my drama TV though.
You gotta have your soaps.
Hey man, I watch
reality TV.
Yeah, I used to watch reality for a little bit there in the 90s.
That's like what the people be stupid.
Dude, I go to work, so I see that all the time.
I know. I used to love
step outside. I don't need television.
But I work at home now, so
that's why. Well, I work at home most of the time. I own a cleaning business, so I see a lot. As soon as you drive somewhere, you see stupid me like, why you over in my lane? Like, monkeys can drive. You can't drive for 5 seconds. Like, I don't understand. I literally have almost 15 to 20 head-on collisions every day. I wail on my horn so many times. I'm like, could you look with your eyeballs out the front of the window that they gave you to look through? It's called the windshield. Like, maybe you should look through it instead of filing paperwork and changing your kid and doing your fingernails and your makeup and on your phone. Like, and then the people who don't use signals, like if I was a cop, I would meet my quota just from people not using a signal. Like, you think that they put it next to your finger on that steering wheel because it was convenient? Yeah, that's why. So you can flip it, but
you ain't got to take your hand off the steering wheel.
You don't, dude.
Figure out how these people got their licenses. That's what I'm doing when I'm driving.
Right?
But
I'm
I know,
like, really?
When a little after my son was born, so like 2 years ago. I think I went to the bank or something. I was pulling out onto the highway. It's like a 5-lane highway. And there's a car like the lane closest to the middle driving. And so the first lane was empty. So I pulled out and got beside them. Yeah. They literally went from there to that turning lane behind me, back to that turning lane, turned around in a parking lot, pulled up beside me and told me I need to learn how to drive. And then they stopped at a red light, like a block down, got out of the car and went to another car and started telling them that I need to know how to drive, and start pointing at me and shit. I was like, the fuck, people? I'm not even in your lane. You're the one just swerving.
Is it my fault that you just got nervous because I went in the lane I was supposed to go in? Like, dude,
I mean, they like swerving all over the place like I was about to hit them and shit. I was like, dude, using a different lane altogether.
If you're nervous, stay home. If you can't drive in the rain, stay home. If you can't breathe while driving, stay home. Like, I don't understand why people even get on the road. They can't drive. Half of the people can't drive at all. Like,
cracked me up that they got out of their car and went to a different car and started talking to them and was like pointing back at me. I was like, what the fuck you doing? We're sitting at red lights about to turn green.
I had to pull my knife because I carry a combat knife with me. So I had to pull my combat knife on this dude who when I used to live in my apartment complex. I was heading to work when I used to work in retail for GameStop. So I was heading to work and I went to come out of my apartment complex and go straight. And there's a road that you could come in from the side. There was a stop sign for them, and us going straight, there was no stop sign. So I'm going and I'm driving, I think it's like 25. So I'm driving along, just pulled off. This dude comes speeding, goes through the stop sign, literally almost side reams me. If I wasn't paying attention and see him come, I had to speed up so he wouldn't hit me. And then when he turns to come behind me, I get to the stop sign. I'm like, this motherfucker almost like killed me. What the, and I'm getting to the stop sign. He gets out of his car, walks up to my vehicle. Like, he's threatening me, like, what were you saying? I was like, look, dude, I pulled my combat knife and put up to the window, like, you better step away from my vehicle before something bad happened. Because, look, you're the one who broke running through the stop sign. You getting mad at me? Really? I was doing what I was supposed to do. You run the stop sign, almost killed me. So you about to lose your life if you don't get away from my window. So he goes back to his next vehicle. I'm like, so, dude, you gonna get out, come threaten me? Okay, really? Dude, take several seats. Get out of here with that. Like, people crazy. They even want to break the law, and then they come at you like you did something wrong. I'm like, okay.
See, something that happened back in June. Technically, I was at fault because of where I was, which was complete bullshit. But I'm driving. I have a stick shift. Yeah. And I'm driving, and this freaking SUV decides to come to an abrupt stop when the light turns yellow. Not red, but yellow. An abrupt stop.
I hate it when people do that.
My car hits the back of them because we were on an incline, and stick shifts.
Yeah.
So I slammed into them. Ooh. And thankfully, nobody got hurt. They had an infant in their car. And I'm like, you should not be coming to an abrupt stop like that with a baby in your car, first of all. Second of all, they got out of the car acting like I had done this horrible thing. My car was completely totaled. They had a dent.
Well, yeah, because it's an SUV, so it's made for that. Like,
they were acting like they were like being extra about it. Like, really.
First off, what you shouldn't do is get out your vehicle cursing and being upset. First of all, be careful getting out your vehicle. You don't know who you talking to because people are crazy and will pull a gun on you in 2 seconds. We know they're not supposed to be carrying. It's not Texas, but they will come up and just act crazy because some people don't even necessarily do anything wrong. And if someone does, let's say, make a mistake or do something wrong on the road, then okay, they did. Get over it. It's over. Let it go. I have people cut me off all the time. I'm like, this person's a douche. Like, total dick, can't drive. But that's about all. I don't be like, oh, I'm following you and road rage crazy people. But I mean, people will freak out. I think some girl was coming off a turnpike or something, and some dude got mad because she got in front of him. Because, you know, when you come off of something, you have to merge over. Some people may get upset, like, you know, you never first. There's always someone on the road in front of you, even if you can't see them. So you're never first. So stop wanting to be first. And dude, like, killed this girl who's heading to college on the first day because she had to merge over, and he got mad because she was in front of him, like, and shoots her, and her car goes off a ravine. Had to find her like a week later. I'm like, now you won't
like
be
that happened like just this past week here.
You need to calm down with that shit.
Like cut somebody off on the highway, and the dude got out and shot the person.
Yeah, people insane. Like you trying to drive, and every day I literally almost have head-on collisions. People just coming in my lane. I'm like, dude, this is why I don't do the Beltway. I go side roads everywhere, and then if I go on the Beltway, I couldn't imagine it because people doing like 80 while not paying attention. That's why you hear all these like deaths in traffic because of people not paying attention. Like,
yeah. And see, that's the sad part. It's like when I got into that accident in June, I was literally going under the speed limit, and I still slammed into them. That's how fast they stopped. So I'm just like,
I know. I've actually
not stopped.
I and hit somebody in the back one time, but he was cool about it because he went to pull out. We were at a stop sign. He went to pull out, but then he stopped abruptly after he went to initiate the move. And I was going forward too, because I guess he may have saw somebody at the last minute. He changed his mind because I didn't really see anybody come. So he went down, and I bumped him out into the road. So he just pulled over, and then I pulled over. He was cool, a younger kid. He was like, yeah, it's not a big deal, whatever. He didn't dent me or anything because I literally wasn't moving faster, just that he didn't finish initiating his movement. So he was like cool about it. I just gave him my information just in case, because, you know, his parents could have a different opinion than him. And I was like, it's my fault because, yeah, I shouldn't have moved yet because, even though you had moved and then you abruptly stopped. But he was cool about it, so nothing ever came of it. But that's the only time I ever bumped anybody. Any other accident I was in, people not paying attention. I went to change a lane I went to go to the left lane, and this dude was speeding at first, and it was raining, and this dude was speeding, and until he saw a cop in the medium strip sitting. I do like 5 over the speed when it's on like the high road, so I stay within the 10 mark. I don't usually go past 10. So I'm within the speed. He's like at like 15 more. So he slows down as soon as he sees the cop in the distance. So when he slows down, I'm in the right lane, he's in the left lane. So I overtake him so I can change lanes because my turn's coming up in a little while. He speeds up because we're past the cop right at the last minute and makes me hit him because I was clear, because I always check my shit. So I was clear. So when I went to go over, he speeds up because he wants to beat me, I guess. And so he kind of hits me, what makes me hit him at the same time, and hits my almost my tail end. It spins me out because I had control of my wheel, but it spinned me a bit. Good thing we didn't have other traffic because I would have been like fucked up. And my mom had just had her knee surgery, so she's like freaking out because she's like in the back seat with her leg up and is like, what the, you know? So the dude like, oh my God, I'm sorry. But then he wanted to try to say it was like my fault or whatever. So the cop came and stuff and everything. So when we had the case, my insurance covers anyone that's in my vehicle, no matter what kind. So they get a settlement from my insurance company plus whatever the other people's thing is. So in Maryland, they have like a percentage thing. Like it was this percentage of this person's fault and this percentage of this person's fault or whatever. That's based on how much you get in the case or whatever it may be. So I think they were saying like it was more his fault, but then I was somewhat at fault. I'm like, yeah, I was somewhat at fault for thinking that this idiot could drive. That was my mistake.
Yeah,
like,
right.
I'm like, why'd you speed up when you saw me? I always use my signal. I use my signal. Why were you speeding up? Because you didn't want me to be in front of you because I guess you own the road. Like, what? I can't with people.
Yeah, and so with my accident, I remember seeing them speed up on their way to the green light and then abruptly stop at the yellow.
Yeah, because people do that. They're like, I'm gonna go ahead. No, it's yellow. I'm stopping. I'm like, look.
Yeah, and like the impact was so freaky that I like almost flew through the window. The only thing that saved me was my seatbelt. So it was just, and
I've only been in like one wreck with somebody else. It was like a fender bender, basically. Oh. I had took my wife to work and just dropped her off. She was like still in the parking lot. Now I pulled out of the parking spot, and you know when you pull out backwards or wherever, you stop it, put it back and drive. About that time, somebody else was backing out and hit my back end. and they had like a big truck with the big hitch and stuff, and they busted like the little reflector light or whatever on the bottom of my car and put a dent in the back. And I mean, you can't really tell too much except that little tiny reflector plate's busted. And they was like, "Oh, it's my fault. My fault." I was like, "Damn right, it's your fault. I was already out." Well, so we went to the insurance place because it was like just right down the street, and they turned it in or whatever. They said that they'd cover everything. I was like, "All right, whatever." So I had to go and get it assessed to see how much damage it was or whatever. It was going to be like over $1,000 because they was going to have to replace a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it don't take much.
They said one of those like little reflector plate things, like $30 just to buy it. I was like, whatever. I was like, they're going to pay for it. I don't fucking care. Just replace everything.
Yeah.
And then I waited. A couple weeks later, hadn't heard anything back from them. So I called the place, and they said, "Oh, we're not covering it." I was like, "Why not?" That wasn't her car. She wasn't insured. All right. So I took it up to the fucking police station. I was like, "This bitch hit me," and she wasn't insured. It wasn't her car. I said, "Well, there's nothing I can do about it." So,
yeah. See, that's the thing. Is
plate number and everything. We mean ain't nothing you can do about it.
But you can call us on the same.
Turn it in on your insurance. I was like, I ain't turning it on my insurance.
And then you got to pay the deductible, like it's free or some shit.
I don't know, because then my insurance will go up and everything because she had to hit me. Well, you can pay out of pocket. I ain't paying $1,000 for a little fucking reflector plate.
I was like, excuse me, cop. What society do you live in? We're just chilling with $1,000 to throw at somebody else's mistake. Like what?
Yeah, I was like, no, I ain't doing that.
See,
to this day, I still haven't fixed it.
I couldn't even get my car fixed because the car wasn't worth having full coverage. It would have been just.
I had full coverage, but. I do
have full coverage, but I still don't like my vehicle right now is a 2011, but I got cursed and bought the Equinox that has the Ecotech engine in it that has a lawsuit big against them right now. And I have the Ecotech engine eats up
what year model?
Oil. I have a 2011, so I'm in that lawsuit
exactly
right now.
Yeah, I haven't had any problems with mine.
Well, I have the Ecotech. Most people's Ecotech engine what it does, it ends up eating up oil. Yeah. So what it did is it's a problem.
I know I got paper about that, but
so I have to be like an engine overhaul is the only thing that can fix it, because even if they fix the stuff that it's causing, it's going to do it again. So right now, it's fucking up my catalytic converter. It's going to fuck up some sensors down in my exhaust. So the oil is escaping through my exhaust right now. So I'm losing oil and it's going through my exhaust.
Yeah.
So only thing I could do, like catalytic converter on my vehicle costs about $300 to replace. Then the sensors, I don't know how much those will be because they haven't gone up yet. So anything I get fixed, they're gonna have to compensate me for. But I'm like, that does not fix my issue right now, because I have to keep putting money into this shit, and I'm still paying for this vehicle. So I'm kind of fucking pissed off. Like I still owe like $5,000 on this vehicle, and it's a dud. Because it's fucked. Like there's no saving it at this point. They're like, well, I'm like, you know what, Chevrolet, you can suck my ass because I'm never gonna buy one of your vehicles again because I don't trust your bitch ass. Like, seriously, I would have met off going with something else. Like I thought, because I have to have an SUV. I don't drive cars or any of that. I prefer a larger SUV, but this is an intermediate. But I'm like, seriously, Chevrolet, this is why I didn't want. And I don't drive American vehicles. Usually, I have an Asian vehicle because that I've had better luck with them. I've had a Hyundai Santa Fe. Last time I had an American vehicle was my Jeep, and that never buying a Jeep brand again. Every time I turn a fucking differential going up, it's like no. So I wanted a Honda Pilot, but of course the parts to replace on that is kind of high. But I'm like, I still prefer an Asian, Japanese, or Korean vehicle. I don't really. Yeah, I love the American ones give me too much problem. Every time we've had an American vehicle, these issues that it comes up with is just like, oh, hush, hush, guys. Let's not put it on recall because we don't want to have to pay fix shit. Like,
I know I had recall papers on mine, like right after I bought it or whatever, and kept telling me, it could be having this problem. I was like, I haven't. Yeah, but I
got a recall for like a seatbelt. I got recall for something else in it that got fixed.
Something about the auto start thing or whatever. Mm-hmm. That's what all mine were. I was like, mine works just fine.
I was pissed off because my car was paid in full. I bought a 2006 Honda, literally 2 months before the accident, and my car was totaled.
Dude, that's so fucked up.
First time I ever owned my own car without payments.
Doesn't that just was like so angry? Like, this motherfucker stopping like a bitch. Like,
and they were acting all like, I swear the dude, because he was with his wife, she was all like, just freaked out because obviously an accident. And he's all mansplaining to the freaking cop, and I'm like, dude, really? Like I was really ready to punch him, but I kept my decorum, mostly because there's cops there.
Yeah, I bought mine like when it was like brand new. It literally had like a quarter mile on it.
I'd be so mad getting in an accident, like it told my shit, and then I'm like out of the dude. I would no.
I was not happy. Like I literally went into like a major depression for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Do
you pay anything off, or it's all paid in, and then something happened to it? Like no. Yeah. Oh, I can't. I would be so mad, dude.
Now I gotta go there again and try to get to that point. I'm hoping this lawsuit goes through soon. You know how long lawsuits take.
Dude, don't even get me started on that. I know. They're forever.
It's like the lawsuit started back in 2017, and they're just now putting in the arbitration.
Oh, I know.
My God.
Somebody do some work. How you getting paid? If I did that, we get paid nothing. You can't just not work. But apparently, that's what happened with law. You eating, girl?
Stephanie's here. Hello.
He's over here complaining about stupid people on the road.
Yeah,
that's a conversation. Oh, look at Aphrodite. So she cussed out a cop once when he cut her off and then came to a full stop in front of me. I'm like, yeah, but they think they own the road and they don't have to follow the law, but they can just enforce it. But I mean, I see cops.
I cussed out a cop when I was 16 inside of a hospital because he made one of my friends who was being abused by her dad go home instead of taking her to child services. So I was pissed. I'm surprised I didn't get arrested.
Yeah, or worse. Yeah, I'm like, no, fuck with them, man. No, because I've seen cops do this shit all the time. Well, they'll be at a light or a light's about to turn red. They cut their siren on, go through it, and then cut it off right after. I'm like, you're abusing your power, like for real.
Or they'll turn their sirens on right behind you and freak you out, but then they go around you to catch someone else. It's like, why would you do that to me?
Please don't. When I see you, and I don't ever do anything. I don't break no laws. Never been in trouble. When I see a cop behind me, I'm nervous. I'm like, they might start acting extra, like, trying to find something wrong because I don't do nothing. Like every time when I'm in Westminster, every time I turn around, my tail light was out. I'm like, vehicle, we gotta have a talk.
Right?
See my skin tone. I need no extra help right now. Would you
put like one of those sensors on the inside of the car about tail light? Because how are you gonna know?
Right. I told the guy one time, he's like, well, your tail lights. I'm like, I know, but it was in when I left my house. Like, I can't see that there.
During the day, I left my lights on by accident because I was stupid. And a cop pulls me over. It's like, your tail lights out. I'm like, one, it's during the day, too. How am I supposed to know?
My mom had a Ford Taurus, and the front lights will come on automatically, like when it starts getting darker or whatever. But not the tail lights. So you still had to turn the tail lights on. And she had that car for like a year and never knew that. So every time she was at night driving, she would have her front headlights on, but not her taillights, because she didn't know you're supposed to turn those on. Until finally one day somebody.
That's a crazy vehicle right there. What?
Usually it's the opposite.
It was like
2 seconds of that was me. I would never remember that.
It was like an 02 Ford Taurus or something like that.
Dude, like my mom got pulled over because we
I'm not the one.
We do like up a hill, so when you're leaving out, we leave out our neighborhood and then we go on the main road, and then the main road right there outside our neighborhood is downhill. So the speed is 25. So when you're going downhill, you got to brake most of the time because then your speed, by the time you get midway down the hill, you're at like 34. So the cops sometimes waiting over here, and my mom, she's like a stickler for like going the speed. So she was at like, she said she was probably at like 28 or something like that. So a few over, but she had to put on the brake. She get to the light, then turn onto the main road, which is like 40. And then when she turned, a cop pulls her over who was behind her coming downhill. And he was like, pull over. She was like, he said, you know why I stopped? She was like, no. He was like, you were speeding. She was like, I was speeding. He said, yeah, you were at like 40 in a 25. She was like, I don't think I was, because I'm very like was sure to try to go, that speed. Of course, she ain't go or with the cop. She ain't trying to make no trouble. And he's like, he didn't give her a speeding ticket, so we know if she was speeding, he would have thrown that $400 at her, I'm sure. But he was like, well, I'm gonna have your license registration. Goes back to his car and comes back and was like, your license, where do you live? And she was like, right up the road, Buckhash. And he was like, he knew already because her insurance on the vehicle was mine. Insurance on my vehicle matches Buckhash, right? So he's like, well, your driver's license says Auburn. That was our old address that we moved a couple of years. Well, no, at that time it was like a year we had moved. And he was like, well, since you don't have a change of address on here, your driver's license don't match the address, I'm going to give you a ticket for that. She was like, I didn't even know that I'm going to get a ticket for not matching it within a certain amount of time of my moving. I just didn't get a chance to go to NBA, blah, blah, blah. He was like, well, you know, it's a such bad ticket. I'm like, man, you couldn't give her a warning. Like, she like, come on.
See, I lucked out with that. My license had been suspended for some other reason. I didn't realize it. So I was driving across the country, had no idea my license was suspended. I'm 5 to 6 months pregnant. Cop pulls me over just because I was driving in the left lane. And I guess in Texas, you can't drive in the left lane. You can only pass in the left lane. I don't know, some weird law. And he's like, your license is suspended. And I'm like, what? So I thought I was going to jail that night in the middle of Texas. And he's like, listen, just get to where you're going. Don't get pulled over. And I just laughed. I was like, whoa.
Well, you get a nice cop sometimes. You do. It's like, I've come across a few nice cops like that. My mom's driver's license was suspended because a cop was a dickhead. Because we had got pulled over when I had my Jeep. And when I bought my Jeep, it had a clear plate over the license plate. I didn't know that was illegal. Because I bought it from the dealership that way. Like, it was like that,
like in certain states it is.
Right. So I didn't know it wasn't, they sold it that way. So why would I take it off besides to change my plate when I got my new stickers? Like, I didn't know. So he pulled us over, but he had to find something because he pulled us over and was being like a total dick. I don't know what his problem was, but he was like, when he walked up to the vehicle, he was like, you know, I pulled you over. And Mom's like, no. And he was like, whoa, something about, I don't know what he made up because there wasn't nothing wrong. And he was like, well, my mom said, what did you say or something? When he said something, he's like, well, if you cut that music down, then you'd hear me. And I'm like, the music wasn't even up. Like, because we cut music down when the cops walk up because we
right.
Like, dude, did you not see who I am right now? Like, I'm not trying to cause trouble. I don't need no reason for you to straight up shoot me, okay?
Like,
and he was like, relax, my boy, you know, but he was trying to aggravate us. He made us sit there for an hour and a half.
Sometimes they just want to see if they can piss you off. Yeah, like they literally do that.
Yeah, I've been pulled over so many times.
Oh, I do. I don't like
stuff,
it.
And they just let me go. I'm like, why even pull me over if you're not going to give me a ticket? It's just a
right.
waste
And maybe
of
they have
time.
a quota. They have to at least pull people over. You know, they have a lot of quotas. Yeah. And the dude came back and was like, "Well, I'm gonna give you this $80 ticket because you have this clear plate over your license." But I'm like, what? I didn't even know about that. He was like, well, and we were like, well, we purchased it that way. I doubt that's true. I'm like, okay, relax.
See, it depends on here what part of town you're in, whether you get pulled over a lot. Like the rich white people side of town, you get pulled over for everything if you don't look like you belong over there.
I live in Westminster. It's Carrow County. That's how it is out here. I got pulled over for driving a friend's truck. He had a Harley Davidson. It was like an $80,000 truck. And I got pulled over because it was an $80,000 truck. The cop, when he pulled me over, because I was watching the vehicle from, so I was on it as a caretaker of the vehicle. And I was driving it in part of PA. My mistake. That's even worse than Carroll County. And I was going to pick my brother up from work. And he literally went by me when I was driving this way to the light, does a U-turn in the little neighborhood, turns around, comes behind me, cuts the light. So I'm at the light at this point. He gets out and I'm like, he said, you know why I pulled you over? I'm like, no. But before he said that, he said, this is a nice truck. I'm like,
and then you give him that look, he's like, don't be so aggressive. Like they I'm like, I'm not being aggressive right now. You're just acting like a fool.
Like, this is a nice truck. I'm like, I know I'm driving it. It is a nice truck. And he's like, well, you know, I pull you over. I'm like, no. He's like, well, your lights are too high.
Really?
Wow. I said, well, I am in a big truck, so maybe it looked that way. It's not my high beams. He said, well, I think you drive with your high beams on. He walks around in front of the vehicle and looks at the lights. Like he checking them. And he comes back and said, well, it kind of looked like they were high beams. So can I have your license?
Should have flashed them. So I gave
no. Then I'll be like hung in the police station somewhere. That noise. Get tasered and shot.
Sorry, high beams.
I'll show you the high beams on this truck to blind you. So he said, I said he had went and checked my shit, of course, to see, I guess, if I was telling the truth, apparently. So then he come back like, all right, you have a good night. I'm like, yeah, okay, thanks for holding me up, this motherfucker. And I pulled my mom over one time. She was being a little extra when she was like, he pulled her over on the side of a road, like it was dark, and she don't like stopping because she don't know if that's a cop. But she stopped, and he was like, pulled over for whatever or something, and then gave her a ticket for some shit. He said she ran stop sign, but I kid you not, it's the way this woman ran a stop sign unless she just went blind for 2 seconds. And he was like, she didn't argue with him because there's no point. If that's what they're gonna do, we'll give you a ticket, just take it. So he was like, she was like, could you give me my stuff? Because he was like getting her stuff. He was like, could you give me my stuff? Because I don't want my son to be out here in Pennsylvania because he brown, and I don't want him to be over there. He was like, okay. Yeah, I don't want to bring up no race. Like, you go ahead and just walk off now. But yeah, so she got a little bit extra, like, relax. You might be killed, the wrong cop, you know.
Yeah, I'm one of the people who's like, try to stay as quiet as possible because I do not want to get shot.
It could happen. They don't even care if they got the cameras on their shit. They still be killing people. Like, dude, they recorded you killing that person. Like, did you what happened? No.
Oh, I had a very weird experience with the cop. My ex-husband smoked weed, and he had a pipe that he put on my desk in my part of the house.
Oh, Lord.
And the cop comes in for I forgot what they were called for, but they come in, and it's a black cop, so it's not as like intimidating.
Yeah, it's intimidating. But that's cheap though.
And he goes back and sees the pipe, and he comes up, and he's like, "Is it yours?" And my husband already had a felony, so I was like, "I'll just take the charge, whatever." And it's only a misdemeanor. So I took it, and he's like, listen, I would just let this go, but I'm wearing a camera right now. And I'm like, shit. Damn it. The one
time you didn't want to wear the camera, I'm just saying.
Right?
Always when you don't want them to. I'm just saying. Like,
yeah, so I'm like, I should have been like, I should just get the card. Because if you get the card, you don't get arrested. So.
I was going to say, yeah, get the card. Be like, yeah. Come on.
But yeah, that was like the first time I'd ever dealt with someone with a camera, and I was just like, of all the times, I couldn't have one where he was harassing me.
All right. No, cut that off. Click. No.
I had a cop walk into my house one time. I was living with my girlfriend, and she was at work, and the cops had talked to like one of my old landlords, and when I lived with a bunch of people, and apparently some stuff got stolen from the house that the landlord noticed after we had left. And the cop came over because I was the person that the landlord told, you know, he knew me because I was always the one paying the rent and stuff. So he didn't really know the other people that lived there. So he gave the cop my information. I was in the shower, and the cop just walked into my house. And I got out of the shower and walked out of the shower butt ass naked to the fucking bedroom. And the cop was staying in my living room. And then he's like, I need to come down to the police station. I was like, oh, can I get some clothes on, please?
You gonna take
He's like, yeah.
Yeah, that happened to me. I'm in bed, naked. I was just in bed naked. The cop comes barging into my room. My husband jumps up, and I'm just kind of like, "Can I put some clothes on, please?"
Yeah, he's like, "Well, your door was unlocked." I was like, "Because I don't expect people just to walk into my house."
So what if it's unlocked? I'm not inviting you out.
And then he'd even like had me go with him. After I asked if I could get dressed, he's like, "Yeah, just meet me at the police station," and then he turned around and left.
Yeah. Oh, there was an instance where I had a really weird experience with the cops. So my ex-husband was doing what's called driving aggressively. Apparently you get a ticket for that. Whatever. But he pulls us over driving aggressively, and then the cop asks me if I have a license. Doesn't ask to see it. Doesn't ask to see the car insurance. Just comes over and says, "Hey, do you have a license?" In that like a pervert, like flirty way. And my husband's like, "You're all harassing me, but you feel like hitting on them." I'm like, at least we didn't take it.
I had a cousin that would like argue with the cops. I always knew that we were like going to get arrested one time.
Don't do that.
I know one time we was driving, and he would it was like wide lanes, and he would kind of swerve, but he would stay between the lines, and he got pulled over one time for swerving.
Oh yeah, moving violation.
The cop came up to the door or window or whatever, and my cousin's like, "Did I do something wrong?" He's like, "You swerving? You intoxicated?" He's like, "Did I ever cross the yellow line?" "I don't believe so." "Did I ever cross the white line?" "No." "That was within my right to drive anywhere in between those two lines I want."
I would have been like,
he just rolled up the window and drove off, and the cop pulled him back over again. I was like, "You're gonna get us fucking arrested, dude."
Dude, well,
have you been drinking?
But he would just argue with them all the time.
No, man.
You're lucky because people be getting shot in some places for doing that shit.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Somebody be having a bad day or something, and it's over for you. Like, they humans. That's why I don't think that our cops should be human. Just make them robots. Just fuck it.
Yeah, just like logical robots.
Like, well, they can program. First off, no, with AI, it cannot be racist. It cannot have a bad day. It cannot just be like, I'm gonna fuck with you, because I feel like it can't do that because it's a computer. It does not understand that. And you can check it. So if they did program something funky in there, it can be checked because it will say certain things. It's a computer, okay? It's not a person. I'm having a bad day. I'm gonna fuck with some people. Like,
the only problem would be like that whole like dilemma with iRobot, how to save the guy and not the little girl. That would be the only real dilemma.
Well, see, the computer isn't going to pick and choose. Like when I said in our stream last night about, the equality of, females and stuff like that. Like they can't be like, oh, on a plane and say women and children first. No, equal. Let's do the children first. Men and women. It's going to be mixed because we equal. You don't get to pick. So if it's a robot, it's not going to pick between you or human. It don't care. It's not going to be like, well, you have, we got to care about you first because you're younger and blah blah blah. It's not going to care. It's like you're a human. That's it. So everybody goes same time. So that's a plus and a negative to some people for sure. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm having. They keep all the shit up that they do. I'm just saying, like the gun thing, like cops keep it up with that shit. They're gonna be in like Britain. Only people that's going to have guns is gonna be the SWAT team cops, and beat cops won't have no guns. That's why they don't. So they keep it up, they're gonna be like that, and then that means more cops probably getting murdered because there's criminals that still gonna have their guns. So keep it up, not following rules and thinking you a super cop over here. You're gonna get your shit taken from you, and that's just how it's gonna be. So don't get your ass turned to Britain over here. You just gonna be walking up like, hey, what's going on here? And you don't have no gun, you
If they have a taser that's powerful enough, I guess that would work.
Right, a taser maybe could work or something like that. But guns, people act bad when they got that gun. They're like, oh, I could fuck with you for sure. That you gonna get nervous if I got this gun. They not gonna be as badass with a knife.
He has a gun.
Right, people aren't as badass when they got a knife or something like that because they have to get close and have to be skilled. And they figure anybody can pull a trigger, so they feel like they some badass or something. Give them motherfuckers knives. Let's see what they pull out then. So they got to get close to you. You got to be a fight with a gun. I probably don't have. There might not be no fight involved. With a knife, they got to do something. So just throw them a bunch of knives. See what happens then.
They just see a bunch of cops trying to punch them.
I know all the cops from the town that I used to live in or whatever. They was all like the lazy, didn't want to do their job type of cops.
Like hide, like I'm not working.
All cops? Like mall cops?
Basically, I know I worked at Subway, and I would work like overnight from like 10 at night to 6 in the morning, and we was like the only place open, so they was always hanging out up there, drinking coffee, doing whatever.
Yeah.
And I know there's so many times I would be making their food, or they'd be in the booth eating or whatever, and they'd get like a call, so hey, there's been a wreck, we need your report. He's like, all right, I'll be right on it. Just sit there and just finish their food or whatever. Every so often they'd come back and say, hey, did you make it there yet? No, what was that address again?
Wow, that's so lame. But that's the thing. That's the problem I'm saying. Like, because you don't know who you're hiring, whether it's for the cop or not, because they're people. And unfortunately, that's a very important job to have, and you don't get paid nearly enough to have it. So there's not a lot, you getting for risking your life just by putting on a suit. You know what I mean? So I've met some really good cops, and I've met bad cops. So I'm not going to say all cops are bad because I know they're not. But it's like that's the bad part about it is when you put that uniform on, you represent one face. So of course the bad cops is the vocal minority in every setting. When people have something to say, when something bad's going down, the bad is vocal, and everyone forgets about the good parts of it because it's so vocally with the bad, So that's that thing, man. You can't.
I was talking to a guy who's in the Marines, and he was straight up saying, like, I've had to go to war and do some fucked up shit to protect our country, but cops do unreasonable shit for no reason. And I was just like, wow, somebody a lot like them even is saying it.
You have cops. I have my some of the people in my family are cops. Like my cousin, my father's side, my cousin, she's been a warden at the Baltimore City Jail. She was a cop for a long time. She became working for the Internal Affairs to investigate cops. So a lot of dirty cops, a lot of bad shit go on. But it's like
it's not all bad.
It's not everyone's not bad, but that's the bad thing about it, because everyone forgets about the non-bad cops. They get a bad rap even though they didn't do anything. So
I know another time while I was working, two of the cops were up there and they had got some coffee. They went outside and sat down on the bench and was smoking. And it was like 2-3 o'clock in the morning. And I went out there and sat down with them and chit chat. And this dude just like flying through town, going like 60 through town, and ran the red light that's sitting right there on the corner where Subway was. And the cops were just sitting there smoking their cigarette, drinking coffee. And one's like, I think he ran that red light. That dude's like, I think he was speeding. I gotta finish my cigarette. And they just sat there. I was like, what the fuck? I would not have the balls to run a red light. You see two cop cars sitting right there.
Like that, dude. As soon as anything happened out here, 15 million cops be on the shit. Like if you get pulled over, a tail light out, all of a sudden it's like 3 other cops pull up.
Yeah. Did I ever tell you about that story? I had somebody stock my drink or something one time when I went to the studio, and I completely blacked out and didn't know anything was going on until after I'd already got home. It was like early morning hours, and I started coming to, and I was like, I don't know what's going on because I was driving and everything. And I seen this cop, so I just pulled over into Subway. I was like, I'm just gonna sit here. He pulled in. I was like, well, I can't just sit here. So I went in, got me a soda, and left. And he followed me like down the block and then pulled me over. And I had a busted taillight. I had been in a wreck one time. My tire blew out and I had a street sign. And I just never fixed it. I just put that little reflector tape over it.
Yeah.
And he pulled me over, and I was like, I've been pulled over like a billion times for this. I know what it is or whatever. But I was already kind of freaking out because I didn't remember anything from that day. So I'm just kind of sitting there telling myself that's what it is. Comes up, asks for my license and stuff, walks off. I'm sitting there, and I hear somebody else starts going, hey, Stewie. It's like, who the fuck's talking to me? I turn around, and it's a different cop.
What the fuck?
I was like, okay. Now I kind of talked to him, and he could tell, like, I was kind of freaking out. He's like, you all right? I was like, yeah. He's like, where you been? I was like, studio. And he's like, it's late. I was like, yeah. And then he's like, uh-huh. He's like, you ain't been drinking? I was like, I don't drink. And he's like, okay. And then I'm like, wait, this isn't the same cop that took my license.
Like,
I turn around, and there's 2 city cops cars behind me, 2 county cop trucks behind me, and then 2 state trooper trucks behind me. I think, holy fucking shit. I did something. I killed somebody. I don't know what the fuck I did. I'm going to jail.
Everybody here trying to get
I was like, everybody. I was like, holy shit. And they all had their lights on and everything. And the dude walked back up to me, gave me my license. He's like, you got busted tail light. You need to get that fixed.
Like,
okay,
I know.
Hold this for that.
They be doing some stuff just to make you sweat. Like, I swear.
I was like, what the fuck did I do? I kept telling myself the whole time. I was like, it's just that tail light. It's just the tail light.
I don't play with the cops thing. Like, seems like if a cop cut the lights on me, heaven forbid, cut the lights on me and he pulled me over, already have my license and registration out because I'm not going to even try to reach for nothing. Yeah. Because they might think I'm reaching for something and I'm not even going there. Like, I don't need that.
When they turn their lights on, I literally swerve off to the side of the road and just stop.
Whatever you say. I'm stopping. Whatever you say, like, dog.
My hands up.
Make sure my hands are out. Okay, I'm going to go grab this right here.
Like, look.
But yeah. The whole ordeal about me just like blacking out that day because somebody spiked my drink and I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I got pulled over.
Do that shit to somebody, man. They're trying to get your ass killed and arrested.
I was like, holy shit, I don't know what the fuck I did.
Yeah, right?
No.
And they're like, yeah, you got to bust tail light. You need to get that fixed. It's like, it took all y'all to tell me that?
I'm like, how many cops?
It was like probably like 1-2 o'clock in the morning, so they probably didn't have anything to do. And oh shit, Stewie got pulled over. Let's go fuck with him.
But you know what's worse than the freaking cop, which I never thought would be, like ever happen? I'm coming back from Mexico, right? And I just show them my birth certificate and they let me through, whatever. And all of a sudden we're driving and the drug dogs bark at our car. And I'm like, what is in this car? Because it's not my car. I'm just like, what you got? So we get pulled over. They have to drive our car through one of those sensor things, like X-ray things. And I'm just like, I'm gonna go to federal prison. I'm going to federal prison right now Thankfully, didn't find anything. The dog, I don't know why the dog freaked out.
I'll be like, look, dog, you and me about to have a bad day. You more than me because your life about to be over. To be walking at my car like drugs, and then you look, dog.
Yeah, but then after the fact, I found out that my ex-boyfriend, he used to sell weed. So even though there was nothing in his bag, it carried the smell, the residue, and that was probably what it was picking up.
Boy, like you need to be like on
I'm
your
like,
game.
You need to leave that fucking backpack here, okay?
Like, don't be putting that stuff in the car, my boy. No, don't play with that.
My ass is too black for this shit, okay?
They try to get me murdered. They don't even need a reason to look at me. Like, stop, man. Like, no. See, that's what. I can't play that games. No.
Oh God.
What's going on with somebody just joined? What's her name? She said, I feel so. Yeah, she feels so discouraged about my writing. I'm having a hard time setting the scene using my 5 senses. Anything to say for her?
Best thing is like, I'd say first visualize where the scene is and think about if it's a place you've been, or at least slightly a place that you've been, what would you smell? What is those places like? Like if you're setting in an alley, you're gonna smell trash, you're gonna smell homeless people, you're gonna smell alcohol and oil from the asphalt. You just have to think of these things.
While you're writing your first draft, if that's where you're at right now, if you're writing your first draft, I wouldn't focus on it so much right now. We're trying to get the exact wording the way you need it for the senses. Like you can come back to it if you need to give more detail, you feel it required for, because you don't want it to stop you dead in your tracks when you're trying to figure out, like, I gotta get these senses correct. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I wouldn't let that stop me from continuing on. You can always add that into your editing. The time for your editing when that part comes up in your process, but I wouldn't let it stop you, because we can't always, while writing the story, get the senses exactly the way we need them to be later on, and like when we go back through the edit. So
if you're struggling too much, because I know I was in the beginning, there's a book that I bought off of Amazon called Settings, and there's 2 of them actually. One's urban and one's rural. And what it'll do is it'll give you descriptions of the settings. Like it has a police station, a mental hospital, haunted houses, just all these types of settings. And it also has smells, so that might help.
You don't want to just add too much stuff to it or whatever. Try to overdo the descriptions. Try to pick out stuff that would be actually, goes along with the plot, or something that your character specifically would notice at that point. So if you're like nervous or something like that, you actually pick up on more of the stuff around you, the noises and the sights, than a normal person or something. Incorporate it that way instead of just a big bulk of description or whatever that could slow down. You don't
have to like info dump like overly. You don't want to overdo it, but it could be something that's obviously would be coherent to really happening for us as senses. Let's say if you were in the center of the woods or something like that, and you were obviously a person that's creeped out by darkness, let's say, then obviously the character will probably notice maybe an owl or hear some sound that will be off, or
we're trying to actually see stuff in the shadows,
right, and you can't really see much, and you would make something like that happen. Or maybe it smells more of maple or something at the time because maple trees nearby, but you notice these things when depending on the tense of what it feels like in the instance of the scene, whatever you're writing. But that's just an example of how you can use the senses for that, so
and a lot of times your senses can also kind of tap into your emotional state.
Exactly.
That way, whatever
creates the tone.
This is true.
But the book is called The Urban Setting Thesaurus and the Rural Setting Thesaurus. So, not saying info dump, but it might help.
It can definitely help. Yep. Aphrodite had a few good points as well in there, telling, pretty much saying, like, don't worry so much. You just get your words out. Yep. Just get your words out. You can worry about that detailing, making sure it's the way you want it later.
Yeah. And I'm about ready to do another sprint.
Oh, yeah.
Right whenever you want.
Let's say we've been talking probably about an hour or so now.
Because we like to hear ourselves talk.
We love it. We're writers. We love hearing ourselves talk. We're at 8:20, so it's a perfect time anyway.
Yeah.
We can do another 15 minutes.
All right, let's go for it.
All right. Get started in 3, 2, 1. Right. That is time. Which all y'all get done.
About 215. Added one page. Didn't have to cut all the words. The difference. Oh.
I probably did a whole like page and a half because I'm adding content, so hard to
Yeah,
keep.
we're in the same position. Adding content, cutting what's not needed.
And switching around phrasing.
Yes.
We'll
My character changed a little bit, so I have to go back and change his replies to the main feed.
Oh, I have a question for both of you. So I just got a 30-day subscription to Audibles. So I got 3 credits. Do you guys recommend any books that I can listen to? Like,
what do you read on a regular? What's your type of book?
I mean, I generally read romance, but I want to listen to other books so that I can have a broad. Because what I want to do is I don't want to only read that genre because I want to pull pieces from other genres into my own writing.
Okay.
So, like what I was telling you before Tillery came on about the whole world building. I'm world building an entire science fiction, even though the whole point of the story is the romance.
Yeah, well, that could be. You still write the main genre and have the subgenre be romance. I do that. I do write like mostly all my stories have an undertone of romance to them because there's some kind of love interest or something like that. But yeah, so I definitely get that. I don't know. I read fantasy a lot. I do read romance novels, but it's more like usually sub genre. Like I read Christina Faheen a lot. I read Cheryl and Kian. They're romance based, but they have a lot of fantasy with their stuff. But I would recommend. I read a lot of R.A. Salvatore work for fantasy based stuff. He's a really good writer. One of my favorite characters from him is Dritz Duardin. He's a dark elf, like the Forgotten Realms version of dark elf. So the dark elves in Forgotten Realms are like ebony skinned. So they look a lot different than, let's say, other versions of darker elves. The dark elves in other versions are more like brown tone or dark brown tone, and dark elves in Forgotten Realms are the drow.
Yeah,
they call the drow, so they're like ebony skin. I love Driss. He's like my favorite fantasy character.
So it's primarily about the drow instead of the high elves, the white ones.
Yeah, it's not about the high elves. They're in there. He comes across all kinds of elves, but the story, if you've never read or have read anything about Dritz, you should definitely check him out because they have the start of Dritz's story, and it's very because he's ostracized by his race because of him not being like them. They're known to be more evil based, and he isn't really like that. So he escapes and was treated poorly to begin with. So he escapes to the above ground world because drow usually live underground. So he has a lot of stuff going on with him. He falls in love with the human female who's a warrior. And then his best friend, Wolfgar, who's like a Viking type of warrior, and his one of his closest friends is a dwarf. So it's a lot. He has a long running series, like they age and everything in his whole series, and he got a new one coming out called Boundless. It's a new series with Dritz in it. But if you start off with it, you can find out like the first setting. I think it's maybe the Icewind Dale series. Yeah, you can check the Icewind Dale series. Let me grab one of the books real quick because I think that might be. I have the whole set. Let me see. Make sure I give you the right name. Hold on a second.
Yeah, because I love the dark elves, but it's hard to find books that are about them without being the bad guys. Like it used to always irritate me. It's like you find some dark elves and they have to be evil. Like I never read The Lord of the Rings, but I saw the movies and I loved them just because of the world building, like alone.
So this is Dritz. Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's super hot too, by the way.
Wow.
Drow have like white hair and their skin is ebony, but so this one is the Legend of Dritz. Since that's the sidebar, or Salvatore. This is Homeland. So if you can get this whole set together, it's like a big large paperback. This is in the Forgotten Realms world, like Dungeons and Dragons world. So he just writes within that world, but it's all his stories. So if you get this one,
it's the trilogy. It's only one credit.
This is the trilogy. So Homeland, Exile, Homeland, Exile, and Sojourn. So there's all three of those. Like this is such a good series. And then if you really get into Dritz, dude, like he has so many books. Like I'm in love with Dritz. Like if he was real, I'd be like, Dritz, please. And I'm really like, but he goes through a lot of shit, and Dritz is older, a lot older now. And so the new series just came out. So I think the second one's come second to the limit. The first one was Limitless, second one's Boundless, and I don't know what the third one's going to be. But that one's coming out on Tuesday. But you'd have to read a lot to get caught up on that. But he might be someone you're interested in reading in. But I definitely recommend fantasy without necessarily like focusing on romance, because it doesn't focus on that, but it's in the story because he, like I said, he has a love interest who's a warrior fighter as well. So she's human. So you know that's only going to lead to tragedy anyway at some point.
Yeah, because I mean, I like the shorter romances that are just about the romance sometimes just to get my fix. But I love stories that are well rounded and the romance is in it.
Yeah, me too. That's why I realized Cheryl and Ken. This one right here. So that's her. That's the author.
I've seen her. Yeah, I've read one of her books.
I have a lot of her books. And Christina Faheen is romance, but she's like fantasy romance. So she like werewolves, different type of shifters, different type of fantasy or paranormal type of characters. So I like that type of romance, like paranormal romance, because they do have well-rounded story plots that have romance in them that are but they're kind of main as well. So that type of thing. But all right, Salvatore, check out his stuff of fantasy. I really like him, and he is still current with writing. So that's what I would recommend. I don't know what DL would like to recommend for you.
Is your book done yet, DL? Like I know you were doing the audiobook, but is yours actually on Audibles now?
No, it's still he's still making it, and I think I'm going to try to release it in May next year on the anniversary date. He's done like
behind that, so
I think 7 chapters so far on it, out of the 58 or something.
Yeah, DL's book is really good. I've been reading that one. I'm going to get the audiobook when that comes out.
Actual audiobook though, I don't really listen to them that much.
Yeah,
so I don't really know. I know a lot of people complain about listening to some because the narrator is very boring. So I don't know.
It depends on who the narrator is. I haven't actually listened to any of Ari Salvatore's audio books because I'm usually a physical book owner. But I'm sure it's not going to be anything bad. I mean, it gets you through the book faster if you don't have time to sit there and just read it yourself. Yeah. So that's the plus of audiobook. So, I mean, if you're trying to do that where you're trying to really get into a story quicker, I definitely recommend an audiobook. So especially if there's only one credit, then go for it for sure. Because the world, if you're talking about world building, the world building for like the Forgotten Realms is so extensive that they just literally have writers that come in and write for Forgotten Realms and for Dungeons and Dragons, because you don't even have to build a world yourself, but you can build a world within the world. You know, so it's definitely
why I want to do the audibles, because like when I'm writing, sometimes I just want to listen to something while I'm writing so I can absorb information.
I get you. Yeah, because it's definitely something. I've read so many, but I have an extensive library like behind me. This shot doesn't show, but I have about 5,000 books. So I always in my house I always have to have a library because I just love books that much.
That's beautiful.
So I can go pick anything. Like if you said a type of book, I have the genre. I just bought a book actually, which was surprising to me. It did not have the author's name on the cover, which for me was a little different, though I've read so many books. But I was like, what's going on with this book? Yeah, it was like it's obviously done on purpose because it's a thriller, suspense. So it's like spies and stuff like that. So it's all black and it just has the red words for the cover. And then I was looking for the author, like where's this author at? And then you look on the inside, it says anonymous. And then on the I know where I was like, what happened?
I read a series like that too. I love it when they do that.
And so like what? I was like blown away. But on the sidebar, there's at the very bottom there is a logo, and if you look on the inside, it says the name of the company that's with Penguin. So I was like, oh, okay. They're just what's Random House, but they're not really giving like the real like what's who they are really, because it's like trying to play up with the theme of the book, I would imagine. Which I'm really looking excited to read that one, since it's like I don't get to read a lot of the thriller spy stuff as much as I used to read mystery. So I was like, yeah. But and the artist for Drit's books is Todd Lockwood, which I love Tarlock Wood. He is here is him. I got his book right here.
Funny thing is I read a series called The Silver Cage. It's a tragedy, even though it's under romance. But it was named by someone named Anonymous. And just the fact that their name wasn't on it made me want to read it more.
Right, isn't that like that shit draws you in, and they know that. They're trying to fuck with you. Like they know.
Yeah. I've seen some like fantasy or sci-fi type. I can't remember who it was or what book it was, but there's like different classes, I guess, kind of like how mine has different kingdoms. And then the author bio, like on the back flap of the hardcover, it was like them actually being in that world. And they talk about like what class they would fit in and this and that, as if they was actually a character.
Yeah,
I want to read more thrillers because I'm wanting to write a psychological thriller romance.
I see. I know. I was writing a horror romance espionage. So that's cool, definitely. I know.
I'm gonna have to do it under a pen name just because the book that I'm working out is a mindfuck. Like it is like what the hell's going on at the end of the series. So it's gotta be under a pen name.
So I get that. Listening, that's a good idea. Actually, listening to an audiobook while you're writing, that's cool to give you some ideas, especially with world building.
Yeah. And also help me with my language because when you know words, but when you're writing, the word doesn't come to you. I have a vast vocabulary. It's just I have to speak the word.
I'm the same way. It's because you don't speak it in your normal everyday life, so you kind of forget that you know the word until you hear it. And you go, oh yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah, I'll read it and I know what they mean. I just don't think of them.
I have to leave that for my drafting world. What, baby?
Yeah.
I have to get
it. The dictionary and thesaurus is my friend. Try not to overdo it. I obviously will use the word in the context it should be used, but thesaurus. Yeah, but I can't wait to read yours because dragons. Just dragons.
Everything with dragons.
Yeah, I actually do love fantasy so much. It's just I'm a pervert, so I love my romance.
Hey, I love my romance.
I like Capron. He's a little bit of a pervert.
I have over I don't have as many as you do, Tillery, but I have 800 and some books, but on my Kindle because I don't have the space for physical books, which I wish I really do.
I have to I downsized my house because I was in like a 2,400 square foot house, and I'm getting a house built in like a couple years, so I downsized to like an 1,800 square foot. So I do a lot of stuff. So right now my space is like, before I had my den and I had my library in there, so it was spread out nicely. But now, since the house is smaller, I'm used to it has a decent amount of room. So this is my whole family. We live here. So it's like 5 adults and my kid. So 4 adults and my kid. So we, space wise. So I have my dance stuff in my office in a closet setting. And then I have my library in here. And then I have my computer and stuff in here for my other shit. And then I have a designing business I run too, do costuming. So I have all of my sewing gear and my fabrics and stuff in there too. So I'm pressed for space to say.
You need a room for each job or each.
I did it last time, so now I'm not used to this shit. So I'm like, I had to condense and then try to get everything to fit into the one place I need it to be where I am, and the lower level of the house is where all my shit is. Like I'm a video gamer too, so on my first level, I have about 550 video games. So my video game section is up there, but then I have all my stuff down here in this room. But it's like, it's a little tight. Like you can see behind me, like there's one bookcase, and then I got like on the other side a whole bunch on that side of the wall. And this, but it's like I can't breathe in here.
Yeah, I've had like before I moved into this place, I was renting a room from a friend, and she already had a bunch of furniture and stuff up, so I couldn't put anything in the living room.
Yeah,
so all my art supplies, my computer, bed, all of the books that I still have on a small little bookshelf, all like squished into this like really tiny bedroom. Like it's one of those square bedrooms for children.
Yeah, you're like, oh.
It was horrid.
Trying to pull that off is not easy. Let me tell you that. So,
but now I have the room, so I'm happy. I want to go back to collecting books. I just don't have the money to buy bookshelves, and because You guys don't know about it because it's a more of a Arizona books place, but it's called Bookman, and it's a resale. So you take your books in, and you can get store credit, or you can get cash, and you can buy the books there, and they're like half the price of the books new, but they're in good condition. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a store like that. I forget the name of it right now. I can't remember the name of it. It's they do trade in for books. You can sell your books there, and they do like music CDs and stuff sometimes as well. But they have really good prices for books. Actually, when I was there recently, I got this Dracula book. It's like
that's a beautiful cover.
Yeah, I know, right? Hand drawn. So I got this Dracula book for like $10. Wonder Book. So it's called Wonder Book. So we have Wonder Books here for that. And this was usually something that was like $30 or some shit like that.
Yeah, I love going in there and you see a freaking like there's a book I bought. It's for Anatomy for Humans, and I mean it's one of those books where it has film pages that show you the muscles and the bone structure. That was a $50 to $60 book, and I got it for $20. So
I was like, I know, right? I love it. And I have like all these books on like human anatomy. I got this one about like the feet, all the different bones and all this stuff in the feet. I'm going worse. My mom's always like, you don't need any more books. I'm like, what world do you live in where that's true?
I know, right? People be telling me that about art supplies. I'm going to Michael's. They're like, you don't need any more art supplies. I'm like, bitch, please.
Are you confused about what you just said? Thank you. Right?
Girl, what is this, girl?
Dude, if I won a lottery, I'm going to Joann's for sure. I'll be like in heaven with fabrics. Don't even start me with that.
I would be like from head to toe in art supplies and books, and people come in and like, there's no room. I'm like, get out then. You're taking up space.
I don't have space for humans. I have space for my stuff.
Exactly. There's like an episode of Hoarders, but in it like one that's not nasty.
Oh, I had to put a floor up in my attic for storage and stuff, so I could use every bit of my actual house for stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel that. That's why I said I want to get a house built, because I don't want to. I was going to buy one, but I want to get one built because then I can say what this square footage is used for before I have to try to go look around, find something that's suitable to what I want. So I'm like, I might as well just get it built and then say, okay, this room is going to be this much square footage, and this is what this room is for, and this is what I need for it. I have to have a library. I always wanted one of those libraries where I had like the ladder and it goes like around this shit. Yo, you know it. Yes. You know what I'm talking about. Like, I need that in my house. Like, go in the room and get on the ladder to slide
and just swing, just cause.
That's my dream. Go in my library to slide around the wall.
That'll be the first thing you do when they finish putting it together.
Be like.
I want to get a house built that's like based off of Frida Kahlo's house, where whenever I get into another relationship, be like, that's your house, this is my house, we'll meet in the middle somewhere. I am not sharing a room with a man ever again. I'm just
not sharing a room. Sorry, I got my own space. Like, we'll have the mutual common room that we meet in, but we need to have this space over here. My stuff's not mixing with your stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we can have a room that we, do our thing in, but
a mutual meeting room.
Yes, it'll be a common room.
Oh, you got floor plans? Okay.
Yeah, I did them myself and everything. That's what I went to college for.
Nice.
Really? We need to hire him to build our house.
I know. I'm gonna have to hire an architect already anyway. So they like $5,000 to $8,000 probably for the amount of time it takes to come up with the design I want. So that's the first step, the architect. Nice, I like that.
Build my businesses.
Did you go to school for fucking architecture or something?
Yeah.
What? Boy, you didn't even tell me. How you my brother?
Yes,
not tell me about that shit. What? DL.
Yeah, DL. Holding out.
Yeah, I went to school for drafting design.
See, we got all the artists right now. It's without Aphrodite. She's
all right, so when I'm getting my house built, don't forget you my brother. All right, I'm just saying.
Like, remember,
you tell me what you want, and I'll try to make it.
Okay, cool. I might have to talk to you about that, just so I can get some kind of like blueprint like done up or whatever. So yeah, I'll talk to you about it because I kind of, since it's my mom and my brothers, we all live together. So I wanted to have like a 3-sectional type of house, with like the main house is bigger and then a smaller house with a short breezeway for my mom connected to one side, and then a smaller, even smaller one built on the other side of the house with a special breezeway built around the arch back side of the house that's probably made glass because I kind of like that, and then connect to my mom's house because she does the cooking for my brother because he's a vegan and she's a raw vegan. So I'm trying to set it up where we're not really in the same house because my mom.
Yeah, I would be like, I need my steak. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so she's like, you can't kick me out. I'm like, bitch, I'm trying to get you away from. Yeah, you want look, I'm going. You still going to be next door comp thing, but I need the door to like. You can't. No. So I'm having it specially built. So yeah, I'll talk to you, DL. So if you could do me some kind of draft, just so I can get an idea of what I have in my head, because you would know better if that's possible than not.
That looks nice.
Yeah, it looks good though.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2 stories. Let's see if I can get this. It's basically a 50 by 50 plus a garage.
Okay.
And I'm gonna have that little indention kind of up there on the second floor. I'm gonna put a little tiny balcony that you can put like 2 little lawn chairs or something on.
What?
And then I'm gonna have the garage is like a 4-car garage.
Okay.
And I'm gonna put rooms on top of it. So for the second floor is gonna have rooms as well.
Wow. Okay.
And I got the master bedroom like dead center, and you can enter it from both sides. There's gonna be 2 halls. So.
Well, we're going to talk like soon. Like, you'll be hiding his talents and shit. What?
All right.
I'd rather pay people I know than some rando person. To be honest,
but I mean, it'll be a while before I'm even near being able to afford to build a house, but it will happen.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I still want them damn plans though, because I'm on like a 5-year type of plan to have it built. So that's why I make sure I get my credit orders. I have to get loans for the land and the loans for the house getting built. But they say right now it's cheaper to get your house built than just to go and buy one because of the square footage things and everything like that. It's cheaper to get the square footage built than to just buy one that's already built. So.
Yeah, see, my 5-year plan is being able to sustain myself without having to work a day job. So
yeah,
that's
well, plus writing my 2 be full-time writer, but I do like 4 or 5 different businesses right now. I'm an entrepreneur, so I used to work for people, but I got tired of their bullshit. So
yeah, I really don't want to work.
I was a sauce cook for a while. I paid like $19 an hour formless stuff. I hate math, but I can do it. So, but I don't like it.
See,
but I did that.
Entry-level jobs, but with them long enough to get them promoted.
Yeah, I don't want. I mean, I was there for 4 years. Before that, I used to be into sales and retail. For like when I was 19, I worked in retail until I was about 28 or whatever. But then I got out of it because I was working with my mom since I was 12. Because she ran a cleaning business since I was 12, and I would do all the paperwork. So I did all the contracts, and I used to get to threaten adults, which was awesome. Like, you going to pay your bill because if you don't, so you felt like, yeah, I'm telling adults.
They can't do anything because
you're late fee, So I've been doing that a long time. So I kind of was already learning the business back then. So I kept a cleaning business because it's faster money and stuff, and I work it myself. And then I got my design business. I do web design. Now I do my writing thing, but I got paid for some writing, but I haven't gotten paid for like my books being out. I used to be a journalist for like 2 magazines for a while, and I had my poetry published.
Like got your entrepreneurial businesses started and got actual business, because that's the part I'm having a hard time with.
Yeah, I'm actually that's another business I'm starting because I always end to do the startups, but I'm starting a consulting business where I consult people on how to start businesses up and how to make money off of I can tell you how to start a cleaning business for probably $100. You can start a cleaning business with almost nothing and then make money in no time. Actually, in today's world, it's a lot easier to start a business because of the online capabilities now that we did not have so long ago. That it's a lot easier. Cleaning business is like one of the easier businesses to start and get business for, in my opinion. So
okay, yeah, because this area has quite a few cleaning businesses, but they all get business. So apparently,
I was gonna say we're very saturated in Carrow County with cleaning business, but that does not stop me from getting business. I used to keep my average around 25 to 30 clients. And I like clients that are regulars. Like most of my clients I've had for like a year or two, because I started my business about 2 years ago. So most of my clients are like, I keep my clientele. Only people I lose is when they move out of state or move out of my range. I don't work more than a 20-mile radius. I don't go. So if it takes me, and I don't go past 40 minutes. If I have to drive more than 40 minutes, I don't take the job. I don't care what it pays. Not doing it. Nope. So I stay within an area range usually. And I charge a flat rate for a house about $150. But it's standard cleaning. So my standard has a little bit more than most cleaning company standard, which helps, of course, with sales and getting people. And me and my mother, she helps me sometimes, but I usually do all the cleaning. So it's good money. A lot of people put themselves through college by having a cleaning business. So
yeah, I might look into doing that just to,
it's quick. It's quicker money if you're gonna do a good job. Then I mean, I don't recommend charging so super low because then it's not going to be good for you. I supply all the cleaning supplies in mine. You don't have to. You can always say like you can do half and I can do half, or you can supply the cleaning supplies, which you can give them a cheaper price if you do that. But again, you could get cleaning supplies really cheap from different places and start up. That's why I said you can start with a cleaning business with $100, and 25 of that is just going so you can get your EIN number and stuff like that. So.
I would just have to figure out transportation because that's my issue.
Yeah, transportation is an issue. You have to really do locally if you're going to have to do something like walk to work or something like that. Then you have to have something that's backpacky, something really close, like places right there, literally in your neighborhood type of thing. So you wouldn't be able to go far because of the vehicle thing, which wasn't even your fault getting fucking total. That shit is crazy.
Yeah, I was actually working for DoorDash and Uber Eats, and I was actually making pretty good money just doing that. And then they took away my job just by totaling my car.
Yeah, because without your vehicle, you're fucked, man. It's like
so
straight fucked. I know,
but jobs that I don't have to work for someone else because it's a lot of pressure on my mental health. We'll just say that.
That's a lot of pressure on anyone's mental health working for others. I'm just saying, for real. So, yep. Cleaning business, that's usually the easiest one to go for, in my opinion.
I'll have to look into it.
Yeah. So I keep that because that's a big bulk of my income. And then I have all my other businesses aside just to bring in some extra income. But yeah, I'm pretty good with that.
I really, really want to get two of my paintings are in Austin, Texas at a trans art show right now. Well, that art show happens at the end of the month. And then I have a show at the BDSM convention that's going on next weekend. And then another show it's a fundraiser for sex workers.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, 3 different shows in the same month. So I'm actually kind of proud of myself.
Wow, that's cool. That's a good job.
Yeah, so I'm still working on it, but I'm trying to get my art into galleries and get my name known and locally and then have it spread out further. So
yeah, I think that you can make a living on what you're good at or what you love to do. You have to sit there and think about, okay, what do I love to do? What do I like to do? You can make a business out of it in today's world. Someone wants something that you do. That's just a fact. So you can. It's just the fact of having the determination and the will, because everybody didn't go to college for business, and not everyone can run a business. However, if you're willing to put in the time and the work, then you can actually do it. It's just something you can do if you know how to start it up.
That's why, I've already put up my website for cover design, and they're very simple covers just because I'm still learning. But I have some pre-made covers that are up. And I just have to figure out how to advertise that because advertising is the hardest part for me.
Well, I've seen because I'm around for a bit, and I have a problem. I buy a lot of pre-mates, but I have a lot of stories to tell, so that came up and helped me a lot. But most of the people I know that do cover art, they have Facebook groups, and then they have the Facebook group, and then usually people join that because self-published authors are always looking for that. So they actually search it out on Facebook. There's so many, but I'm in so many of them that everyone offers something different. So you never know if something's going to catch your eye that's good for a story you're telling if you're going to use pre-mades. Also, all these people do custom work as well. I also do custom work, so you just looking for their style, because from a pre-made you can tell the person's style in most cases. So I would suggest making a Facebook group if you're ready to start up. You have I would say at least have a little portfolio of what you do as far as like all your pre-mades. So if you have like 10 pre-mades and you want to start a group, then you can, and you set your price point. I would recommend researching the cover artists that are on Facebook. You can join a lot of groups. They'll ask you like, are you another cover artist or are you a writer? And you're both, so you could go with writer, just so you can stalk out and see what prices they have, because they all have different ranges. Some have lower prices because they're newer. Some have higher prices. The one woman I was talking to, she literally charges about, it was going to be like $900 for one cover. So, and one woman I bought a pre-made series from, she charged about $350 for a 3-book series. So I mean, some people are good and they get a repertoire with a bunch of people, like Logan Keys. As soon as the girl puts up a cover in her group, oversold, and it should be like $300-$400 and it's gone. Like, people are doing book covers and making bank. I'm just saying. So if you're,
I'm a little apprehensive just because I'm so new at making covers. But I'm like, right. I have skill, so I need to just put myself out there, and somebody will like it. So,
yeah, someone's looking for what you have to offer. That's just the thing to remember, So,
yeah. So, but I'm working on it. And the fact that my book's coming out, I already have one person who's pre-ordered the Kindle version, so that's exciting.
Oh, that's exciting! Congratulations on that. That is exciting. I like that.
Yeah, and then I have 3 other people who are going to buy it, but they like physical copies, so I have to wait because Amazon won't let you put your paperbacks on pre-order, which I don't get, but whatever.
That's weird. Huh? That's weird. Oh, the sheep said about the paperback.
Yeah. If you went through Ingram Sparks, they do their paperback for pre-order.
Okay. Yeah, my book is under Kindle Unlimited though, so I can't go through anyone else. And the only reason I did that is because I'm a new author, so I want to give people more of a reason to read my book because they're already paying for the service.
Right.
And then after my name builds, then I'm going to pull my stuff out of Kindle Unlimited and just do wide. So I have a plan.
Good. Yeah, because I saw R.A. Salvatore, the balance that's coming out on Tuesday. The paperback, of course, comes out later, but the paperback doesn't come out until March next year. But you can pre-order it. So I'm not sure if they have a stipulation like, well, this guy's a well-known author, so we will sell his paperback.
That might be, because I've noticed that a few people are saying the same thing. So it might just be that you're a new author.
Yeah, it might be that. Could be that.
Yeah. Or he might be doing something like I said. I know if you go through Ingram Sparks, they will also put it up on Amazon. But
that might be
maybe.
So he might be actually going through somebody else instead of Amazon, and it's just pulling up the pre-order.
Yep, probably.
Like I said, the release date, the pre-order for the physical copy will be available the day it's released, so people will be able to buy it then.
That's cool. I'm about to check out your book too, Al. You said it's Sacred, the Scarred. What's the name of your book?
Immortal Scars.
Immortal Scars. I'll go check it out.
And it's the only book that's under that title because I checked to make sure I was the only one with that title.
Good call. What's the genre?
It's male romance technically, but it's paranormal male romance.
Okay, cool. I'll check it out then.
Yeah. So, and the books went through a lot of revisions. I'm still kind of apprehensive just because it's your baby and it's the first one you're putting out.
Yeah, you feel like a little nervous.
Like, am I good enough?
I know that's a tough one to get over, but I've been there, done that. See, Aphrodite was saying, I don't think. Oh, she's talking about the paperback. She said, they won't let you do paperbacks as pre-orders. Yeah, that's crazy. I did not know that. Learn something every day. I wasn't aware of it. Yeah. That's so weird though. Okay, crazy baby. Okay, you got your action figure. I see it. Oh my goodness, you guys want to do another sprint?
Yeah, we can if you want.
Yeah.
Get the third one in.
Get the third one in. Yeah. Oh Lord.
Yeah, it's almost 10 after, so we can get started at that point.
Okay, I know, girl. Yeah.
Hey, it like deleted. Like I love it when I'll type something and then into chat and it'll just not appear.
Was it a link?
Well, I was trying to change the way it looked. It wasn't a link, but it still didn't show up.
So,
Yeah, I ain't got YouTube on. I think I would have to approve it, but I don't have YouTube up. I'm just got the stream.
Let me see if I can get it to. Okay, there we go. Alec Williams art dot Weebly dot and then com.
okay, cool. All right, I'll check that out.
Yeah, and the tab is under. I think it's book covers or book cover designs. That's the tab.
Okay, cool. I'll check that out now.
All right, well, it's 10 after, so we can go ahead and get started.
Back about 25.
Yep.
All righty. See you
So
a little
3, 2, 1, right. All right, that is time.
I got a little bit done. Had to deal with the 3-year-old. So I did get like about 8 words done in 5 minutes.
Oh,
Thanks, Aphrodite. I got
285.
Oh, nice. I got sentences edited. That's all I know.
Cool.
I'm going back and redoing one of the chapters I had done. I had thought of a nifty little twist, I guess, that I want to kind of incorporate.
Oh, cool.
So I'm having to change up some dialogue.
Yep, that's what happens.
I'm just here editing freaking chapter 1 of book 2, and I'm just kind of like, it's so tedious.
Yeah, editing can be very tedious. But did you hear about
that? When it's not the good part.
Huh? You hear about that program that Aphrodite had told us all about? That Michael
Pro writing aid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that.
Dude, that's awesome. I just because she told me about that, I'm like, dude, what?
Like, yeah, when I found it, I was like,
right? What is
I've been using it some.
Right. I'm thinking about when I make it some money off my book, just paying for the premium version.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, you know.
Like,
yeah, kind of run all my stuff through Grammarly and Hemingway app, and then I've started doing that some as well.
Yeah, like, dude.
I also run mine through a website for passive voice. You literally just post it in and it tells you what sentences are passive voice.
Yeah, I know Hemingway app does that too, or the little spots. It tells you like how many adverbs you used and like the recommended amount for that length of a passage.
Right.
The passive and stuff.
Is that one free or?
Yeah.
Hemingway. Okay, I have to look at it.
Yes, Hemingway app. It's a website.
Okay, cool. I'll check that out.
And then it kind of tells you like the grade level, like reading wise or whatever. Yeah. And then it'll tell you like sentences that are hard or kind of lengthy or whatever, hard to read or something, I guess. That's how they word it, but it'll kind of highlight all that stuff. And then adverbs and this and that.
To watch, I just put mine through and they're like, this is the reading level of a 6-year-old. Thanks.
Yeah, I think they want you to, I think average is like 9th or 10th grade is what they kind of recommend on there.
Oh, they really want rated. I thought, oh man.
Yeah, you make right into erotica and they're like, this is grade 9. Wait, what?
I think it's more like the larger words or whatever, you know, that uncommon, I guess, that will kind of raise it and stuff. But
yeah,
I don't really pay attention to that. I usually use it for the number of adverbs and some passive voice and stuff. Okay. And then it'll select like sentences saying this is hard to read because it's like very lengthy and kind of see if I can break it down to like 2 sentences or something.
Yeah, true. After I said you probably do kind of want 10th grade.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, I know. I think it does like 9th, 10th grade or whatever is where it says it's a good reading level. Or whatever there.
True enough. Though most people don't even speak 9th or 10th grade.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, unless you're writing like a middle grade book or whatever, then you'd want a little bit lower or something.
They're trying to keep those expectations above what people can do. Because when the national IQ in the United States is 90, I don't think we need to worry about that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I actually have to tell my friend that because they use really, I'm talking to Aphrodite, but they use really big words because when they were a kid, they read the dictionary. Like that's what they did for fun.
Yeah,
and I told them, I was just like,
I did that for a little bit.
But you're going to have to remember that if you want more people to read it, they need to be able to understand.
Yeah, my older brother, he actually wrote a book, and he hasn't published or anything, but he has an IQ over 200. So, and he read the entire dictionary. So if you say a word, he knows the definition to every word. I'm genius level, but I'm not his genius level. So let's just say no. But like his is like that. So if you're a person that's not intellectually have a high IQ, and then reading his book, you might be lost because of the wording, the way he writes. So if you're a person with a lower IQ, I wouldn't necessarily try to attempt that. You might be bored, or you're going to be like, you don't understand it. more than likely you wouldn't understand most of it. So it's like
I mean, it's all good to have like books that have bigger words just because so you can expand your vocabulary.
I force it, like unless that's the natural flow of your book. In my opinion, I don't think you should force it overly too much because then you don't even know what's happening if you aren't already.
But I think like
writer, you know,
with my friend, which I'm probably gonna have to like say again when I beta read it, is that what's happening is a lot of the characters are not sounding distinct because all of them have the same speech. Like, yeah, there's slight differences. Like one's clipped, one's this, but it's not distinct enough because of the way they write. So I'm just like, you have one character who's a thief. They're not going to have that kind of education.
More than likely not. Unless they have like a thieving problem, like klepto or something like that.
Yeah, they came from a poor family. I mean, I'm not saying all poor people are stupid because I grew up poor, but. They're not going to have the level of intellect that it's coming across as.
So if that's not implied, then I mean, because some writers just maybe when you go back, they edit it, then they can fix that. I wouldn't want to have to fix that kind of thing. But if
I do that. I kind of write all the dialogue basically the same or whatever. Then I'll go back.
Well, that's fine. I do the same thing. Of course,
it's like you have to know that what you're doing though, because if you don't know that that's happening, then that's the issue.
Yeah, because like with me, my dialogue automatically is distinct. Apparently, I'm very good at character arcs. But like what I'm afraid of with them is that they are kind of resistant to changing because they don't seem to understand that they're writing the book for them, but they have to edit it for their readers. And that's something they're not understanding.
Yeah, I mean, you're telling the story that you want to tell, but again, you still have to, there's a system to,
I know I hear a lot of people kind of try to go that route whenever they're complaining about editors or wherever there's, I don't want them changing it that much. I was like, an editor's job's not to change the story, it's just to make it more presentable.
Yeah, it's like they're not going to change the essence of the story.
Yeah,
I mean, that's why I said editors even have editors because when it's your book too, you don't always see the errors because you're reading the story as you had know it in your head, so you might not even see some mistake that's there, even if it's something basic.
That's one of the reasons why they tell you kind of put it down for a while before you start doing your self edits. Because if it's really fresh in your mind, you're still going to read a word that's not actually there, or if
it's not
a word, you
write right through it.
Yeah, that's why I put a Twitter post that was like just in general to the writing community because I've seen it a lot, and I'm like, you guys, you got to take your ego out of this when you're editing. You do. I'm sorry, but if you want to sell this, listen to the people who've done this before.
True.
Yep.
You got a cover on your website that I'm kind of interested in, Alec.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, how much are your covers? Do you have a basic price, or do you based on the cover right now, or how do you?
Well, the pre-mades right now they all have the price there. You just have to go to the page, but the price is different if they're custom. So
well, I figured that. There's the one on there with I think it's like the chick coming up with the water in front, and it's got like the white words on the title.
Oh, yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, if you go to the page that says pre-made, it'll show the price.
Okay, cool.
Because I don't have the money to set up buying it directly from there, I have to set it up as you email me and figure it out from there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I might have to get with you next week and get that one because I kind of really like that one.
Cool.
Okay, because I have a problem. I buy a lot of pre-made covers. I have a lot of stories. I write short stories too, so sometimes I buy pre-made covers for my short stories. So I do that sometimes too. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna have to check that out next when I get paid on Friday. So I'm gonna have to check that out and get that from you. So I really like that color scheme and the way the water and everything's with her. Because I write a lot of horror, that cover can be used easily.
Yeah, I like what I do is I just go online and right now I'm using the free stock because I'm bored. And just find something that I'm like, this would make a good cover, and then I edit it accordingly. I spent hours researching different genres covers.
Yeah.
The only one I'm struggling with is science fiction. Because the covers that keep coming up are like the old ones that came out in the 90s, and I don't like those covers.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that. But yeah, I'll hit you up. I like that one. I write romance horror too, so.
Oh God, I gotta read your books then, because romance horror, creepy stuff. I love it.
One of my short stories is a romance horror. It's mermaid. It's a mermaid based romance horror. So
I have to read that.
I just finished that one. That's going to be in my compilation book next year that's coming out. That's coming out around Halloween next year. So I'm getting that all done, and I have to get that to my editor next year sometime. But trying to focus on Kaliasha. That's my fantasy, paranormal fantasy right now. So I'll focus on that. Oh, I hate editing so much.
Yeah. See, I have so many freaking projects. Like I've got my psychological thriller that's set in a state I've never been to. So that's a bunch of research. Then I have the science fiction one that's a bunch of research. And then I have another one. This is outside my Scar series because my Scar series is my anchor series.
Yeah.
But the other one is the Little Mermaid retelling. So that one's the easiest because I know the story. I'm just changing it. So it's like, and like, that's one of the reasons why I'm having such a hard time picking on what to work on sometimes because I have so many.
Yeah, I got a bunch of ideas. I just kind of pick one as my main thing since I've already released the first one. I want to just keep doing that series. And then I've got like 2 side projects I'm really heavily working on.
Yeah.
Another fantasy and then my memoir.
I just
got probably like 18 different stories I've started and stuff.
Yeah, but I just started, like, decided to do a memoir, and I wrote the first chapter, and I'm like, this memoir is going to be heavy because it starts with some heavy trauma. I'm like, heavy. I'm going to have to put triggers all over the place.
Oh, yeah. I don't like putting triggers or whatever. I didn't put any in my first book, and I probably won't put any in any of my books. I know my memoir, since it's about music or when I used to rap or whatever, I'm going to put the explicit content sticker on the front, like you put on CDs and stuff.
It gets
just
the point.
Kind of play with that, but besides that, I'm not really going to put anything else.
Well, see, my trigger warnings are just things that would be like really traumatizing, but I don't put it I don't put trigger warning for explicit language. Mine is trigger warning for mentions of child abuse because
yeah.
I
mean, there's all kinds of stuff in my book. I mean, there's suicide, there's rape, there's death of a child or whatever type stuff. All kinds of different killings, brutal killings, some language, some perverted language.
I don't need trigger warnings. I'm gonna read your book no matter what. It's just I do it because the romance community gets butthurt when you don't. Because it's just like this stuff happens. Or if you're looking for a Mary Sue book, this is not it.
My label mine is adult, so
that's another thing. Like there was a whole conversation where they were talking about I was reading this adult book, but I didn't expect to see sex in it. And I'm like, bitch, it's an adult book. What the hell do you think an adult situation is? I mean, it's not a YA and it's not a middle grade, so obviously adult.
Yeah, it means it can, and I mean even YA can, but it's just not detailed.
Yeah, it'll be either vague, emotional, or fade to black.
Right, exactly. It's still there.
And that's how my sex scenes are or whatever. Mine just kind of skips over because I'm not that type of writer or whatever, and it really doesn't
do anything for your story.
Do anything for the plot, I mean, it shows a little bit of a relationship between the 2 characters. That's about it. They're fucking. Okay. I don't have to go into details.
There's 2 reasons, because my book is half romance, so that kind of plays a part in the romance.
Sure.
The other part is I'm just a pervert. Like, honestly, I'm just doing it because I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I got some perverted language or whatever, especially with Catherine, where he's always flirting and doing random shit.
That's my favorite part of the writing process is just the sex scenes. Like, that's my favorite part.
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't really classify mine having hardly any actual romance at all in it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these 2 people are lovers or whatever, but there's really no romantic scene of connection or whatever. But that's just
most fantasy, it kind of happens that way, I think, too. I mean, think about R.A. Salvatore with Dritz is not focused on that at all, but we know, okay, he's in love with Canterbury, and Canterbury's in love with Dritz, and they're together at some point. They need to get together, married, and all that stuff. But it's like they're together. They don't. I mean, they of course they have sex and stuff, but it don't really go into like detail about it because usually a book that has romance, let's just say, has romance in it, doesn't necessarily have sex scenes in it. Doesn't necessarily have detailed sex scenes because usually detailed sex scenes don't happen that much in basic romance. When I say detail, I'm talking more like erotica because you're there for the tease and you're there for the sex. So but I'm like that thing they did with Jackie Chan. He's like, I like the poems with stories, like
smut with plot.
Right. So I like my romance novels with story. I don't like if I read erotica, I still wanted to have a good story. Aphrodite's book is a perfect example of a good erotica because if the story is there, like she writes her story then in the scenes of sex scenes, she just like they made love or whatever, and then she goes back and puts the sex scenes in because then her story is solid with or without the sex scenes.
Yeah, and so that's the thing is with my book, you don't need the sex scenes; it stands on its own.
Right, because that's that to be the case. But so somebody asked me to review a book. The book, I forget the name of the book right now. I still have it, but they asked me to do a review of it. I ended up just sending them the information because I didn't want to put it out because I didn't like it. It just I told them maybe I don't think it was directed towards women. I don't think women would want to read it. And I read erotica sometimes, and I read a good amount of romance. And I said that maybe a guy would like it if the guys that read erotica, simply because there's a certain type of setting that females like in their erotica and or romance, and it didn't seem very for females, in my opinion. That was one of the things I told him on the notes, just an opinion. And then I told him that the setting for it was like not like the way the book formatted was kind of all over the place, and then the story just wasn't happening. It just wasn't good. So I let him know all the details, things that I thought, and just didn't put out the review. I said, if you want me to put a review, I will, but I think maybe it needs some work before you release it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
see, that's what I have to go back and do is like make sure that the story itself is well-rounded, because in my story, it's not about necessarily the relationship. It's about the character arc of my main character. It's just their arc has to do with relationships and overcoming things. It's all interconnected with his character arc. So you have to make sure everything makes sense.
Yeah. Like mine's more focused on like the society and the political scheme along with the war. Not necessarily the characters as characters, just more how they're reacting, I guess. So, I mean, their relationships aren't there. I mean, Catherine's a man whore. Like Kai and Darius are together or whatever. She walks around their manor but as naked all the time. Later you find out she's pregnant, this and that, whatever. So, they're doing stuff, but it's never really there or whatever.
Point. Yeah, and that's the thing is like, not all books need sex scenes. That's just how I roll.
I mean, my second book has like a rape scene in it, which it's not even told from either of those characters' point of view. It's told from a different point of view that's having to watch it happen or whatever. But that's like the most you're going to get. And it's not really erotic. Like it's more the emotional, whatever, traumatizing stuff like that or whatever.
Yeah, I primarily read male romances. That is what I read, and then I have like other books outside of that I'll read. And like what Tillery was saying about like the way romance is written, you can always tell if it's a man writing it about a woman because it always comes out strange. But and you can usually I can usually pinpoint if the author of a male romance is female or not. Generally. Not always. Some women are really good at portraying men. But like mine, it's going to be hard to tell.
One thing my wife hates, she reads a lot of like fan fiction, gay fan fiction, a lot of erotic stuff or whatever like that.
Yeah.
She gets so mad because she's like, it's like these people that write this stuff have never seen a vagina or have never seen a penis.
I know, right? I have a video on it starts with, I don't know if you guys saw my video.
Like, do your research. If you don't know anatomy, don't write it.
Literally the first line of my video, dicks don't bend that way.
Well, they did. Well, if you tried that, you're going to the hospital. And that's why that injury is a popular injury to have. I'm just saying, because somebody be trying something that they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, and I just some of these, I was reading a book the other day, and I was reading and I was like, this is not a story of two men fucking. This is a woman getting fucked. Like the way it's written, the person has a vagina. I'm like, that is not how an ass works.
See, yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was saying, because my characters are mostly male. My characters, in most cases, though, I have some books where my main lead is female. But writing a male, I do subconsciously, I think about making sure that it sounds more like a male, because men and women don't think alike. We just don't. We're not wired the same. We don't think alike. So that's why, your mind is going to be either the male or female. So you gotta really be mindful. I don't want to come off as like, this is a dude character and I sound like a chick. Like, you know.
Well, that's the thing with me is like I'll be talking to people and they're like looking at me like you shouldn't be saying that because you know I don't identify as a girl, but they'll still call me a girl. And I'm like, well, that's because I'm not a girl. I'm an A-type individual.
Like, well, it makes sense then, like just what you say, though, like, well, it makes sense then, doesn't it? Just saying. Pay attention, people over here.
Yeah, I know. I've seen other people talk about, you know,
not
it's like, you're gonna write this about some like the opposite gender or something that you're not familiar with. At least get that top of
beta
readers or wherever to read it. And be like, is this accurate?
Yeah,
you know, if you don't have a penis, have some guy who's beta read it. And be like, yeah, that's how it works.
Dude,
or whatever.
I had a beta reader, and in one of my books, obviously, like when my characters do mention they start talking about their love interest, and then there's a lot of my dick twitched in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the beta reader I had was female, and she's like, "There's a little bit too much dick talking." I'm like, "You obviously don't know what men are like. You obviously don't know what goes on in the head up there."
Yeah, I know. The first chapter in my memoir, I took it to my local writing group or whatever. They wanted me to bring that for like critique one time. I was like, this is like teenage guys, like 18, 19, maybe 20-year-old guys. Yeah, I was like, okay. And there's this a little snippet of it. Me and one of the other guys that was in my group was sitting on the bed writing songs, and the other guy was always drunk, and he walked in and he's like, y'all ain't jerking each other off, are you?
Whoa.
I was like, nobody would say that randomly. I was like, yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, because guys walk around jerking each other.
I was like, I mean, he's not being serious, but I mean, yeah.
That would be something. Come out of his mouth. He did say it. But that's the thing.
That part is I've read a male romance just like that.
That's why I said to that writer, I said, I don't think females are going to go for this book as much because it's about a dominatrix, right? And her name is Duchess. And okay, so it sounds like a dude. It's a dude writing it. It sounds like a guy was writing it though.
Yeah,
it was a lot of dick. Just like, I'm sorry, but it's a lot all time, like dude. Yeah. I'm like, that women are going to be into this because that's all you sound like. You like this is erotica for females.
Yeah, 99% of the time, women, when it comes to sex scenes, aren't constantly focusing on dicks. It's more about the feeling.
Right. It wasn't any of that. I get it. It was a dominatrix type of setting or whatever. But again, the female. It was
anyway, I'm part of the BDSM community, and I can tell you that even dominatrix still go by the feeling they're conflicting, not just randomly throwing out.
That's what I was saying. I think maybe research the dominatrix a little bit more, and then the flow of the what was a word? It was a word they kept using. As, like, as she, as he, as this, as I'm like. I said it became too much. And I'm a reader that I can read past most things, like an error here or there, or something like that. I can still, if the story's good, it doesn't bother me one bit. I'm not going to kill a writer because there's there's a word. I'm a freak out, like I'm a book Nazi or something. But really, I told him, I said the as all the time. Like you're gonna have to adjust. You're gonna have to check into that. Like that's your word. That's your go-to word. So you're gonna have to really pay attention to that and get rid of it because it actually distracted me from reading the book. It was that bad. So if it's to that point, and if I read into writing, like I was, I'm like, look, you said every line almost as she, as he, as they, as the. I'm like, that's your word. So all of us have it. That's the word. So you're gonna have to.
Do that a lot. I know my editor pointed out that.
Yeah, I did that a few times too. Where
every time somebody would look somewhere,
too much
ass. I'm like, it happens, but like you, when you have an editor, it helps you be aware of it. Like if you're doing it, but they obviously didn't. It was no misspellings of words, but the grammar was not done. And this book was about to come out. Like,
so they didn't have anyone editing it, pretty much. It was
going out. I don't think so. That was going out because they sent me the physical book. I was like, and it wasn't like an art copy where it says, "Oh, this is for preview." Like they were like, they just wanted to get a review on the book, and because they saw me, I reviewed Aphrodite's book. And I was like, I hope you didn't release this yet because you're going to have to, like, it's not going to be good. Like, I was warning them. I didn't want to put a review out because I thought it needed more work before I would put a review out for something not completed to the point where the public should get it. So I thought it was that, and I'm not a very critical type of person when it comes to people's works. I think anything can be fixed if you are aware of it. But it was,
dude, my editor came down hard on me, and I don't even pay her, and she's just like, "Stop doing that."
Yeah, I know. My editor would kind of joke around or whatever. There's like one spot where there was a lot of characters. There was always so and so looked at so and so, or they looked this and whatever. And he, it was like, you got a lot of people looking. They need to close their eyes or something.
Stop looking.
All right.
Oh, well, a lot of my dialogue scenes would have situations where nobody was doing anything, so it was white room syndrome. And my editor's like, "Stop it! People do things when they talk." I'm like, "I'm sorry." I used to like little pockets of moments.
They are still living while they're talking. Make them live.
Also, sad was like a big one. I've been trying to catch myself on my second book. But I put sad a lot. He's like, these people need to have emotions. They don't need to say stuff. They need to say it in a particular way. I was like, okay.
Oh, guys, you should have seen my book like before this past edit. Melodrama was like up here. Like it was bad. Because I'm just melodrama. I'm naturally dramatic, so it comes out in my writing. Oh, like there was a lot of just smiling and shuddering, and they were like, "Pull that back a little bit." I'm like, "Fine, I will then." Damn, and I was dramatic about
and
that.
then you have the other writer telling them the opposite of what it just told you. Like, you need to put that a little more. Like, you need to do this a little more. You know, it's always.
Now my freaking sex scenes, nobody edits them because I'm the master of sex scenes. Like literally, you skip over the entire sex scene and edit everything else because there's nothing wrong with it.
Oh shit! Do you write erotica at all?
Technically, it's not under erotica because the story can exist without it, but probably it could be put under erotica.
If you're good at writing sex scenes that much, you might want to look into writing some directly saying this is erotica happening. Yeah,
I'm thinking about actually writing a few that are direct erotica just because. It's just, I'd have to come up with plots.
You're writing a scene, so yeah, true. But, you know, could be one of the ones without stories. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah, I can write smut without plot all day.
There you go. Sometimes
walk in a maid's outfit and be like, "Hey,
I have to clean your pipes." Like the plumber,
like, "Let me clean your pipes." Or a plumber walks in, "I gotta clean that out."
I have a package for you.
Oh my god!
Oh.
Oh, I loved reading Harlequin.
Harlequin.
Yeah, because they would make me crack up laughing. Because how much does a person have to use the word engorged? Like, I cannot stand that word because it sounds like pussing and like it sounds like a freaking wart or something that's pussing, and I can't. I'm just stop using that word.
They do it all the time. They love that word, man. I tell you.
Or like I mean, I know they're trying to be poetic, but you know, they'll be like, he plunged into her. I'm like, just say cock. Why can't you just say cock? I mean, seriously. Why?
Every other name, what's that? They got called kinds of stuff. The magical rod of fierceness.
Magical rod of fierceness. Oh God, my manhood.
I can't. They're pretty funny with the word. And like, if you call it anything that it is, actually, that would be good.
Yeah, just call it what it is. It's sexy, I promise.
Yeah, apparently not with them. They gotta poetically put it in poetry. Like, come on, you guys are getting making people laugh over here. It's not supposed to be a comedy. But.
I know, right? I got on my friend about that because theirs is really good, but they do kind of skew into that Harlequin types language, and I'll just be like. He plunged into her. Can't you just say he fucked her into the bed? Why can't you just say that?
Her lotus flower opened prettily.
Oh, it's like we're adults, right? Like adults.
I'm like trying to figure out, wait, what part are they talking about?
It's like Jenna. She's like, are they fucking? Are they high? Who knows?
Yeah, like I was talking about earlier, whenever I read like poems or something in school, it's like, what does it mean? What what it says. Just tell me.
He was like, I know poetry can get like that, dude. I write poetry, so it could get. That depends on what kind of poetry you write, though. I mean, there's different styles, but that kind right there, some people getting confused what's happening.
Yeah, I'm more I was like, I want it to sound beautiful.
Alec earlier about that. I was like, man, I used to hate that in school. They make you read a poem. I was like, what's this about?
You say you want me to tell you? I don't know.
I would have been like, it's about sex. No, it's not. Yes, it is.
For me, it's telling me about sex.
It's like, hey, you can interpret that however you want.
Yeah, it'd be like, it would be talking about flowers, and they'd ask me, I was like, flowers? They're like, no, it's about life, and this. I was like, no, but they're just sitting in the field talking about flowers. That's what it's about.
You said, I'm supposed to somebody's rose garden. Like, no, it's about life and how we all go to a place we don't know. And you're like, what? I thought something about that lady.
How the hell do we go to a place we don't know? How do we get there? Like, seriously.
I used to hate that in class in school. Trying to interpret things, and if your interpretation isn't the same as the teacher's, they're like, nope, that's wrong.
It's like,
art. Wait,
art
no, that's what art,
it doesn't have one interpretation.
It can't. See, they do that to you, though, in art, too. Like, they to fuck with you, man. Usually they're failed artists that became cool. They will fuck with you for real. Like, you're like, no, don't come in doing no comic style art. That's not art.
Yeah.
Get that out of here. I'm like, I'm quite sure I drew that shit, so guess what it is? Just saying.
Oh, just letting you know. I know you said you're gonna look into my book. You probably already know this, but just letting you know it's very gay, so it's only men having sex.
I figured that. You said men. Well, okay, I'm just going to point this out, but I did read Sleeping Beauty by Anne Rice. Anne Rice's version, and it's everything that you could think of is in that.
You gotta love Anne Rice. She doesn't hold back.
That was like, that shit in like the 80s, like the late 80s. I'm like, people weren't ready for you. Even though they just came off of the 70s and everybody was all free loving, they weren't ready for that shit. Like, I don't know what she was doing. Like, I'm like, girl, what you been penning up all this time? Like, that was, dude.
Some of my freaking beta readers were like blushing at me, like, whoa. And I'm like, I know how to get it on, at least in my book. Some of that stuff probably, I mean, it's all physically possible. I always make sure my sex scenes are physically possible. But these guys are like, they work out. One's a freaking detective, so.
What? Have you ever read any like manga?
Oh, I read a lot of manga when I was younger.
Have you read any yaoi, which is the man?
Oh, that's all I read when I was a teenager.
And that's like their motif, like the most gonna do, like the dude detective guy, and it's like, oh, the guy's like, yo.
Yeah, and I tried not to go with that freaking motif, but I was just like, I have to because detectives are hot.
Like that. I'm just saying. So you're not doing nothing that nobody won't like.
Hey, I have a variety of characters. I even have like one of my book that's going to be touching on the daddy kink, and one of the characters is 60, and the guy he's going to be dating is like 20. So I'm touching on every kind of kink you can think of.
Watch out, age kink. Here we go.
Age play, even though he is still a consenting adult.
That's
That's all that matters.
18, nobody got nothing to say.
No,
I'm just saying.
Of course, you know,
like the older people.
Yeah, I mean, even the book 2, that one is not book 2, book 3. Technically, it could be considered male-female, but one of the characters is non-binary, but they have a penis, so it's gonna be, you know. I don't even know how to say it. Vagina and dick sex, essentially. That's the only one. All of the rest are guys.
The meaning of
like I said, I've got all of this shit planned out.
I see. But yeah,
I'm one of those people.
I don't really need the warnings too much. When somebody say what the type of genre is, I'm like, okay, that's cool. I pretty much get it. It's fine. I'm sure I've read it.
What I'm kind of worried about is the last one, because technically it could be considered incest, but they're angels. So
first of all, I'm just gonna say this again. If people got a problem with that, then just don't do incest. Like, it's not. Well, who cares if you don't want to read it? There's one writer. she writes, so it's not one, it's other ones, but she writes like hers has incest relationships in her stories or whatever. And it's kind of like at some point, just so humans are aware, that was a normal thing that kind of happened before, just because the amount of people that was in the world. But again, it's whatever. Why you care? If it's not hurting you, kind of just mind your business. Like it's not hurting you.
I'm like, you do you, boo.
Yeah, I even have that as one of my goddesses in my religion that I've created or whatever. It's not really in the story, but I know I did a video with different gods or whatever, kind of doing their backstory. And one of them used to have sex with her sons just so she'd have more and help populate the race or whatever.
That's the thing too about that. If you don't go to supernatural beings, they are not going to follow human issues. So human moral compass and
rules and moralities and ethics and all that.
Just so we're clear, the thing about incest, and they like to use the word just to make it sound worse. So they will, in our reality, a lot of that didn't come into play as wrong so much until Henry VIII. Henry VIII put a lot of stuff in play in the church and in the Bible because he had control of the church. So the reason why he really focused in on the incest thing is because, rules didn't have a problem with that, but he focused in on it because his wife, I think that was Anne Boleyn, who kind of possibly had a relationship with her brother, maybe. And then he was kind of, in my opinion, from reading his history, possibly attracted to his sister, and he didn't want to act on it, so he put a lot of stuff in the church and biblical stuff. And for his wife being possibly in a relationship with her brother, just in order to, because it was affecting his life. So he felt the need to, I have control of the church, so I'll just make these rules up. Because if you go into a concept of gods and things of that nature, gods are not going to care about what humans fuck with humans.
They're really, really not going to. Like, it's
I would as supernatural that bullshit because they don't, because they see you all the same. I'm just saying. They would.
The only reason why I'm worried about it is because, so one of the book series that I really did enjoy is the Shadow Hunter series by Cassandra Clare. Mm-hmm. And even though there wasn't actually incest, because it came up, people were having a huge hissy fit saying she was more romanticizing incest. And I'm like, I read the book. That's not what she was doing. How did you get that out of that?
First off, they're trying to. The problem with that, them saying that, they don't even realize by them saying that if there are relationships that are incest based, that you don't have a right to say anything about, because if it's two consenting adults, again, you don't have a right to say who loves who. It doesn't matter if it makes you uncomfortable. Doesn't matter if it bothers you. Stop putting yourself in other people's relationships.
Yep.
It's not about you. I know you keep saying I, me, you, all the time when you talk about other people's relationships.
And it's even worse when it's in fiction. It's like, these people aren't real. They're not you.
They're like, oh, you're romanticizing incest. Okay, first off, every type of sex that exists can be turned into something bad because another person forced another person into that situation. It doesn't matter that it was incest. It doesn't matter if it was people that are gay. It doesn't matter. Any situation can be turned to be something bad. You cannot take a relationship and say it's all related to someone hurting someone. Like, well, because it's like, no, all incest relationships are not based to the person was violated. Okay, so people, have a kid and then stop trying to act like you care about children. You only want to care about because you feel comfortable with that person's relationship, and it's not true. It was put out just to be they want it to be a fact because they're uncomfortable with those people's relationship. Scientifically, it's been proven relation. Most humans are 25% related to another person that they're probably attracted to because the blood being attracted to the other. More than likely, unless you're talking about a full brother and sister or a mother and son or something like that, you have more possibility of the blood when it's full blood. When you talk about cousins or half siblings and stuff like that, you share about 25% with them. You do not share 50. You do not share 100 unless you are both mother, father, full-blooded brother and sister, or the parent, half and half. So again, they don't care about the childbirth because don't try to act like that's what it is. It's because you feel uncomfortable with said relationship. I can honestly sit here and say I'm fine with whatever type of relationship there is, as long as it's two consenting adults and no one forced the other person.
Yep. And my
I'm
other
not
thing is, even with incest, as long as you don't have kids, because now you're putting them at risk, we're good.
Like that's the whole thing. That's the thing. But people, like, again, people don't care about. There are people that care about people having kids, stuff like that. Again, you are entering that realm that you don't get a say, no matter how it goes, because people have always tried to use that.
Yeah,
they've used it with people who are gay as well. Like, this gay couple should not be allowed to have children because they're going to mentally mess them up. Like, you don't get to say that.
My mom mentally messed me up.
Like, yeah, your parents can be straight and they could be not related at all.
Well, mine is more for the medical aspect, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Literally, kids are so messed up nowadays, and they could just be what people call the norm. And kids are messed up because of bad parenting. Yeah. Just because somebody's either related or gay or trans or whatever, and our parents does not make them bad parents because you shouldn't bring kids into this situation. Like, don't act like you care about that. You just feel uncomfortable. In most cases, the percentage of people that said feel uncomfortable with another person's situation because it's not morally accepted by society. I'm sorry, but fuck society's moral acceptance. Because if that was the case, no one can love who they want to love, and then the government can just tell us all who we could be with. Because I know how they are. And it's like, when you talk about books and stuff, people get crazy about fictional characters. Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah. Like, did you see what happened with Little Mermaid, the live action? I was just like, really? And then the people with the false, it's nostalgia. I'm like, I didn't know that black skin took away your nostalgia.
Keep watching the cartoon version.
Like, I didn't know my skin didn't make you feel warm and fuzzy.
I'd be like, y'all just need to just relax. Like, if you want a story to be a certain way, why don't you go ahead and attempt to try to write one then?
Yeah, write one yourself. Or a lot of us were saying, go watch the original then if you want the original.
I was like, if you don't like the new one, don't watch it. Simple as that.
I don't watch
every movie that comes out.
If they remake something I don't like, guess what I do? I don't look at it.
Yeah. No, right? You know, the original one. Or go watch the original.
I didn't watch it. Like, dude.
Relax. And then when you get into like the facts with them, just because, you know, I've seen some people like explain facts, or like, one, in the original Little Mermaid, she never said what color she was. So you made that up in your own damn head.
Because
the whole
and stuff don't have human issues.
Yeah, right. Most likely she was actually supposed to be a tinge of green. That's actually what was written in the book.
Under the ocean, so she pretty much could be any kind of weird tone or whatever. Fact of the matter is, I'm like, we're not going to go into this because then we can go to the Little Mermaid. That's the Asian version that's been around a long, long time. Okay.
Yeah, and then we have the whole thing where people don't realize that the Dutch Little Mermaid is actually a letter by a gay dude to the man he loved. So it's like we could just like talk about all the things that America thinks it is.
People always have to find something wrong with something. Let it be. Like, dude, if you don't like it, just don't look at the shit.
Yeah, that's why I tell people, I'm like, I'm raunchy as hell, and I've been on some channels where I've had to, like, you know, back off a little bit because they got all offended by how raunchy I am. I'm like, I'm sorry, this is me.
Yeah, y'all need to cull it a little bit. So,
yeah, we do.
It's like you need to.
I don't fucking care. Y'all been going to like 3 hours now, so just kind of.
I know you guys running all miles and stuff talking about.
All right, we talk too much. You're supposed to get louder, you know, DL. Just be like, shut up.
Shut up. No, another thing, talk about like the whole people's morals thing. I hate it. Like whenever the whole push to get like marriage, gay marriage or whatever, legalized or whatever, and if you supported it, then automatically that made you gay or something. And people's like, how can you support that if you're not gay? It's like, because I don't really give a fuck what they do.
Exactly. It's like,
I didn't want you to marry who the fuck you married, and you did. So what does it matter if they do? Really?
Well, that's another thing that we were talking about because it's Bisexual Awareness Month or week or something like that. Every time a bisexual man comes up, they automatically just say he's gay, and it's like that's not the definition of being gay.
Yeah, I know. I've heard that too. Whatever. Like you could have sex with a million chicks, but the first time you suck dick, you're gay.
You're gay. It's okay.
The rest of your life.
Like, yeah, he's gay, just not fully.
Yeah. You don't understand what that is.
He's kind of half gay, I guess.
Half. You only have half the bottle of glitter.
But yeah, I know. I used to like would share stuff about that. People was like, "Are you gay?" I was like, "No." So why are you supporting this? I don't give a fuck what they do.
So you can't support something unless you are.
Yeah,
That's straight bullshit. So
it is. I know. I posted a picture on I think Instagram and Facebook not too long ago, maybe a month or two ago. The little flower or whatever. And it's like, I'm not gay, but I have this weird belief that everybody should be treated equal or some shit like that.
You, right?
Apparently, you have to be gay to believe everybody should be treated equally.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck if you're gay, man, woman, black, white, Chinese, whatever.
Exactly, because that's okay. People just, I can't with people. Like humans, get over yourself.
Yeah,
You need to get over
I'll
yourself.
make jokes about the shit, maybe like racist or homophobic jokes or whatever, but I don't fucking mean it. And whoever I'm actually talking to usually know that I don't mean it.
Yeah.
Comedy is dead, guys. Comedy is gone. You can't laugh at stuff because if you do, DL, you're a bad person.
Yeah,
don't laugh at it.
I was talking to my friend the other day. I fit into every single group of marginalized people: black, trans, and female body. Meaning, I was raised as a female. So, like, I laugh at stupid jokes that technically would be offensive to me because I know the people who are telling them don't actually mean them that way. It's just
it's like
the whole comedy and like industry will be gone pretty much with dumb jokes, no jokes at all.
Yeah, like,
my mom is very like racist, and very homophobic, and she's always afraid that our son's going to turn out gay because he plays with the Barbie dolls that our daughters have and shit. I was like, I played with Barbies when I was little because I grew up around girls, but that didn't make me gay.
So you're so gay. I'm sorry. Played with Barbies. You're gay.
But I was like, I don't fucking care if he's gay.
Even if he is gay, he's the shit.
Yeah, I was like, I can tell you right now, if he does come out gay and we get an argument, I'll tell him go suck a dick or get the dick out of his ass or something.
Be like, Dad,
but I don't fucking care that he's gay.
He turns around, you go suck a dick, Dad.
Like,
I know. I was like, that's something that I would expect. He would expect, but
yeah, he's gonna be like, Dad, don't worry, later I will. So how about that?
Like, I did already.
I already did.
Or something like that.
Yeah, I was like, I might make jokes like that or some shit, but I don't fucking care that he is or anything.
Well, see, that's the thing is like I make stupid jokes and I get yelled at by the trans community because you can have internalized transphobia just like you can have internalized racism, but they'll like go down my throat saying you're transphobic because you said that. I'm like, I am trans. I don't understand, but it's a joke. Calm down.
Yeah. Or I know I used to work with some Mexicans. I used to call them beaners or wetbacks all the time, or fucking tell them to go back across the border and fucking work at their own places for taking our jobs.
And I bet you they threw some stuff back at you, didn't they?
Yeah. I know there's one guy, I don't know who the fuck, what his name was or anything, but he worked in the department in front of me, and we built barges. So when we got done, we went to the boat behind us, and the people in front of us would come back when they got done. So a lot of times he'd come back before I moved back. And he'd fucking unplug my welder and plug his in. I'm like, you motherfucker, you need to get back across that fucking border and get back over there and quit unfucking plugging my shit, this and that. Cuss him out. And he just turned around and started cussing me out in Spanish and shit. And I'd go out there and unplug his and plug mine up. And it was like an everyday ordeal, just back and forth.
I remember I went up to this one guy who's from Africa. It was this guy that I knew at school. And I was just like, where's the spear? And he just starts cracking up laughing. Like...
Dude, I watched this guy on YouTube, Griffy Beach or something. Dude, that dude, he don't care. He'll make a video about everything and joked, and like I think he might have had a trans one actually up there, like on his videos, and it was trans people in the comments, and they were laughing ass off. I'm offended and was upset and stuff, and the trans people were like, "Dude, it's a joke. Like, relax. It's funny though." Like. People just forgetting how to laugh and stuff. Like, just calm down.
Aphrodite? Did you get stuck? You got stuck halfway with the train.
You got stuck halfway. I know she. Like you turn, like you can't turn. Just stop. Like people just need to relax. Man,
listen, being gay is not easy. You can't just turn gay. You're either gay or you're not.
Well, I saw this different people. They do people do everything. Like you, okay. For race, for instance, okay. So I'm Native American, Black, Puerto Rican, Mexican, and I have some British as well, right? So when you say you Native American and you say you Cherokee, you should see how the people be like you lying. Oh, because Native Americans were treated so well, I decided I'm going to lie about being Native American because they treat it so well that it's like, in what world would that be true? Why would I make it up? Like, I don't really care about being part of any background by choice. Okay, I don't care. Like, what they got this weird thing going on where they think that that's possibly true. And if you say that's the one, that's the trigger one, apparently. Like, you're lying and making it up. Like, you're really not, because nobody in my family that's from that side was treated well. So I'm confused about what you mean.
Well, it's the same thing with me. Like, I tell people I'm French, and they look at me weird. I'm like, I'm Creole, Louisiana, French. Hello. And then I tell them I'm Native. They're like, they just look at me strange. And I'm like, just because I don't look it.
Whatever that's supposed to be.
And like we were talking about,
they can't
look it. And then
don't look at people and try to assume what they are. Please don't, because you're going to probably be wrong most of the time.
And like when I was talking that one time in chat about how someone didn't believe my kids were mine because they're white passing. I'm like, not everybody looks the same.
Well, yeah, when I was in the hospital with my daughter, and it happens to prevail that has a kid in the hospital and your kids were really, 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 really light skinned. My daughter came out, she looked passable white at the time. And they were like, wow, you guys have so much hair. And like, okay, because brown people don't grow hair, but all right. And then she was like, wow, she's so, they thought she had that liver like issue, jaundice. They thought she did because she was so light skinned. They kept giving her the test. This was a really racist hospital, by the way. They kept giving her the test because obviously she must have jaundice, because obviously something wrong with her liver, because her skin tone shouldn't be the skin tone.
Thankfully, my doctor.
I know you don't know this.
Thankfully.
People come in many tones because there are lots of different races in the world, and people mix.
Yeah, and they think all of us are born bald, and my kids were born with full heads of hair. So I'm just kind of like,
quite normal. That's quite normal.
That's out of you.
Yeah, my daughter was born a full head of hair. I was born with too much hair that was wrapped around my neck like 4 times. I had to cut it. So yeah, we are known for lots of hair. My daughter, full head of curly hair, like. So they're like, what's going on with that? Like.
Yeah, it's just, I'm so sick and tired of people assuming shit. Like today on Twitter, some guy from Brazil, because they did something stupid with gay people in Brazil, typical shit. And one of the guys is like, good, because we don't need all these pedophiles. And I'm like, it is 2019 and people are still equating pedophiles with being gay. Two different things. Like, I just can't wrap my head around people who just assume shit. I don't
know how that would be related to that, when the pedophilia is a separate thing on its own.
I don't understand. I think they just do it to villainize it. It's like propaganda.
That's what I'm telling you. They do that with everything. That's how they try to stop something from happening in their mind by putting it with vilified, like making it bad. Like it has to all be related to bad, because we can stop it from happening. Like, you know what? Your plans are like, stop doing that. That's like you said people get upset possibly about the incest thing that possibly kind of happened in your book, like because they want to villainize it every time. Like it's to do with people getting molested by family members. That's all related to that. Like stop. You don't get to say that. You don't. No, you just don't.
You don't. Yeah, stop. Like I can give you some fucking statistics, but I don't, because I'm not going to assume like the statistics show that most pedophiles are white straight men, but that's not every white straight man.
Not every most serial killers. So it's like
mass shooters are white straight men, but I'm not going to think DL's a mass shooter.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I was listening to a comedian one time. He's like, I don't even know why they check black people when we go to airports. There's never been a black person hijacking a plane. We're hijacking cars, not airplanes. We don't know how to fly.
We never mass shooting. There's never been a female mass shooter.
Yeah, true. So, there are some statistics that's like, but that's not going to make you think that whole race of people, unless you're a closed-minded fuck, that you think a whole race of people does that thing just because there's a lot of people in that race that did it. That doesn't make everyone that way.
Yeah,
and just so we're clear.
statistics are to help see numbers. There's not a fact engraved in stone.
Thank you. It's just I can't with that. Like, it's stupid. So when somebody writes a book, one woman said today in a writing group, she was worried about the title of her book because it's called Eye of God, but it's like about outer space, something, and the sub name is Helix. And she was like, maybe I shouldn't name it Eye of God because I didn't want to like upset people or people turn away from it because it has the title word God in the title. I'm like, if you're gonna write your book and title your book based on what people want, then you're never gonna write anything or you're gonna title anything. I'm just saying. Because you won't. Like if they want to go that route, they're the type of person who like, that has God in it.
Oh my
title. I don't want them reading my shit anyway. Like I don't need that head. No, just no. Right, babe. That's exactly what I'll tell them.
Yeah. I mean, I actually posted something on a NaNoWriMo group on Facebook, and it's a lot of people who aren't published, but they do NaNoWriMo. And I was just like, guys, people need to stop worrying about offending everybody. I mean, yes, if you're going to write a book about someone who's racist and showing it in a way that it's okay to be that way, I can understand getting offended. But if you have a character in your book that's racist, if that's who they are and you need to portray that, you're showing that there consequences.
That's how I am or whatever. I don't really care if I offend anybody or, you should put trigger warning. I was like, I don't care. This is what I want to write. This is what I'm going to write.
I have a friend who writes bisexual fiction. Like all of her books are about bisexual men, and she had a few places in there where there were there's biphobia because biphobia is a thing among gay and straight people. And they got mad at her, and she's like, "I am bi. I'm just showing what you people do."
It exists.
I also get mad when people try to think too hard about writing somebody that's not of themselves. I know earlier when we was talking about sex, if you're writing something about a male body part or whatever, do your research, ask somebody that has it. But when people like a guy writes a girl and they like, oh, I don't know how to write a girl. I don't know how to write a girl. I'm a guy. Most people are generally wired the same. We might have a little bit of differences, but as a whole, just write it as a guy and make it a chick.
You can literally
go. There'll be a little bit of differences, but
you have to do that because the fact that you're a guy and you're writing a female, you can't always say like, "Well, I'm trying to think like a female." Good luck, because if you're not in your mental state, just write it. Because if you're going to stop from that, if your character turns out to be you're writing a female character, then that's just how it is. Like you're a dude. Like I'm writing males all the time. So
and maybe your dude is just effeminate. That's a thing.
It's called a person. It's crazy.
It's called as a whole, as like humans, we are basically wired the same, regardless your gender, your race, your whatever.
It separates us as a society.
Your moral compass or your outlook on things might change, but that's not depicted if you're a male or female or whatever. That's just the character itself.
I would be real fast to tell a bitch she needs to like take her boyfriend's dick and examine it. And so she knows how the damn thing works.
Yeah, I mean that I understand. If it's something like anatomy, do your fucking research.
See now, it's
just like a regular female character or male character.
Do you not know about that? Like, if you do, have you been having sex and you never looked at the or?
Yeah, that's
they act like they've never seen one.
Yeah. I was watching a video one time.
They
had a group of like guys come in, and it was like just a big long table, and they gave them like a pencil and a piece of paper, and he's like, draw a vagina, and they're like,
I'll look at that shit.
Yeah. And then they had like a bunch of girls come in and like, draw a penis, and they're like, just like the stereotypical
like a mushroom.
Like that cartoon bone, but with the rounded end instead of the two balls on both sides. That's not. No. It's like people don't really pay attention.
Did anybody get it right? Did anyone get it right?
There's a couple chicks that did, and I think there was like one guy that got it pretty good.
To be honest, most dicks look generally the same, but vaginas are crazy.
Yeah,
crazy. They can be elaborate, but come on, how do you not know how to penis? Like different
sizes.
But
there's some not. I don't know what the study was about. It was something about how people, can have sex a lot and stuff, but not really pay attention to that because they're just not looking. But it's like, but if you're going to write it, you need to know what it looks like.
That's not me.
You look at something before you eat it.
Well, yeah, if you're still there,
right? I mean, that's weird to me. Like, how did you never checked out you never did a roadmap, you never checked it out. You just use it. You're not checking it out.
They could have herpes or gonorrhea. You're not checking that shit out before you put your body parts on it. I mean, come on.
People don't, dude. They don't even care. First off, these lights are on. I'm just saying.
Yeah, the lights stay on.
That's for a while because I need to make sure the goods are right. Don't be. What's happening? Look like I will know. I'm just saying, like, don't be trying. No lights. Because the guys should be good with that. Lights on. They like that.
Oh yeah, they like to see everything.
I'm using something. I'm checking it out. Don't play around with that. No, we not going there. Like, you not no.
Like I said, we're all taught. Look at your. I mean, it should apply to her.
We're also taught not to play with our females.
You should play with. That doesn't count. That you don't. That rule for sex.
Aphrodite's losing in the comment. Look, Aphrodite's losing. She's like, please stop. You know, she thinks Mink's gonna come like, oh, stop.
I'm so bad. Like, I am so bad.
I do have sex in the dark.
Seriously, though.
I've done it in the dark.
Once I'm talking about
married, so
I do it because it's usually when we're going to bed or we're just waking up, and I just don't feel like getting up, turn on the light, or turning it off afterwards.
Like I said, you already know the
at this point. I mean, you already know.
At this point,
before you know, like people just first time, like I need to, do some detective work.
At this point,
let's go take a shower and make sure we're all clean first.
Check your ID.
I don't mind the dark lights off. Like, that's good because it's gonna be mood or whatever. But seriously, like the first, just put a little bit. Like, I need to check the. It's like let me try and give me surprises and stuff.
Bring a magnifying glass. Let me look at this shit.
That would offend some people. So what do you need a magnifying glass for? You can see it.
I had to find it.
No, one time I was having sex and I accidentally blurted out, "Is that it?" And he just gave me the most horrified look, and I'm like, "That came out the wrong way." Actually, it didn't, but I was trying to fix the situation because I didn't mean to say it.
That's not what you say. You're trying to fix a situation. You're trying to mess the situation up. That's one of the lines you do.
Listen, I put my foot in my mouth a lot, so I'll just say something, and people like, I'm like,
like, is that it? That's not something that they want to hear on this.
Yeah.
Or like, usually
the ones that brag. It's always the ones that brag.
I don't know. We got some neighbors that had the loud ass mufflers and shit. And every time they like start driving up and down our street, my wife's like, I just want to go outside and be like, I know you got a small penis, but can you pull it down? Because my kids are trying to sleep.
Oh, have you seen those guys with the dangling
I think I like your wife already.
I'm like, you poor thing.
That's funny.
I seen a guy I used to work with, or I didn't work with him, he just worked at the same place I did. And he had a big truck with the dangly balls or whatever. And then on the hitch part, he had like a giant like dildo stuck on top of it. I don't know why, but it had the penis and the balls.
I'd be like, dude, are you using that? Is that a kink?
I don't know.
I hope you clean it before you leave it.
I don't know if that's mud or what.
For real though.
Oh God.
Oh. I saw a friend of mine, friendly. She had posted something. She was like, the moment when your ex or girl is hitting on your ex, like I guess you see him at a place, girl's hitting on your ex, and you really want to tell her that he has a micro penis. I was like,
there's been times I wanted to, like, I just like, it's not worth it, chick. It's not. Just walk away.
Like, don't be like, don't like. Well, it wouldn't be getting revenge. Try and help somebody out. Like, don't get your expectations up. You might have to work with this. Like, you may like the dude. Like, he can't help it. It's a problem. It's a health issue. So, like, he born with. There's nothing that you can do. I mean,
yeah, you don't want to make fun of it.
Right. I mean, like, she probably do it, but she probably don't like him. He X for a reason. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying,
well, that's the thing is I try to be, like not judgmental. But I'm a little shallow. I really am. I'm a little shallow, just a little bit. And I'm just like, I'm a total size queen. Like I'm such a fucking size queen. Height, body parts, everything needs to be big.
You know what you're attracted to.
Yep, and it's okay to look. There you go. Yes, I know. Okay.
Yeah, but I get judged for it a lot. They're just like, oh, you should just be, accept anyone, don't judge people by how they look.
This is what I'm into.
I did a marriage like that. I was married for 5 years to a man I wasn't attracted to. Don't give me that bullshit.
It's really not. Women are known for that too. Like, we're known for that, where we will be, they always tell us like, that, because it's like we're accepting of a guy. We don't necessarily try to look up. We all like what we like, but we may not go for it all the time, which is like, I don't recommend it, because at some point that shit's going to catch up with you.
Yeah.
It don't matter if you're a man or woman. If you go with like, oh, I'm just going to just date anyone and I'm just going to try this, like, you may want to rethink that, because it's going to come up in maybe 15 years, and then this is not going to work. Like, you're attracted to who you're attracted to. That's just a fact. So I don't suggest trying to just date anybody or just go with anyone.
At the same time, you also don't want to be 100% shallow all the time. Like,
you don't have to be shallow. I don't think if you're attracted to a certain type of person or attracted to a certain thing, you don't have to be, I would call it shallow, because if you're attracted again to that, then that's what you're attracted to. Yeah. You can't help it. It is what it is. Like, people will say, okay, I'm not attracted to black guys at all. I'm just not. It's just a fact. I'm attracted to Asian guys, and I really like guys, mixed guys. That I'm attracted to guys who are mixed with Asian or Asian. That's just a fact. And my daughter's father, Puerto Rican, Chinese. So I'm just saying, like, that's the thing. It's not even a thought process or trying to be a certain way. People are like,
I used to get all kinds of shit because my primary attraction is white men, and I'm just like, I'm not saying I don't like a black man. I'm just saying my primary attraction is white men. Oh my god.
So it's like, so what? Aphrodite only likes pretty guys. So what I'm saying, I like pretty guys. I do love me some pretty guys, but I'm like, that's the thing. I like guys. I do. I'm really attracted to guys with long hair. So it's that type of thing. Like, okay, I like taller guys. I do. I like guys that's slightly muscular or good amount of muscles. Like, it's just that you're attracted to what you're attracted to. And I'm not gonna say as shallow as you are, but you may not always end up with a person who look exactly like you like. But it's gonna be some kind of feature or some kind of something that you probably like that's similar to your likings. But if you don't, then it's possibly gonna come up later. It's not like you're just being shallow, because if you're not attracted to the person, you can't make yourself be attracted to someone. You can go ahead and keep doing that, just having sex and stuff like that, but you're not physically attracted to them in some manner. It's gonna possibly come up with an issue later when you're talking about your physical relationship. If at some point when you get older, a physical relationship isn't as a big a deal that it is when you're younger. But again, there's some kind of attraction, but I don't know. Like, I don't know why people get such a big deal about what people like. If they that's what they like.
Well, I mean, it's like with me, it gets more complicated because I'm demisexual, and demisexual just means that I have to have some kind of emotional attachment to the person to be able to get off, essentially.
That's more mature thing, period. Like, you don't have any kind of emotional like connection person, but you just like, that's not a person to really have a relationship with me, in my opinion. If you aren't emotionally going to be attached to some way or attracted to your emotional personality and stuff like that, that's not really mature to bother even have a relationship with that person, because let's just say physical isn't always going to be the thing that you need to look at in a relationship. So that's to me what you said is just common maturity. Like, I don't really understand.
Most people are demisexual, like most people are, but
yeah, I think that's something that's just to be the case in a mature set mind. Like, it's, even if your original attraction is probably going to be physical, because let's just say if you see a person from a distance or you see someone, you are attracted to something you saw. Doesn't matter if it's eyes or their hair or their shape or whatever they were wearing or whatever. Let's just be honest. Even if you want to be like a person that's attracted, let you just talk to the person for the first time. or you only talk to them and you've never seen them. You could be attracted to someone's personality and never have seen
and
them.
I've had that happen. Like,
that can happen.
I love it.
Of course, you know, because we are on the internet. This can happen. You can talk to someone and never see them and be attracted to them because you can be attracted to them.
Yeah, I know. I have a friend, like probably my closest friend was a female or whatever. I met her online in 2007. Yeah, it was like right before my senior year. And she had like a huge crush on me, and I was attracted to her and stuff. But we never dated or whatever. I just wasn't going to date somebody that I've never met. And I've tried a long distance relationship before, and I never liked that. So I never dated her because of that. But I mean, we was attracted to each other, and you know, we built a bond, and we still talk together all the time or whatever.
Yeah, that happens. It can. So that's why I was saying that's the difference. There's always a variable in that you can be emotionally attracted to somebody because you talk only and you didn't necessarily see each other. So I definitely get that. But like it can't happen all the time because sometimes you meet a person first and you might not even have spoken to them because we see somebody on TV or we see somebody on the internet or something like that and be like, that's what you're attracted to. Like I see a lot of hot dudes all the time. Like
I love it when you get the personality that you like and they're freaking hot. That's like, oh my goodness.
That's cool. That's
great.
It's sad, of course, when they look really good and it's totally shitty personality. Like
I know, right? It's so hard to find both, though. It is so hard.
The Aphrodite talking about rain. Yeah, rain is
rain.
That has got way too many boyfriends.
Yeah, I'm with her on that though. Yeah, Rain is a Korean pop singer. Oh,
you probably know who this is. There was an ad on YouTube that we saw that was of this band or group and beautiful boys, beautiful.
Oh, are you talking about BTS?
I'm not sure. Two of them are rappers, or at least that's what they were doing in the video.
Yeah, Korean pop singers do rap. BTS, they were touring here and they were on a lot of American shows recently. They're like a group of 7, maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah, there was a lot of them.
Yeah, oh my god,
they're so pretty. I just want to like touch them. I just want to touch them.
Please,
I've heard that some of them are trans. Like a few of them are AFAB. So I'm not sure how true that is, but I did hear that.
Well, in Korea, the beauty standards are very high. They have the best plastic surgeons almost because a lot of people in Korea have a lot of plastic surgery. That's also why some men pretty. But hey, I don't care. Even if you got it fixed that way, it still looks good. I'm just
right.
I'm just saying, like, say some pretty dudes.
I've seen some fucked up plastic surgery. So if you can get it done good.
Right?
Hey,
I can wait till I get my top surgery.
You want some good plastic surgery? Head on to Korea. I'm just saying, like, they don't play like those.
I'm always torn between my two attractions because I love a pretty man, but then I love a man. You know what I mean? Like,
I agree with that. I like pretty. Don't get me wrong, but I like rugged, rough. Like I do as well. Like I could go that way too. But I had a big crush on Guy, who's a Japanese pop singer. He's older now. But Guy still, Asian people age really good.
Guy,
so
yeah.
But Guy still looks really good. And I think when he was in it, he's like 50s. I think he got in his 50s now, but he always looks good. He's a pretty type. But then I could go the whole other way, like Jason Momoa, like big guy, facial hair. I could lot of hair. Like I could go, or the dude who does DL's book read, like.
Oh God.
That dude.
Oh God.
I can't with that.
When you showed me that guy, I thought that was the guy from Aquaman.
Yeah, it looked like Jason Momoa. I mean, he's very similar. The eyebrows, the facial hair.
I just realized it was like 10:40. I'm gonna have to run. So
can you give me his number? Like, can I have his number?
I'm gonna get out the stream. It was so fun working with you guys. So I gotta go take my little brother to work. I'm like, oh my god, it's 10:40.
Oh wow.
All right, guys. Thanks. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Oh God. We've been on this thing for almost 4 hours.
I know, right? I told you that one time I had done 3 in 3 hours. And here it is 4 hours and we've done 3, I think. Or almost 4 hours.
Hey, good talking.
Yeah, I don't know. One time Aphrodite told me, he's like, we should like just do like an author chat and not even try to write. I was like, I don't fucking care. Whatever.
We should do that. Just have like a mass author chat.
Yep.
That's the thing about I'm glad I found you guys because when I first started with AuthorTube, I usually ended up with a lot of the YA authors, and because obviously they write YA.
Yeah, I was about to say they're more popular and stuff, and they got bigger followings. Yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that too, their subject matter isn't aligned with mine because sexualized.
Yeah, that's how it is. At the one I go to, my local writing group, it's a lot of older women. There's like one other guy, but he's older. They usually write like children picture books or like poetry, and very like Christian based. And here I am with the fantasy, people dying and slaughter, this and that. I know every time we do like a critique session, they're like, bring something that's clean. I was like, what's your definition of clean?
I can give you like 2 sentences.
I was like, I don't have that much cursing in my story, but trying to find something that's not perverted or graphically violent or something, that kind of limits my...
You're limiting my creativity.
I know. And then when they tell me bring that portion of my memoir, I was like, this is teenage... maybe early 20s male.
Stop.
Sure. There's going to be some perverted comments or teasing and this and that. A lot more foul language. I was like,
if someone told me I could like readjust the way I talk on YouTube, and I'm like, fuck no.
I was like, fuck it.
That's why I love
I cuss a lot in my day life. I don't think I cuss as much on YouTube just because I'm not having to yell at the kids, but like, quit. The fuck you doing? but I don't try to censor myself or anything. But I know when I go to that writing group, I'm like, okay, I got to be all proper and not curse around these people and stuff like that. But I enjoy going there.
Yeah, I like the fact that there's Carrow, you, Aphrodite, DL, Tamara. Like everyone, I'll make like little sexual comments just to see how you guys react. And I'm just like, okay, these are my people.
I've come home.
Pretty much. But I was actually thinking the other day when that we should like have like a mass chat with all of the YouTube, like the bigger ones, and have one side adult fiction and the other one YA fiction, just to see how they would interact. It would be hilarious. It would. Oh, Tiffany asked you to help her with her battle scenes.
Okay. I don't mind. I have a video about just fighting. I think you had asked me about it one time.
Yeah, I watched it. It was really helpful.
Yeah, I got that. If you want more specific or whatever, you can just message me on Facebook or whatever. I'll add anybody or whatever. I don't care. I know some people's more kind of, don't add me or whatever on Facebook because that's personal. I don't fucking care. Whatever. Every so often I'll go through Facebook and do like a purge of people I don't know and don't talk to. But
Tiffany, no, you don't, because I'm not even logged in. You just take the link.
Yeah, no, you don't have to have a. I'll just message you on Facebook or something, the link, and you just join. It'll ask you like put your name or whatever you want, which yeah, right there, that thing. I can turn it off or whatever, but you can just put that in and then click accept for the mic and the video thing. To actually host it yourself, you would have to have it, but to join, you don't have to. And then you can actually see the YouTube comments on StreamYard, so you don't have to have 2 screens open. You can't comment if you are a guest.
Yeah.
Or whatever on there. You have to go to YouTube. But if you're hosting, you can comment. And I hope they change that at some point.
Yeah, I finally figured out the one that I'm using. Like, I finally figured out how it works. It took me a minute.
Yeah.
You know, the reason
maybe at some point, if I had the money, I wouldn't mind upgrading on here because you can have more creative freedoms, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I use the other one I have, because I can put my book on screen and my logo. So it's like,
yeah, you can change your background or whatever. Because you can go like this and have like a background if you wanted.
I'm so tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lightstream is really good. It's just a matter of like, there's a learning curve.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But I noticed everybody's using StreamYard. I'm just like, me and Tiffany are like the oddballs out, not using it.
Yeah, I know we used to use Google Hangouts until that went away. Then everyone's like, oh, what are we going to do?
Which I don't understand why it went away. Like, I don't get that.
Because Google was wanting to go more business, I think, with their stuff. And
YouTube is owned by Google.
Yeah. And so they wanted to do away with Hangouts permanently. And they had also started Duo, which is more of a different type of video chat thing or whatever on there. But I don't think you can stream or anything. I think that's just more like video calling, I think. I don't know. I could be wrong. So they're trying to use Duo as more of the video chat and get rid of Hangouts.
I need to stop changing shit.
Yeah.
Like when YouTube changed their algorithm, I was so pissed off because I was so close to 1,000 subscribers. And I was monetized and stuff. So I was going to start getting more payment because after you hit 1,000, that's when more money starts coming in. And then they changed the rule to you have to have, so many watch times and
minutes watched within. Yeah.
So then they took away my monetization. And I was just like,
it used to be hardly anything before you got monetized. Because I know I created my other YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think it was 100 subscribers you needed. That's when I got
it wasn't even that, because I think I might have like 70 something on there right now. And at one point I was monetized on there, and I didn't have any hardly watch time or whatever. And even back then, you could change your URL like the moment you created your account. You'd have to have the 100 subscribers like you have to have now. Because I had changed that to Stewie or whatever, and I was monetized for a little bit until they changed all that. And then I created this one, and I was like, no, you can't change your URL until you get it. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, thankfully I'd already changed mine when it first started, so I changed it again. And then, but the thing is when they changed it to you can't monetize till you hit 1,000, and I'm sitting at 900 and something. I'm like, so close. Because I already have the watch time. So it's just so dumb. What happened there? Oh, okay. But yeah, I don't know.
I also like StreamYard because you can throw the comments up on the screen.
Yeah, that is the one part I do like.
Yeah, I love that part.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna I'll switch over if I ever start paying for it. But
you can make your own little banners or whatever to throw up there. I know you can take away that little logo up at the top corner and put your own logo and stuff if you do the premium.
Yeah, I don't actually get watched as much as I used to, but that's because I used to do art supply review videos, and that's where a lot of my followers came from. And because I changed to not doing that, because I was just like, I'm spending this money on art supplies and reviewing them and not getting paid to do this. So not doing that anymore. So I'm losing subscribers who are there only for that. But thankfully I'm keeping quite a few that are into the whole book and art thing together. So, because I didn't have the freaking patience to have 2 separate YouTube channels. I was just like, this is going to be my author tube too. I don't care.
Yeah, I wanted 2 separate ones because I know my other one, it started out just personal, whatever, me and my friends goofing off. And then it kind of transitioned to my music once we started doing that, which was still me and my friends. So did that and still added some goofing off stuff into it. And then whenever I wanted to do this, I was like, I don't want those together. So I went and created a different one.
Yeah, see, mine is all creative, so.
Yeah, I do not know how much premium is. I would have to back out of this. I don't think it gives you the option to upgrade here. I'd have to go to the main screen and see. So I can't tell you right now. I haven't really looked at it. I just know I'm kind of tight on money, so I'm just going to use the free.
Yeah, I'm just lucky that I'd already, because I got Shutter. Is it Shutterfly? Shutterstock? I think it's Shutterstock. I had gotten the subscription for 10 photos a month. So thankfully, before my subscription did it, because I couldn't pay the $25 anymore, I'd already gotten my 10, so those I have rights to. So I was able to create my cover. I was worried about that, but because my characters have a specific look, and I don't want to have to look for other stock photos if they're not out there. So
I know I'm going to do the cover to my memoir. I'm going to try to do the formatting and everything for it. And I have a bunch of old photos from me and the other guys or whatever back when we made music and before that and stuff. I'm going to use those photos on my cover. I got a 3D rendering program to do 3D models and stuff. And I'm actually going to create or recreate those photos in that. So it's not actual photos, but it's still the photos in a sense.
Yeah. Just answering Aphrodite. I'm I have a schedule right now where I'm doing 2 author videos a week just because my book is on its way and it's going to stay that way until November, and 1 art video on Friday every week, which you've probably seen. I don't do talking in my art videos. Mostly I just put music because I love time-lapse videos with music. It's like
I do that for my writing vlogs. I've been doing the 10K writing challenge whenever Mandy Lynn hosts them.
Oh, you should join the 10K writing challenge that's by Lyra Parrish on Facebook. There's actually a special spreadsheet and they have special events. So I can invite you if you want to be part of it.
Maybe. I know Mandy Lynn's been doing it about once a month, and I was like, I think I can do that at least once.
You don't have to do it every day. Like they have one major writing challenge where if you do the 10K, you get a special sticker for that.
Yeah. Let's see, where is it? I know Mandy Lynn. If you complete it and you get the 10K, you get like a little button.
Cool.
Kind of all glared, but it says 10K writing challenge winner.
Yeah, like I said, on the one that's on Facebook, you don't have to do it like 10K. It's just if you want to, you go on there and you put your goal as 10K, and that's what you're doing that day. It's not strict or anything.
Yeah.
So.
But
the most I've gotten in a day is like 8,000 some.
I've gotten. I think this last time was maybe the most I've gotten in a day. I don't know. I might have got 11,000 one time. I can't remember, and I don't see where.
I think. The only reason I didn't get 10K is because I goofed around for a few hours instead of writing.
Oh, I do that all the time. I got 10,841 yesterday for it.
Nice.
Usually I'm like struggling at the beginning, and then usually at night I kind of pick it up. And I'm usually up till midnight. And then yesterday I had a lot done earlier. I was like, yeah, this is going to go a lot faster. I'm not going to have to worry about stay up till midnight. And then I was also using some of my work numbers with it. And I got done with that case. I was like, well, I need to proof it. It's like a 2-hour case. So there goes 2 hours. And I'm going to take a break before I do that. So I think I took another hour or 2-hour break. So there's 4 hours of not really writing. Yeah. And then I did that stream with Aphrodite and DL Tillery last night. And then afterwards, me and Aphrodite still talked for like another 30 minutes or an hour. So after that, I was like, okay, start writing. Yep, midnight. Here we go.
Yeah, I need to. Okay, so I need to actually write. I just don't know which story to write.
Yeah,
because it's like I want to edit.
I work on my main one, which is sovereign duties, and then after a while, if it feels like I'm just like trudging through it, I'm like, no, I'm going to switch, do something else. And then usually for the 10Ks, I try to at least work on my memoir a little bit because I feel like I can write more to that faster, since it's actual events that's happened and stuff like that. So you're not really having to think up as much, I guess.
Yeah.
It's just more retelling type ordeal. So I can write it faster.
Yeah, my memoir is going to take a while to be written because like the specific situations that I've been through, some of them are very traumatizing. So I have to like back off from it so I don't get depressed and put it away. So I'm at one chapter. So
drama and stuff that I'll be put in mine or whatever. It's kind of very touchy with me and some of the other guys, but I let them all know that I was going to do it and they didn't care. They're like, yeah, sure, that's fine.
Yeah, most of mine is just stuff that I've been through. Nobody's names are being mentioned that I knew.
Yeah, I'm changing everybody's actual names. I know our stage names with the group or whatever, that's still going to be about the same, but the actual real name's going to be different.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my stage name would change a little bit because my stage name is Stewie. And since my name's changing, I wouldn't really go by that because that's based off my last name, and my last name would be different. So that's changing a little bit.
Yeah, well, as soon as Tiffany finishes the last 20 pages, yeah, I'm talking to you. I'll be able to work on Immortal Scars, but the other one is Hopeless Scars. So Yeah.
I just know she said she wrote 50K in 2 weeks. I'm probably going to fucking burn out. But I know Aphrodite wanted to do that 5K a day ordeal a while back for like a week. I think I'm going to try to do 10K a day for like that first week so I can try to knock it out then. But I've only participated in NaNoWriMo one time, and that was last year. And I got like 23,000, I think, something like that. But at that point, I was just kind of half-ass writing. Whoever wasn't doing it regularly, I wasn't actually an active part of AuthorTube or doing any writing sprints with people. It's just me at home doing whatever. So I think now, since I can do these 10Ks in a day, I might try to knock that out fast. And hopefully I should, even if I don't do that, be able to at least get the 50. Surely.
I have to go back to work. Well, I have to get a job by October at least. So my writing time is going to be like squished down. But if I'm not working, the most I can get is 5K in a day. Generally, if I'm not feeling well, I can get about 2K. So
yeah,
I can write pretty fast. It's just I have days where I just can't.
In the mindset or whatever. I know, for the memoir, I know there for a while for like 15-minute sprints, I was writing like 700-800 words or whatever pretty quickly. And then for my other stuff, I can usually do about 300 or 400 on average for about 15 minutes. And then I know some of these 10K writing days, like within that last hour to 2 hours, I could write like almost 2,000 an hour or so. Just nonstop.
I think everybody has it. It's just a matter of you either do it or you don't.
Yeah. And of course, like back when I did Nano last time and stuff, like I said, I didn't really do writing streams or anything. I didn't watch any, hadn't seen any or anything like that. It's just me doing myself, and I would stop and do research as I was writing or whatever, which now I try to do all my research in lump sums and then write in lump sums instead of top. Oh, I need to research this and get stuck on YouTube or something for like 2 or 3 hours.
Right.
And, oh, well, it's late. I need to go to bed. So it's.
Yes, like I swear, the YouTube sprints, at least the ones that us adult authors have, we probably don't get as much done during those than we do offline.
Actually, I know for a while I was doing them with Carrow and Dana and all of them during the week, and that was like my set time that I had set aside to write. If I was on the stream with them, I wasn't writing. I mean, that was my 2 hours or so that I dedicated to writing, even though it was only like maybe 30, 45 minutes worth of writing, but still.
Yeah, I'm always writing throughout the day unless I'm on a day where I just don't feel good or I'm burnt out. But yeah, I'm always writing. I just get more done when I'm not talking to anybody. Like when Tiffany comes over, I swear I get like a third of what I'm supposed to be getting done. I spend most of it yelling at her to write. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Tiffany. Yeah, we're essentially critique partners. We also have another friend who sleeps a lot, so they're not around all the time. But yeah, she's also my editor because she's better at grammar than I am. Like way better. So
I'm going to assume you're talking to me. I think we did 3 in the stream.
In 4 hours.
Yeah. Oh, well. It happens. Ooh, shit.
I love watching you and Aphrodite and DL. It's hilarious because Aphrodite gets off track. And I'm over here like, and then they start talking like I think me and Tillery did it too. Where we were just like, whoa.
Just start talking. I'm just like, all right.
I'm down for this.
Enjoy the show.
What happens when you don't people a lot?
Yeah. I know fucking people used to, I'd be like with Carrow and them or on Sarah's on Friday nights or whatever, and everybody be talking. I'm just sitting there and I would say something to myself. Did I just hear DL say something? I don't think I've heard him talk this whole time. Yeah, I forgot he was even in the stream.
I remember when I first saw you on, because I first saw you with Tillery, and you were just sitting there smiling while they were talking, and I'm like, I'm not sure if you want to yell at them or if you're enjoying the conversation.
I'm not just how I am or whatever. I know me and Aphrodite's talked about before how she's more of a outspoken introvert, I guess. Not really shy, but she'd rather be at home type introvert, and I'm more of a shy extrovert in a sense. I like going to parties and going to clubs and doing this and being social, but in a large group, I'm just like, hey.
See, it depends on the people I'm around. If I'm comfortable,
I feel more comfortable with smaller groups, like now or whatever, just kind of chit chat back and forth. But when it's like people, I'm like, yeah, I'll let them talk and I'll chime in, whatever.
I'm just that
people watch
in the group. I'm so awkward. But I've actually gotten better now, like with all the therapy and stuff that I've been through. I'm just like becoming more comfortable because I used to not be very comfortable in my own skin. And now I just say whatever. I make so many people uncomfortable because I'm perfectly okay with talking about sex all day long. Tiffany knows because we do it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, the guys I used to be in a band with, I mean, we'd have all kinds of fucked up conversations and all kinds of shit.
Me and Tiffany talked about a book that I'm writing about a serial killer. So I'm going to write a romance about a serial killer. And it's going to be really fucked up. So I do not have any shame. I even read, I don't know if you paid attention to any of my videos, but I don't even know if you're subscribed to me.
Yeah.
Okay. The video that I
haven't watched all of them. I'm subscribed to like 200 something people. I've been thinking about doing a purge.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to quite a few people. But one of the videos I did was a book review, and that book, it's about exorcism and it in Christianity, and it's a romance, and it's fucked up. It's so fucked up. You know how exorcism works in movies? Yeah. It's fucked up like that. And I'm just like, wow. But I enjoyed it. And it was like bad in the worst way, or bad in the best way, I should say.
Yeah. But I know I used to have like just a small amount of people I was like subscribed to, like people I've just kind of stumbled across and subscribed to because I liked it. And then I noticed Sarah started doing those YouTuber videos. So whenever she did that, the moment she uploaded that, I would just go through and just click on each person, just subscribe. And I'm like, later I'll actually watch their videos. So if I don't like their content, then I'll unsubscribe. And then now I've got like 200 and something. I was like, I still haven't done that yet. I'm going to at some point.
Yeah, I actually only reason I ran into you guys is because I found Aphrodite. Because Aphrodite was on another chat. And I went to her page and I saw the video with the pink hair and I was like, this is my person. That was the video. And she was just so funny. Me and my friend Gabe were laughing so hard.
Yeah, I think it was DL Tillery that kind of got me into the whole AuthorTube tribe ordeal or something. I had done the AuthorTube newbie tag or something, and she had commented and said, "Are you in the Facebook group?" I was like, "No." So she's like, "Here," and I was like, "All right." And then I think it was Skye was doing a stream, was like the first stream I was ever on or whatever, and she had posted on there. I was like, I guess I can. I then started doing it with them, and then kept watching some of Aphrodite and Dale Tillery's. I didn't join for a while because it was Tuesday nights, and my daughters played softball at that point, and they was usually in a game. So I just kind of watched that, had my phone in my hand, my headphones in, just kind of listen to them chit chat or whatever for a while.
Yeah, I've been trying to see if I could get into some other people's live chats. That's why I was just like, hey, he's offering. Let me try this one.
Yeah.
And then
I think last week was like the first time I've ever had anybody on mine. I've done it for a while. It was just like random. I'm like, I'm bored. I don't think there's any streams right now.
Yeah,
I'm going to be streaming like 30 minutes.
You're live, and I'm like, well, that wasn't any notice. Okay.
Yeah. So last week I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to start doing them on Sundays. And then so I did that. And then Barry Bag Books joined me last week. Yeah, I was like the first person. And she's like, asked me questions. I'm like, I don't know how it is. I was like, I've never had anybody on my stream. So I don't know how this works.
I know that like with Tillery, she does the question thing. I know Carrow, they do their own thing. I love Carrow though; she's hilarious. No. We live in the same state, so she's my neighbor. Yep, She lives in I call it this is pretty much, what do we call it, Tiffany? I'm trying to think because it changes from person to person, but I call it Tucson, Arizona's taint. Phoenix is Arizona's asshole. It is fucking hot. Very fucking hot.
But
yeah.
I've done some streams with her and Skye and Sarah and Dana and stuff. I remember the first time I was ever on Sarah's, she had posted on AuthorTuber things like, anybody want to join? I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. I've done some with Skye or whatever. I'll go ahead and join this person, you know. And we got in there, and for some reason, my video wasn't showing up. It was just my audio. So I'd back out and try joining back in, and still wasn't working. And then finally, I was like, I got Hangouts on my phone. I'll just do it from there. Plugged it into the charger and did it. And my video was on there. And then my phone, for some reason, would like time out and go to black screen, which I didn't figure it would do that since it doesn't do that with like anything else, like videos or anything. But it would do that for Hangouts, and it would just like disconnect me. So I kept trying to do that, and it kept doing that. I was like, I don't want to keep constantly pushing or tapping my phone for it to keep filming me. So I switched back to the computer, and when I did that, somehow my phone was still, there was a delay in disconnecting me or whatever, and it showed that I was in there twice. And since I was streaming twice from like 2 devices at the same time, it had this like high pitched squeal.
Oh,
and then everybody was like, oh my God, what's going on? And I was like, just stop. I'm trying to mute it. And then Sarah tried to kick me out just to see if that would prevent that, and then try to re-add me. But apparently when you boot somebody from Hangouts, they are permanently boot and you can't re-add them.
Ooh.
So I still joke to her all the time. I was like, just don't kick me out, please.
Wow.
So she booted me. And then I know people was joking about it that day. After she did that, she's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. It's like, we finally got a guy on these streams and you kick him out.
Right. Yeah, I was actually noticing that like I'm having a hard time finding male author-tubers. And I'm just like, where are all the dudes? All these women. Not that I have a problem with it, but where are all the dudes? Have you seen
like, no offense or anything, but I don't know, whenever I did find male author-tubers, they was like usually gay. I was like, is this really what's on here?
There is one. He's I forgot his name.
I found a couple that aren't, but
from Australia. He's funny.
Who?
God, I have to look up his name and send him to you, but he's funny. He's that dry humor type. He's also hot. That's one reason why I follow him. But
yeah, I know. I was like, every guy I'd see or whatever, especially like in Sarah's new tubers, I was like, click, I was like, oh, he's gay. I mean, nothing against it or anything. I was just like, I still kind of feel left out. I want a manly man on here. I found one dude though. He seems cool. He's like a Hispanic Mexican dude. The street author. Can't remember what his name is. Teco something. I forgot what his page is. I don't know, something. The street author. But it's like, yeah, Cam Wolfshot.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. It's the Wolfshot Publishing. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. I love him. He's hilarious.
Yeah, him, but I know there's a couple others I would find. Oh, okay.
Oh, and Hello Future Me. I think he's Australian too. He's funny. A big nerd.
I don't even know everybody, but
yeah,
I'm not against them or anything. It's just
it's just nice to have people to relate to. Like even with me, like being the only trans one and one of the few black ones, it's kind of difficult. And I don't identify as female, don't act female, so it's kind of like I'm in this weird limbo of the only one.
So I'm gonna see if I can figure out. Yeah,
Wolfshot Publishing technically is more of a booktuber, but he kind of
he writes some or whatever. He's got some books out there. But yeah, I like his skits and random stuff.
Yeah, he like poofs in and smoke, and I'm like, that must have taken so much fucking work to edit.
Oh yeah, and just like all the zoom ins and the distortions and shit, and it's like.
Yeah, you should. But yeah, check out Hello Future Me. It's really good. He's really good. He's got a crap ton of subscribers. I think he's one of the more popular ones.
Okay, let's
But his
see.
stuff is really good. Like he talks about the philosophy behind like writing rules or guidelines or whatever, and explains why in a very like he's definitely built for education. I'll say it that way, but in an entertaining way.
Yeah. Sure. Michael Christensen. He's another one. However, he seems a little feminine, but I know he's married to a female or engaged or something. So.
Yeah.
See, what is that dude's name? That Mexican dude.
Now that would be awesome. A black male YouTuber or author tuber.
Timok Soul, something like that. The street author.
Hmm.
No, I know a lot of his videos here lately has been him going to like cemeteries and fixing up some like graves that's been kind of forgotten about, I guess.
Oh, Tim. Okay. That's his name. Hello, future me is Tim.
Okay. Write that down. But yeah, most of the people I find now, either I see them pop up on the
Sorry, I just like saw that and I'm like, huh?
a lot of the people I find now are either pop up on the Facebook group or whatever, and I'll go subscribe to them, and then that YouTuber thing.
Yeah, I've been subscribing pretty much based off of like you guys because that's most of because you can't search people. It's like you try to search YouTube for author tubers and you get the same ones.
Yeah,
it's annoying.
Yeah, that's why I do that or whatever. And I mean, I'm not against unsubscribing from people if I don't like their content or whatever like that. But I mean, I'll go ahead and subscribe to them, start out with, and watch their stuff later and then determine.
Yeah, I do wish there was a more of a male romance community here because there's so many authors I'm friends with that write male romances, but none of them are on YouTube. So it's just kind of like there's a whole bunch of genres out there that don't have YouTube or aren't interactive. YA is huge around here. Like it's just it takes over YouTube, and I'm just like I don't have a problem with YA because I like YA. Like the Shadowhunter series is YA. It's kind of oversaturated and kind of put on this pedestal that it doesn't need to be on. So, yeah, you have a whole 20-something subscribers. It's better than one. I remember when I had 20 subscribers. No, most of my subscribers don't say anything.
No, I don't want to switch accounts. View my accounts. No, not my videos.
Yeah, like the subscriber count doesn't really matter that much because, like I said, more than half of the people on my YouTube don't ever say anything on my videos. Yeah. And like for like my 900 subscribers, I get like 30 views per video. So it's like, it doesn't really matter.
I would want to hit that 100 mark just so I can change my URL and everybody can drop off the face of the earth while I care.
Yeah, right. That 100 is probably the most satisfying though. Because
I'm sitting at 83 according to my phone. So. Oh, well.
I'm so close to 1,000. I'm like less than 100 away.
I'm less than 100 away from hitting the 100, so I'm happy.
That's good.
That's the first. Yeah,
I'm thinking
because I hate whenever I try to tell people stuff and they're like, "Oh yeah, YouTube." So yeah, so what's the URL? Fuck if I know. YouTube.com/ a bunch of letters and numbers and bullshit. I don't fucking know. I like everything being the same. Everything else is DL Stewart author. DL Stewart author.
Yeah, I have a few that I had to change it to A.L. Williams books because A.L. Williams novels was taken, and I'd already picked my URL for my website. So some places it says L.A. Williams novels, and other places it says A.L. Williams books.
Yeah, I did. I had looked, and all the stuff I knew I'd be using, just to kind of see. I would type up, Facebook.com/DL Stewart author. And see if it actually took me somewhere or it'd say that it didn't exist.
What I probably might do is when I buy my URL, because I don't own one right now, I kind of want to buy a mass one that covers all of my stuff because I don't want to have to pay for two separate URLs for my art and my books. Yeah. Just have separate pages for all of them under the same URL, which would be Alec Williams.
Yeah, I know. I've seen I think I had them. I don't know if I unsubscribed because I know I was watching some different people I subscribed to earlier today, kind of starting that purge process. I don't remember who it was. It was some chick, but it was Ink and Pixels, I think. It was like her catch tag. It's talking because she was a writer and also did video games and stuff. Type ordeal. So the Ink and Pixels. I think something like that would be kind of cool. Trying to mesh the two together.
Yeah, I can't wait till I have money.
Yeah.
Because there's so many things I want to do, but I have to kind of stick to the free options. And it kind of sucks, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
I know eventually I'm going to, like my memoir and some of my stuff that's not going to be fantasy, I'm going to publish under a pen name. But I'm going to try to just use everything as my normal stuff and just go, hey, this is my book too. You know, it might not have my name on it, but this is still me.
Yeah,
I'm not going to go through and make separate stuff.
My pen name for my psychological thriller romances, because that pen name is going to be for my twisted stuff, the stuff that it's not extremely popular, but there's still a fan base. And it's going to be under A. Miller, which the A stands for my first name. Miller is my grandmother's maiden name, so it's like, and also the last name of my character in my book, because the book's dedicated to my grandma. So. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm trying to keep my pen names as close to my real name as possible.
Yeah, I picked my pen name when I was younger, like teenager or whatever. I used to sell drugs, and I was like took every precaution I could so I wouldn't get caught. And I made a fake name for myself, and that's what I'm going to use as my pen name or whatever, just because I had already picked that. I don't even know how I picked it. I think I picked it's going to be Peter Gracie. I picked Peter because everybody called me Stewie. Stewie's dad was Peter. So, and then Gracie, I have no idea where that came from. I just like, yeah,
sounds
sure.
good. Sounds really good, actually.
Yeah, I know. I'd meet up with some people and sell it, and I was like, I thought you was gonna be like Mexican. I was like, wow. I was like, Gracie's like Mexican name, ain't it? Italian or French or something?
It's like, no, that's Garcia. I had to get thinking of Garcia or something.
I was like, I didn't fucking knew. Don't ask me. I don't know my heritage.
I don't know where I came from. I just know where I am.
Wherever it was, I've never been there. Guarantee that.
Yeah, people are like, what's your heritage? I'm like, Africa. That's about it. That's somewhere in the continent of Africa.
You know, that place with the land.
And the people.
I think it has got some trees, maybe, but that place.
Some elephants.
I know one time I went to Barnes & Noble, and I was just kind of strolling through there and browsing, and this guy walked up to one of the workers there, and legitimately he's like, hey, I was wondering if y'all got the second book in the series. I can't remember who it's by or anything, but I think it's supposed to be out now. I was wondering if y'all have it. And the person that worked at Barnes & Noble turned and looked at him and was like, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. That one with the pages and the words and stuff. Come here. The fuck?
That's something I would totally say. I'm like, oh yeah, the things with the words and the pages. Come here.
Yeah, it's okay. Mama, she said it with like a straight face and everything. I was like, the fuck? Unless it was like something that just came out and they've had a lot of people asking for it. Whatever. But she's like, yeah, come here. And they both walked off. I was like,
I guess they can read each other's minds.
That was a very vague description. Didn't say what kind of genre, what the book was called. It's just, yeah, I think this like sequel came out. I was like, yeah, sure.
Oh God.
Yeah, I think I know a little bit of my actual history, origin or whatever. I've looked on Ancestry. I know my mom's side, anyways. My dad, I don't know. I try to look on there, and I couldn't get past him because I don't even know my grandparents' names on that side.
You want to know?
And I don't really care enough to ask my mom what their name was, but I know I followed my mom's back. One of them was from like not Scotland or anything over there, but somewhere in Europe when they first kind of came over and like, I don't know, the Mayflower or whatever, but the whole building the colonies and stuff. And then whoever that was that came over married a Native American. Or I don't know if they got married or anything, but yeah, they got together and had kids. I don't remember what that tribe is. It's like starts with an O-W. I can't remember exactly what's. I think it's more dominant around like Michigan area and that area. I don't know, but they did there, and then they slowly went to Tennessee area, and then they went over to California, and that's where most of my family that lives now. And then when my mom was younger, they moved back over here. Okay. So I know people's like, you related to the Stewart or whatever? I don't know about my dad's side, but my mom's side, nope, not related to anybody over here.
You see, when I tried to look up my grandmother's ancestry, her parents' name was Adam and Mary, and I'm like, of all of the freaking like common names.
I know. I found. I know it was very common back then to name your kids after like a relative, but there was so many like different things that pop up with the same name, and I was like related to each of them, but they was like had their things like connected wrong. Somebody just like, oh, this is the name, that's where I'm connected with. But you look at this person's birthday, and they're having kids that's older than them or whatever because they got them backwards and shit.
Yeah.
So that was a headache trying to figure all that shit out.
See, I was named after my my dead name. I was named after my grandmother on my father's side that I never met. And I tried to search their lineage. Like the furthest I got to be able to track back in my family was my grandmother's family is from Louisiana. My grandfather's family is from Arkansas, like right at the border. They were both right at the border of Arkansas and Louisiana. So that's about as far as I got.
Yeah.
And I have when my grandmother died, a cousin that I'd never met showed up at the funeral. I mean, like I'd never seen this woman in my life. And she's like, yeah, I live in like I'm your grandfather's cousin or aunt, great, I don't even know, some relative. I live in Arkansas. And I'm like, I've never met you. What are you doing here? Oh, now you care about my grandma.
Okay. It's like my dad whenever was, I don't think I was quite 18. I might have been. I don't know. I know I was in my senior year of high school. My mom and dad got divorced when I was like 2. I hadn't seen them since. And whenever I was a senior in high school, he found me on MySpace and started messaging me and asked me if I wanted to meet him and this and that, and blah, 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 and how he cared about me and this and that. I was like, whatever. Yeah, right. I heard from you in like 16 years. He's like, well, your mom wouldn't let me or whatever, blah, blah. I was like, I don't fucking care. You never paid child support either, so
obviously you didn't care enough.
Yeah, that's what I said. And then he started giving me some other excuses. I was like, you can tell me whatever the fuck you want. You're still a fucking asshole, okay?
Right? Oh, Aphrodite. No, I don't have braces. My teeth are pretty damaged, my front teeth, so they're decaying from the gum down, and that's why it looks that way. And I can't afford a dentist. And
I've never been to the dentist.
I've been to the dentist once where they pulled out 3 teeth, but I'm on Medicaid and they don't cover anything but emergency extractions. So
yeah. But after that whole conversation with him, he actually paid child support for like 3 months or some shit like that, and then he quit. So that's pretty bad when your son has to call you an asshole for you to fucking pay it for 3 months.
Right. Oh, to get this, my ex-husband's father was racist on top of being a fucking abuser. And all of a sudden he was like, later on, like, he's like, I'd love to meet, my daughter-in-law and my grandkids. And he's like, fuck you. You know how racist you fucking are? You're not meeting my wife or my kids ever.
Me and my wife, we took my mom to Memphis one time. I had an aunt and uncle that used to live up in D.C. or right outside D.C. They worked in D.C. And then they both retired and they moved to North Carolina, I believe. Maybe South Carolina. I think it's North. They moved there and they was paying my mom plane ticket to fly out there to visit or whatever, see their new home. And the closest big airport around here is Memphis. We got some small whatever, but that's one most people kind of use. So she asked if I'd take her there. I was like, yeah, sure. And my wife was pregnant at the time with our first kid. And I was telling her that I was going to take my mom to the airport, drop her off. So she's like, yeah, I want to go. I've never been to Memphis. So, all right. So we decided, since her flight was like, I think 9-10 o'clock in the morning, something like that, we was going to stop somewhere and eat breakfast. And my wife wanted to stop at Denny's, I believe, to eat. So it was all right. So I got almost to Memphis and I put Denny's in on my OnStar, called it for the navigation. So yeah, I want a Denny's in Memphis or whatever. So they said, all right. So they just found one. You know, I didn't tell them where or anything, just in Memphis. It ended up being the ghetto of Memphis. There's a Denny's. There's like no windows on the building, straight up brick. Got the barred up doors and stuff. Yeah, I was like, oh my God. But we get there and I pull in. I was like, why'd you go in this one? I was like, where fucking OnStar took us. So we'll try to find a different one. I was like, who fucking cares? All right. I was like, let's just go in, fucking eat. Who cares if it's the ghetto? And there's black people all around us walking up and down the streets and shit. And we get out of the car. And the first words out of my mom's mouth, she looks around, I was like, there's a bunch of niggers around here. I was like, oh my fucking God, you're going to get a shot. And my wife just looked at her. She's like, I don't know you. So I'm not about to get shot. I'm like almost 9 months pregnant. I'm not about to get shot because you're going to walk around a city in a ghetto and start saying the N-word. That's not happening.
Yeah, that's a special kind of stupid.
Yeah. I was like, oh my God. She's like, well, they are. I was like, I don't care. You don't just say that. I mean, we're walking by these people. I mean, it's not like they're across the street or something. They're literally like right beside our car. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't know if she means to be racist or whatever, or she's just too stupid because she's never really been around black people because there's not that many blacks around here. The town I grew up in, there was like one black family when I was growing up, and it wasn't even really a black family. It was two black kids that were a little bit younger than me that got adopted by a white family. So that was like the only black people around our community or anything. I was like, oh my fucking God, you don't say that. You don't just go out in the ghetto and start saying the N-word to everybody. It's not what there are. I was like, I don't care. You don't say it.
Yeah.
If you don't say it when we're still in the car. Do. Oh, hey, I just noticed Tiffany wants to join the stream. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, my thing is like with the whole, if somebody's saying the N-word, then they're probably racist because it's pretty much good. It's well-known knowledge that you're not supposed to say.
Yeah, I mean, I do say it. I'm not racist or anything, and I will say it. But I'm not just gonna go up to some random black person and be like, hey, nigger, what's up? Or anything like that. You know, I did have some friends that were black. They was okay with it. So yeah, I would say around them or whatever. I mean, I have enough respect not to just go up to somebody and start saying it. You know, like how you was talking about kind of touching in, just kind of see, you know, go make a little comment, see how they respond. Shit like that. You don't just like straight up full blown, hey. Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's something I don't say, and most people I know don't say it, but that's just because it's just. But I have, like, I grew up, a lot of people would say it, like, didn't matter what color they were. It was just a term of endearment among people. Yeah. I just personally didn't like it, so I never used it.
Yeah, I don't say it a lot or anything, but, you know.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Tiffany, she joining?
I haven't sent her the link yet. Just like, I don't know. Do I have you on Facebook? Let's see here.
Probably not.
Let's see here.
I might be able to send her the link from me. Wait, is it the same link?
It should be. Okay. Does it have the little thing that says invite at the bottom?
Let me see. I have to go
on the screen. Because I know I can't remember how it is if you're guys, but I know on
I don't see invite, but I'm wondering if the link you sent me could be used for her.
Yeah, it should be the same because it's just on my side, it's just got like the bottom where it says mute stop cam settings. There's an invite and you can click it and it says like send to like email or Gmail, and then it also pops up a just a link to share or wherever, which is what I sent you.
Okay. Let's see if that'll work.
So you should just be able to copy and paste it. That had been the same one I sent to DL Tillery and shit. So.
Okay. I just sent it, so.
Yeah, I'm just reading some of the comments. Yeah, Aphrodite. I mean, me, like I said, I will say it or whatever. I don't mean to offend anybody. If I know it does offend somebody, I'm not going to say it to them or anything like that. And I try to know the person enough before I do say it.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I was like, I'm like, if you're going to say that, say it while we're still in the car and they can't hear you. You don't wait until we get out and they're literally walking right beside you. I was like, you don't know these people. I mean, you know the kind of area that we're in. I mean, you don't see any windows. There's a reason for that.
Yeah. Hell, even if she was in another area and there was a bunch of black people around, she'd probably get herself.
I mean, it was a very sketchy neighborhood. I mean, there was like no windows on any of the buildings. Like I said, Denny's was straight brick, part of like some tall complex thing, barred up front door. I was like, just don't do anything stupid and you will be fine. Wow. Did you send her the
yeah, I sent it to her. Just waiting for her to click it.
Yeah, I don't have to actually add her to the stream itself, but ain't no problem.
Oh, she's turning on her computer.
Oh yeah, she said she was on her phone earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, but Aphrodite, yeah, I've had it's always been said to me in a racial way. It's never been said to me in a friendly way. So I don't.
Yeah, I'm not gonna, use it as an actual slur or anything. I know. I worked with a black dude out at Trinity, which is a factory that built barges and shit. Totally the most unsafest place I've ever worked. But in my department, it was like nothing but white guys except one black dude, and we had like 20 people in my department, and he made more racist jokes about black people than anybody else. I know out there, our breaks, they had a time you're supposed to take breaks, but there was no like bell or anything like that. You just had to kind of keep up with it yourself because there's no clocks or anywhere, so you'd have to use your phone or whatever to kind of keep track of stuff. And I know one time, or most of the time, me and some of the other guys always left like 5 minutes early, came back like 5 minutes late or some shit. Now there's like 15 minutes early, 15 minutes late. But there's a McDonald's that closed at the time that our lunch was supposed to start. So we left about 20, 30 minutes early for that, just so we could eat at McDonald's. And I think they was hanging a wall or something, which when they're hanging the walls, it doesn't take anybody to do anything. We just kind of stand around and watch because it's mostly the crane operator and stuff, with like 2 people actually doing stuff. And he's like, yeah, they're doing that, that's all they're going to do. And then they're going to go lunch. We're going to go ahead and leave and go eat at McDonald's. And it's going to be me and this other dude. And we walked up to that black guy. His name was, he went by T-Ron. His name was like Tamarin or something. But he said he hated it because it sounded like a chick's name. So he just went by T-Ron. So we walked up to him and was like, hey, we're on McDonald's. You want to go? He's like, I can't. I was like, why not? He's like, there are 20 people in this department. I am the only dark-skinned motherfucker here. If 2 of y'all leave, they ain't gonna notice. Y'all blend in. I go missing, they know I'm gone.
Right?
I lie. What do you want? I'll bring you back some.
I used to make a joke whenever we would go into like a creepy house, and I'm like, I'm not fucking going in there. The black person always dies first.
The boats, or the barges, or where that we built, they sat on blocks, and every so often we'd have to push a buggy, which because it kind of sat on like train tracks, and we'd put like this giant buggy underneath it in each corner, and would jack it up, and then it'd move to the next apartment. And we do that, and a lot of times we'd have to stay underneath there and wait until everybody was done welding on the inside before we jacked it up, because it would be sitting on metal rafters, so it would be grounded and stuff. And whenever we lifted up, it wouldn't be grounded, so we had to wait, and we'd be down there for a while at times. And it's like, yeah, he's like, whenever I'm tired, I'll just go up underneath there and go to sleep. They can't see me. It's so dark underneath there and shit. I mean, he was dark black. He's like, yeah. So I close my eyes, they can't see me. I was like, all right, you said it, not me.
The funny thing is, I was playing hide and seek with some friends, and the funny thing is, the only reason they found me is because I smiled. And they told me that when we were done, and I just started cracking up laughing, like so fucking hard. I was like, well, that was my fuck up.
I played hide and seek one time. When me and my friends first started renting the house together, there was like 6 of us there, and there was like even more people actually there at that point. Just 6 of us staying there, and we hadn't turned the electric on yet, and so we was gonna stay the night there with no electric. It was dark, and we was like, we're gonna play like hide and seek tag in the dark. And I crawled into the closet and covered myself up. I don't know why, because like I said, there was like no electricity or anything. It was nighttime, so it was already dark. And I fell asleep in the closet in this box of clothes. I woke up the next morning, and he's like, we thought you just left. We didn't know what the fuck happened to you. I was asleep. I just fell asleep in there.
I have been told that I am so light-skinned that I glow in the dark. Me too. That's my mom.
Oh. This is the longest stream I've ever been on, and it's hilarious.
Here we're at 4.5 hours.
Yep. Somebody's going to have fun watching this stream afterwards.
Oh, by the way, not sponsored.
Nope.
It's where I work.
Be sponsored so we can get free pizza.
She works there. It's close enough. So it was when I worked at Subway, and I'd bring home free pizzas and free subs all the time.
I get $1 off any pizza order, and the breadsticks
supposed to get half off.
The breadsticks are only 50 cents though, and they're like $3 for a bag.
See, this is what you need to freaking flirt with your boss so that he can give you a whole pizza for free. That's what I used to do with Papa John's. I'd be like, hey, what's up?
Oh yeah, I used to give people free shit all the time when I worked at Subway. They'd come in and like, hey.
Yeah, we got half off when I was at Papa John's, but I still took pizzas home for free just because I stayed extra hours.
I did just because I wanted to. And most of the time while I was working at Subway, I was the manager, so I didn't fucking care.
Well, yeah, I was never a manager. I was just a driver. But yeah, you'd have me stay.
Workers get the messed up pizzas for free.
Yeah, that's an automatic with pizza places.
I just made my own.
That's why like, mess it up.
Yeah, when I was working at Subway, I just thought of this, seeing fucking Aphrodite's comment. I could literally eat anywhere in Piggott for free. Hi. You going to bed? Sec. I'm going to move living room so we're not.
It's Mrs. Stewie.
Oh shit! What?
Oh, I just read Aphrodite's
Mrs. Stewie.
comment. Glowing is my superpower.
Oh, I don't know if you were here for the conversation earlier, but we were totally going. Like, you came in like half of the second sexual conversation, but there was a first one. It was hilarious. It was so funny to me. It's like wherever I go, the conversation always goes sexual. It does.
That's how it is with Aphrodite, anyways. So
me and Aphrodite are soul sisters. Like I said, when I saw that pink hair, I was like, she's a freak.
Oh, you do not wish that you were working fast food today.
Why?
Today was the start of football season.
Well, see, if I was a driver, that was a good thing because that means better tips. But
okay, but as the person making the pizzas.
Oh, I've been the person making pizzas. It's not fun. No.
I mean, I enjoy my job. I really do. But when somebody calls in an order for 8 pizzas that are the longest to make, and then somebody else calls in an order for 8 more pizzas, and then somebody else calls in an order for 25 pizzas.
Oh, dude. One time we got on top of the normal orders we were getting, we got an order for 150 pizzas. And I had to deliver all 150 in my car, carry all of those fucking pizzas into a fucking Lowe's, and they didn't tip me. I was livid. And I went back, and one of the girls is like, hey, I know one of the managers there. And I'm like, well, then you need to fucking tell them if they're going to ask for that kind of fucking pizza, they need to tip the driver. Yeah. It's like, I don't understand why people don't understand. I know that they keep saying that, tip's a choice. Yeah, tip is a choice. But if the person's doing their job right, tip them. We don't make minimum wage.
Yeah, that's how you make most of your money is through tips.
Yeah, and it's even worse with pizza delivery because the freaking pizza place doesn't pay your car insurance. They don't pay for your car. They don't pay for nothing. You don't get that $3.50 delivery charge. That goes directly to the pizza place.
Yeah.
So it's just like, ugh. There's so many people here who do not tip, and it's frustrating. It's so like there's a few times I haven't because I was legitimately only had enough to eat. I get that, but there are people who have money. I've been to houses where, when I delivered during Christmas time, I go to these neighborhoods where they'd have these elaborate freaking Christmas decorations. Like their electrical must have been $400, and they gave me $1 tip. It's like if you can afford a $500 electric bill during Christmas season, you can afford to give me a tip, a real tip. So I'm not resentful of food service. I'm not at all.
I personally really enjoy my job, but that's because I enjoy the people there, and it's kind of fun making pizzas.
It is fun making pizzas. It is. I enjoyed it. It's more fun eating the pizzas.
Yeah, I refused to make the pizzas when I worked at Subway because we had a Pizza Pro and a Subway section, and I hated making pizzas. Especially like I wouldn't mind making my own or like another coworkers, but actually do that all day. I was like, no. And I know one time my manager at that point, all of her pizza people had called in because they just would hire people just for pizza or just for Subway. And she would ask me, she's like, hey, would you do it? I was like, nope, I don't know how. And she said, but you make yours all the time. I was like, I make mine however the fuck I want to make it. Whatever I want to put on it, however much I want to put on it. That's how I make mine. So, well, just one day, just, you know, I can't get anybody else, just do it. You know, I was like, well, I don't know how to make them. Just make them however you want to do yours. Bet. I fucking put as much shit as I could. One person ordered a chocolate chip pizza, like a small chocolate chip pizza. You don't know what that is? I was about to say,
I'm like,
I don't know what that is.
What?
Oh my god. It's pizza dough, and then they got this some type of glaze icing type sauce, I guess, or whatever. It's like a dessert pizza, and you put chocolate chips on it. And they have the big bags of chocolate chips. So I made like a little personal one with half a bag of chocolate chips on that motherfucker.
Oh, wow. That's what I would have done. Yeah, I don't think the Subway could do that.
And every time I gave it to somebody, I mean, if I didn't know the person that ordered it, I'd try to make it properly because we did have the instructions how to make them. If it was like one of my friends or somebody I knew, I would just like make it how I would make it myself and tell them, well, hey, call up here tomorrow and complain that I fucked up your pizza just so I ain't got to do this again. And the next day, she's like, so many people called me last night. I was like, I told you I didn't know what I was doing. And, I mentioned that we need more chocolate chips. And she's like, we had like 3 bags the other day. Can you just like use a small little handful? I was like, I used them. So how much did you put on it? Half a bag for a small, about a bag and a half for a large. She said, oh my God. I said, I told you I didn't know how to do it. You told me to make it like I wouldn't mind.
Talk about a chocolate rush. I remember when I was at Papa John's and late at night because I was a closer, they would like always ask me, what do you want? I'm like, cheese sticks, because that's the only thing at Papa John's I actually like. Well, and the buffalo wings. So I would always be taking home a freaking cheese sticks constantly, all day eating cheese sticks, to the point where I was starting to get sick when I ate them. But a lot of that was because I was pregnant, because I worked up until I was 8 months pregnant delivering pizzas. And I got to a point where I would take the pizzas to them and I'd be like, I'm not going up those fucking stairs. You better come down here. And you better still tip me.
I know the pizza I always made for myself, I just called it the Stewie Special. But I would go up to Subway and get the Philly cheesesteak meat. Okay. I would get the bread, make like a little personal size pizza, or the dough or whatever, and put ranch sauce on it, and then throw the Philly. And I'd go grab some of that shredded whatever mozzarella cheese, sprinkle on top, and then I would make a supreme pizza on top of that. So like it filled up the whole box of the thing.
Wow.
And I know I did that one time when I was at work and I had somebody else make it for me, and they're like, "How do I ring this up?" It's a specialty.
Well, it is a specialty.
I know, but isn't it like, wouldn't it be more? Because that would be the price for just the Supreme, and you got Philly. We don't add more for toppings. It's 1 topping, 2 toppings, 3 toppings, specialty. Doesn't matter how many toppings you put on it. It's a specialty.
Exactly.
I was like, it's not my fault to fill up the whole box.
Papa John's actually had a Philly cheesesteak pizza. It was gross. The way they made it was gross.
And then I know one time after me and my wife got married, I wasn't working there anymore. I went over there. I was like, I haven't had that kind of pizza in a while. I'm going to order it. So I told one of the chicks that was working there that's what I wanted. It was one of my exes, and she was fucking so ditzy. But I fucking told her what I wanted, and she's like, how do you make that? I was like, you make a Philly pizza, and then you make a Supreme pizza on top of it. You make the Philly, and then you put the pizza sauce, and then put all the other toppings. He said, okay. So I went through like step by step. So I thought she made it. I got it back, and there was no cheese on that. I was like, you didn't put cheese on this. She's like, you didn't write down cheese. I thought most pizza came with cheese.
It's kind of a given. Oh my God.
She's like, but you didn't write that down. You wrote down everything else. I didn't write down the dough or the pizza sauce. I was like, God damn, woman.
No, that's a special kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Okay.
She wasn't the smartest person.
That's some white people shit.
She wasn't white. She was Hispanic.
Okay. Then I can't say that, damn it.
The only chick that I've dated that wasn't white.
Yeah, me and my friends, me and Tiffany and Gabe will just be sitting there talking about stuff. They were like, this is some white people shit. And I'll just
Me and Aphrodite was talking about that shit the other day. Talking about some of the shit that I'd done in the past. He's like, crazy white people. Crazy white boys. Crazy
white boys.
And there's one of the guys that went to school with me. He was a couple years younger than me. Him and some of his friends or whatever started rapping a little before I started. And they did a song called Party Like a White Boy, because they was like all black or whatever. And then they had like one white guy that kind of hung out with them a lot. And they did that song. And like the intro, they're like, yeah, let's take vodka shots or Patron shots or this or that. And then you hear this white boy's like, water shots. I'm like, water shots? Fuck it. If it's liquid, let's drink it. It's like fucking white people.
Fucking white people.
White people.
Okay.
And the whole fucking song's just about getting fucked up. Shit.
When I lived in Tennessee, my ex's mother, we were shopping at Goodwill, and she's like, you have to put on sunscreen. And then she pauses and she looks at me, and she's like, oh, I'm like, fucking white people. I don't have to wear. I mean, yeah, black people do have to wear sunscreen, but not all of us.
I don't care if I tan, all right?
So I don't give a shit.
I know I used to hate wearing sunscreen.
I don't tan.
I have to now, but
I don't tan. I burn, and I'm allergic to the sun, so then I get hives.
I don't used to. When I was younger, I would turn red, but I wouldn't really burn. It didn't hurt or anything, and I never got like stiff. Like a lot of times when you get sunburns, your body kind of stiffens up a little bit. It never did that. It would just turn red, and then after that initial redness, it would tan, and I would get dark as a motherfucker, like just
I'm
dark.
Jealous.
And
So jealous.
like it never burned or anything. Now I go outside, I turn red, it hurts, I can't move.
So you can never come to Arizona, at least not during the hotter part of the year.
I've had a heat stroke. I don't need any kind of heat really anymore.
Never come to
That heat
Arizona.
stroke fucked me up.
Actually, don't come to Arizona between before November or after April.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say before November or after December.
have a very slim little area where we're not hot as balls. I mean,
it also depends on how much heat you can handle, because I'm cold once it drops below 75. So
yeah.
I can handle some pretty high. Like when it passes 100, that's when I get uncomfortable, like really fucking uncomfortable. But I could say past 95. We had the hottest year in 20 years. 2 years ago, it was 115 degrees.
Yeah. And
Our heat index gets up that high, but not the actual temperature.
Yeah, the actual temperature, and it's dry heat, so it's like you're like dry heaving all day long.
Yeah, well, it's fucking humid as shit here, so it makes it feel even hotter than what it is.
Dude, so I went the other day, it was like 109 or 110 or something like that. And I was walking from my friend's house down the street to a Walgreens, and I almost got heat stroke. Like, I came inside and I was like dizzy, had a headache, was super lightheaded. And lightheaded and the headache together are weird. Because, like, usually your head feels all compressed when you're got a headache, but, like, this was, like, lightheaded, but it still hurt.
Yeah.
And I'm over here just marching through the sun like, this is nothing. But then the minute it drops below, okay, so I'm uncomfortable when it drops below 75. The minute it hits anything under 40, my hands literally start getting so cold I almost end up with frostbite.
Oh,
I'm not a very happy person. Like, when I lived in Tennessee and it got to 19 degrees, I was like, fuck this. Nope.
Yeah, I know. I would rather be hot than cold, and everybody's like, well, when you're hot, you can just take, or when you're cold,
You just
you
put
can
layers on.
always put clothes on, but you can't take clothes off when you're hot. I was like, yeah, but if I'm hot, I can just kind of wipe the sweat. When I'm cold, I get all stiff and my hands and feet start hurting, and I don't want to do shit.
Yeah, plus not everybody likes to put on a bunch of layers because I'm claustrophobic. So
I didn't mind, but
You and
I
me.
like wearing loose-fitting clothes, especially like shirts and shit. I don't like, my armpits feeling like they're all tight and shit. I like it being loose and baggy. I don't like my pants falling off or anything, but I still like it loose, like around the knees and shit.
Mhm.
So it's not like feels like every time I go to bend over or sit down, my legs are pulling on my pants.
Right.
So I like the looseness.
I've noticed that a lot of Black people in colder states need sunscreen, probably because you haven't been exposed to heat. But I was born here, so I can literally sit outside for like 5 hours in direct sunlight, and I'll just get darker, and I'll just be a little, exhausted because I sat in heat for 5 hours. But other than that, no burning.
Oh yeah.
I love being cold, especially if there's a nice enough warm blanket to cuddle under, and especially if you have a nice warm person to cuddle under with you.
Oh, we already had this conversation the other night. I hate sweat. Like, a little bit of sweat's not a problem because it's gonna fucking happen. But
I hate that sticky sweat, like right before you start sweating.
Oh yeah,
That's what I hate.
I hate
don't mind
right
sweating,
before
but
and right after
sticky
it's starting to dry off. Like, because me and Tiffany were talking about like sex and stuff, and I'm just like, it needs to be like 50 degrees in the room so that nobody's sweating. Because I've had someone dripping sweat on me, and I'm like, that's not sexy. That's not sexy at all.
Oh yeah, I know. Me and my wife's AC unit went out a couple years ago or whatever here, and we didn't have the money to get it fixed at the point, and it was like dead summer for like a couple months almost with no AC.
Oh god.
Oh my god, that was miserable.
Yeah, we had that 115 day that I told you about. Our swamp cooler, which is an evaporative cooler, it uses water. It was broken, and my landlord was refusing to fix it, and it was 115 degrees, and we pretty much had to give our kids freaking popsicles all day long, constantly, and get in the pool. That's how we stayed cool, because it was just miserable.
the landlord's responsibility is to fix it, especially like emergency maintenance if it's that hot.
It was my mom, and we had the conversation about my crazy mother. She thinks everything is everybody else's fault and everybody else's responsibility.
Her to court.
My mom is.
She's one of those.
You could have taken her to court.
Yeah, my dumbass was trying to be, not that, that good child that doesn't take the parent to court, and that was a bad choice, but that's what I was trying to do.
Mommy, if you ever
I try not to have anything to do with my mom. Doesn't work.
I pretty much stopped dealing with my mom unless she gives me money, which I know sounds fucked up, but if you guys met my mom, you'd understand.
Yeah, the only reason I really deal with her now is just because of the kids and stuff. But
honestly, if I still had my kids, I still wouldn't deal with her because she's an abusive person, and it's not good for anybody.
My mom is more
I don't like dealing with my
verbally
mommy.
abusive, I guess. But
Yeah.
and just right out stupid.
Yeah, my mom is emotionally abusive. Used to be physically abusive, but that stopped.
My mom broke my dad's arm one time with a baseball bat. Yeah, he tried to break into our house and kidnap me after they got divorced. So
mommy mode came on.
I guess. I don't know. And the cops got onto her about it or whatever. She's like, he tried to steal my kid. What do you want me to do?
Dude, I tried to say that.
Not break his arm?
And I didn't even hurt him. All I did was dig my nails into his arm because he wouldn't give me my daughter back. They still arrested me. Even though he punched me in the back of the head. But apparently because I left marks, I was arrested. And I'm like, this is bullshit. I was just trying to get my kid because this is an unsafe fucking situation.
Yeah.
But this was Tennessee.
Yeah.
Oh. So, you know.
Oh, did Aphrodite leave?
No, she's still here.
No, sometimes it resets and like you have to wait for it to come back. It's weird.
Okay.
The chat on our end will like go away and then come back.
Okay.
Weird.
Yeah, because all it's letting me see is private chat right now.
Yeah, it'll come back in a few minutes. It's the same way for me. I don't know why.
I never really pay attention whenever I'm on somebody else's. Mine's still showing up. But
yeah, it's because you're the host.
I'm special. Yeah, me and my mom never really got along. She'll tell you otherwise. But I know she made a comment one time where we were talking about how we had the best relationship, this and that. And my wife was in the room. She just looked at her and looked at me. After she left, she's like, "Does your mom live in this reality?" I don't fucking know.
That's literally what my mom does. She'll just be like, "Oh, you should have done this. Oh, you should just do this." And I'm just looking at her like, "Oh, is that all I got to do? You don't live in reality, do you?"
Yeah, my
Like,
I know after we had our first kid, she made it a point to come by our house every fucking day just so she could see her grandkid.
Oh, God.
I was like, no, this ain't happening.
I know you're dealing with some empty nest syndrome, but no.
Yeah. I hadn't lived there for a while. I mean, the moment I got out of high school, I moved out as soon as fucking possible. I was like, fuck this.
Yeah, I stayed with my mom until I was like 20-something.
Yeah, I stayed mine until I was 18. Well,
yeah,
I might have been about 19.
So the main reason why I stayed with her so long is because Pell Grants and all that crap, they wanted me to include her income. And the first year that I lived with her, she had to be included. So I wasn't getting as much, so I stayed with her because they were including her income. But then when I had my first kid, I could be counted alone. And then I was like, I'm not fucking staying here anymore.
You didn't have to be with her for them to include her income.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Because they did include her income, it was making it difficult for me to get as much out of them because of how much they paid. Yeah. I couldn't just move out and live off of my, my loans and my Pell Grant because I wasn't getting all of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
my mom wasn't working at that point, so.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, my mom got mad at me because I didn't tell her I was writing a book until it was out, basically. And she found out from somebody else.
I will never tell my mom I wrote a book. One, because even if I told her she wouldn't read it, she doesn't read. But I definitely don't want her to read my book.
Yeah, I was like, she's never really supported me in anything else I've ever done. So I was like, yeah, whatever. It's like when I made music, she knew I made music and she would always say how bad it was, but she had never listened to anything.
Oh, God.
But yeah. And then she's like, I'd buy a book. I was like, if you want to fucking give me $15, then go for it. I don't fucking care. And then
See, that was weird. My mom was supportive, like with my art and stuff, but not to my face. It was always everyone else. She'd tell everyone else how proud she was, but never tell me.
Yeah, I told my wife whenever my mom actually said that and that she wanted a book. I was like, damn well, she ain't buying it because it's my book. She's buying it because it's her son's book. So she can be like, hey, look what my son did. So I was like, no.
Aphrodite,
so she read
that's
it.
Incredible.
She still kind of complained about it.
All right. We're just going to say that Aphrodite's 25. That's what we're going to say.
But yeah, I know my mom tells me now, I was like, when I was in college, you should have wrote my own papers for me. I was like, I didn't even write my own papers in college. What are you talking about?
I never did my work. I'm not doing yours.
I know what I did in school? I slept or skipped class or something.
Yeah, it's hard to find moms that are supportive. That's for sure.
My mommy's supportive.
I know. Growing up, only thing I heard is like every time my mom wanted me to do something, this is why I had kids. Well,
Okay,
shit, I
that's
like it.
not a good
Go have a
reason.
different one.
So if you wanted slaves,
Like she makes me change her oil, and she acts like it's my job to change the oil in her car. And she lives like 30 something miles away from me, and I only go up there to drop the kids off because she'll keep them like every other weekend or whatever. And she'll mention it while I'm not even there that I need to change her oil. But when I go up there, she doesn't tell me. I'm like, I don't feel like fucking doing it, so I'm not gonna bring it up. Or I know here a while back she told me, she's like, hey, you need to change the oil. I was like, it's too fucking hot to crawl up underneath the car out there. I'm not fucking doing it. And then she's like, threw a fit. I was like, you can fucking take it to Walmart and get it done just as cheap. I was like, I don't have to fucking do this.
oh yeah, my mom calls me constantly. She's like, fix my phone. I'm
Yeah.
like, what's wrong with it? She's like, I don't know, but fix it. I'm like, I can't fix it if I don't know what's wrong with it.
Yeah, my mom's always having me do shit out there or at her house for her. And I have an uncle, the one that lives in North Carolina. He comes up here about twice a year, once for around Mother's Day, to visit my grandma and stuff. And then he comes either Thanksgiving or Christmas. It alternates each year. And every single time he's visit up here, my mom's had some type of job for him to do with her house or some shit. And it's usually something that she'd mentioned to me, and I might be okay with it, but she doesn't want me to do it because I'm not an expert in it. But she wants him to do it, and then she makes me help him. Like one time she wanted her light switch changed out in her bathroom. So it's a fucking light switch. It's not that fucking complicated. It's like, but you're not an electrician. I was like, neither is fucking Skye, so who cares? Flip the breaker off, unscrew a few things, screw it back in, flip it back on. It's not that hard. It's like, no. And then when he came up to do it, she's like, you need to go in there and help him. It's a one-person fucking job. What the fuck you talking about? I could have done this 3 fucking months ago. So, well, I didn't want you hurting yourself. It's a fucking light switch. Flip the breaker off. I'm good. I used to build fucking homes. I know what the fuck I'm doing. I went to college for the shit. I know what the fuck I'm doing, all right?
Right? Oh, my mom used to do that all the time, telling me I didn't know what I was talking about. And I'm like, Mom, I do this all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Like
whenever I started changing her oil, because she used to have my grandpa do it until he got really bad health or whatever, he couldn't do it, and that's when I started. And I would do it for a while, and then she'd tell me, that's not how you're supposed to do it. So I've always fucking done it. It's worked just fine. It's not that complicated to change oil. Take the plug out, you let the oil drain, put the plug back in, take the filter off, put a new one on, fill it up with oil. It's not that complicated. So that's not what Papa used to do. I don't fucking care what he used to do. This is what I've done, and it's worked before. It's fine.
I thought that's just how you were supposed to do it.
Yeah, apparently he would take the plug off, and then take the filter off, and then put the plug back in, and then put the new filter on or something. I was like, I don't think it really matters what order you're doing it.
It's like saying, which slice of bread do I put the peanut butter on?
Right. As long as the plug and the filter's on, when I start pouring the oil in, so it's not draining out the bottom, you should be good.
Oh, Aphrodite, your baby is like 3 years younger than me.
Yep.
Yeah. Because I'm going to be 31. Is it next week? Yeah, next week. Next Sunday.
Yeah, I'll be 30 in December.
I don't want to be 31. Especially since I just saw a picture of my nephew. Oh, Tiffany's having some internet issues. Just give her a
Yeah, I was
second.
about to say she just kind of dropped out. I figured something like that.
Yeah. But
She's back.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. My internet's been going in and out a lot, and I think it might be stormy over here, so
That means it might end up storming here soon. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Oh, yeah. I saw a picture of my nephew because his birthday just passed, and I was like almost crying because I was just like, I want my big-eared nephew back because he's a grown man now. And I'm like, no.
I know when my little brother's voice dropped, I was like, my little baby.
The left slice only. Sorry.
I don't do left and right slices. I do the front and back. So I take it, stick it right there, and then just flip it forward.
I could say something that would be completely off of that, but I won't.
I'm sure we've heard worse.
I was gonna say you could just stick your dick in it. That's something different.
I used to get that comment a lot whenever I worked at Subway, actually, because most of the time I'd work the 10 at night to 6 in the morning shift on like the weekends, or that's why I worked on the weekends. Where so I got a lot of the bar crowd, so I had all kinds of fucking comments like that. So what kind of sandwich you want? I want you on my sandwich. All right. I can sit on it and just squish the bread. I don't know what else you want me to fucking do. Or I'd ask them, what kind of sauce you want? I want your white sauce. Mayonnaise? Your mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is, I don't like mayonnaise. You asked for it. I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Remember Tiffany's sexy tub of sour cream?
Ooh, I love me a sexy tub of sour cream.
Give me some of your Cool Whip.
But yeah, I love dealing with the drunk people. They're so fun. I know fucking
when I'm drunk,
one guy came in there. He ordered the most nastiest fucking sub I had ever fucking made. It was like a tuna and crab mix on honey oat with mustard and barbecue sauce, and I think bacon and pickles and some other shit. And then he wanted it toasted after all that shit was on it. And I did that, and I gave it to him, and he went over in the booth and sat down, took a bite, and literally started puking it up. And then looked at me, he's like, this tastes like shit. So I could have told you that. He's like, why did you make it? I was like, you ordered it. He's like, okay.
We make it how you want it.
Yeah, I was like, you ordered it. And he's like, oh. And then he was like, oh, okay.
Pregnant.
I was like, I can make you another one if you want. And he was like, no, I'll eat it. If this is what I order, I'll eat it. All right, whatever. Don't complain about it.
Yeah, I'm a funny drunk because I'm already naturally extra, so I just get more extra as I get drunk.
I had a lot of those.
I get interesting when I'm drunk.
I know. I played intramural basketball in high school, which is like a school league or whatever. It's not like one school plays another. It's just all within that same one. And I played that for a couple years in high school. And there's this one chick who's like a year younger than me. She started coming in Subway when I was working. And she'd walk up to me. She's like, you're Derek Stewie. Because everybody just knew me as Stewie. I was like, yeah, close enough. It's like, you played basketball. Yeah, on the retarded team. Yeah, because like everybody on my team sucked ass. We never won a game or anything. And she's like, y'all sucked. I was like, yep. And that was our conversation every time she came in. And I would like be working with somebody like, but yeah, I know what she's gonna say when she walks in here. It's like every fucking time.
See, I'd be that person who's like, I'm all like with my friends and I don't talk to anyone else. And then when I'm finally drunk, like, you know, at that point around like 1:30, where everybody's just drunk, I like walk up to random strangers and just start talking to them like for no apparent reason. And they would just start cracking up laughing because I'd say something fucking extra. So I was like just flitting around to strangers I'd never see again.
Yeah, fucking that. And I know one time she was like really fucked up. And whoever she came in with was like, just go back out to the car or whatever. I'll get you sub. So she just sits down on the floor and sits there for a few minutes. She said, no, go to the car. And she looked up from her spot in the floor, just looked up at her friends like, where am I? You're in Subway. Go to the car. Okay. So she goes and lays on top of one of the booth tables or whatever, just lays there for a while. I was like, she's fucked up.
See, I've never been that fucked up. I'm usually the one that like gets drunk but can still function. It's everybody else that gets fucked up like that. I don't know.
Everybody here
I had a friend,
right? No, because I have a story. No.
She's like, no.
He knows the story.
Oh, your hoochie slips out no matter what you do. Oh.
I had a friend one time. He came up to Subway. I went to school with him, and he was going to college a couple towns over, which is like about an hour drive. And he had been drinking and stopped at Subway to get gas in his truck. And he filled up and then came in to pay. And then he realized he had left his wallet in his dorm room at school. He's like, man, I ain't got any money or whatever. I just filled it up. I didn't realize I didn't have my money. I was like, don't worry about it. I'll fucking cover it. Just, whatever. He's like, I'm going to go home. I'm going to get my wallet and I'm going to drive back up here and pay. He's like, so whatever. I was like, whatever. I'm not fucked up about it. I mean, he was drunk, so I didn't figure he was going to fucking make it home. How fucking drunk he was. I was like, all right, whatever. So he fucking left and I went ahead and paid for it. And then I didn't work the next day. I forgot about it. And then a couple days later, I came back into work and my boss walked up to me and just looked at me like all suspicious like. And she's like, I got a letter for you. I was like, okay. Why the fuck am I getting letters at work? And she hands me this envelope and it just said to Derek on it. And I was like, okay. And I opened it up and it was money. And she's like, why is somebody giving you money? I was like, fucking sold them drugs. Who fucking cares why they gave me money? It's my money. And she just kind of looked at me. And then I looked and there's like a little note in there. I looked and noticed it was from him. I was like, oh, he came up and got gas and I paid for it the other day. He just said he'd pay me back.
I would have been like, oh, you got a sugar daddy, huh?
She's like, why is somebody giving you money? I was like, who fucking cares why I'm getting money?
Like,
I do my job.
Get paid, bitch.
Yeah. I can't make it fucking working here. What are you talking about? I got a side hustle.
Exactly right.
But man, his fucking letters off. Man, I'm so sorry. I got home. I passed out. Forgot all about it. I woke up the next morning. I was like, fuck, I didn't pay him. He's like, so here it is. I was like, oh, well.
Oh, apparently you're a gigolo.
It happens.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
I got a shirt that says "Power to the Sex Workers" on it. So I was laughing earlier because I got a bunch of followers on Twitter. And I was scrolling through and I just remembered again that I'm subscribed to a bunch of porn Twitters. And you can't hide the things you like. So I accidentally hit like on one of them and I lost like a few of my subscribers. And I was just like, oops.
Oh, God.
Sorry. But I'm just like, there is a warning in my bio that says, warning, erotic content.
Yeah, my wife has a cousin or whatever. He used to live with us when we kind of stayed at her dad's house before we moved here. And he's gay. He's like a couple years older than me. But he's like full blown gay as gay can be. You can see him a mile away and know he's gay. Just how he presents himself and stuff. And he would come up to me while I was living there. He'd come in the bedroom, sit on the bed beside me, and like start giving me massages and paying me so he could massage my back or my feet or something. I was like, if you want to fucking pay me to massage my back, that's fine. And then one day he told me, he's like, if you wasn't married to my cousin, I'd fuck you. Nope, that's a two-way street right there. That's not happening.
It's like, consent.
I was like, nope, that's not how that works. If I wasn't married to your cousin, I wouldn't be sitting here right now.
It's like, listen, a massage is just a massage, okay?
I know. And the fact that you're paying me to give me a massage, just a plus, all right? That's all that's happening.
So funny. You should still feel flattered. Gay guys are extremely shallow. I
was like, whatever. I wouldn't let him massage my feet. I think he has a foot fetish because he was always wanting to massage my feet. I was like, no. He's like, why not? I was like, I am very fucking ticklish. You touch my feet, I'm going to fucking kick you.
Yeah, and then when
especially in that arch area. I was like, you can do my back and shoulders. I worked at a factory. I always had like cramps in my neck and shit. Go for it. But feet.
Huh?
I want your guys' opinion. So usually Wednesdays at 8 p.m. I have my own personal live stream. But I was thinking,
You said 8? What time zone?
my time, so Arizona time. So
2 hours behind me.
Right now
We
it's
don't-
9. So
yeah, we don't have daylight saving time.
Yeah, it's a Pacific time right now, in a sense.
yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
So usually it would be like 11 at night for most of the country.
Yeah, that'd be 10 for me.
If I switch it to like 2 p.m. my time on Friday, so it would be like, I guess, 5 p.m. on Friday for Eastern Standard Time. Do you think that it would be a good time to do sprints? Like, should I move it?
Well, I'd say definitely earlier because of most people are on the East Coast, so we're we're the earliest time in the country.
Yeah,
So it's definitely earlier.
I would say earlier if you want more people. I know me personally. I used to do sprints with like Carrow and stuff, which is usually 11 my time, which would be like 9 in the morning y'all's time. But I had to quit because my wife gets off usually around 12:30 here, now and then 1, and that would be during that sprint. I didn't want to join and leave part way into it, so I wouldn't be able to participate. But I know that's when they do theirs. So
And just be aware that SD Higgies does, I think hers Haggis, thank you. Does hers on Friday, I think. I think that's what the sheet said.
Yeah, I know she used to do it on Tuesdays. And then,
Oh no, it's Tamara that changed to Friday.
is it?
She does hers on Saturdays, I think. Yeah.
Let me pull up the
I
sheet.
don't know.
Because Tamara used to do hers on another day, but last
Yeah,
stream just changed.
Tamara used to do it on Thursdays. I know Skye used to do it on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then quit Thursday one, just started doing Tuesdays.
Yeah.
And then she was going to do Tuesdays and Fridays, last I heard.
Yeah, it's all on the spreadsheet. So
And I know Sarah does hers Friday nights.
7 Eastern Standard Time. So if I did from like 5 to 7 Eastern Standard Time, like that block, do you think that would be okay?
That's a pretty good time, actually, because most people are getting off of work, especially on the East Coast, because they're already off of work.
Or should I do it like maybe an hour earlier so that like there's a little bit of time between mine and Sarah's?
I know a lot of people that actually participate in these. They usually jump from one to another, I've noticed.
Yeah, as long as you don't overlap, you should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I know like I think Shannon Caper or whatever. I know a lot of times she'll be like in the chat on one and be like, yeah, I'm kind of flip-flopping back and forth between these two, or whenever one's wrapping up, they're like, hey, this person's about to do a stream or whatever and stuff like that. So it's kind of whatever. I just picked Sundays for mine because I didn't know anybody that actually did Sundays. So
yeah, we do Sundays, but we alternate between our channel, but it's earlier.
Yeah.
We probably won't be. Well, actually, I don't know. It depends on what time you do yours on. What time do you do yours? 7?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 Eastern.
So,
It's usually 7 to 9 is what I was going to plan, but apparently it's about a little after midnight there now. So
yeah, I'll probably show up halfway through next week because I have me and Tiffany have she's helping me with my table at the local BDSM convention. So we'll probably show up halfway through because we're going to be doing. I'm hoping I make some money. That'd be nice. It'd be really nice.
I wish Louise was here. She said could possibly do this stream, but
Life happens.
yeah,
You never know who's going to show up.
Louise is my Australian.
I love Australian people. I do. I met this one girl who's Australian. She was here on a sports visa for school, and we worked together at the community college cafeteria because that was my job for while I was going there. And she would tell me about like how much alcohol was there because she partied a lot back home. And she was like, yeah, it's so much more because it's like here a Long Island iced tea might be $8. There it's $15, but they get paid more, a lot more as far as minimum wage goes.
Mm-hmm.
And she would tell me all kinds of stuff about Australia. She was really cool.
Okay, so I think I'll message Carrow and have it from 4:30 Eastern Standard Time to 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, which would be 1:30 to 3:30 here.
Oh, so I haven't scheduled it yet because I want to get a physical copy of my book, which will be closer to the actual publishing date. I'm going to do a live release day party. So I was thinking about having a few people there. So if you're available, DL, you could join if you want to.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's going to be the November 14th. I just have to figure out what time.
So what day is that on? Do you know?
No, it's a weekday.
It is Thursday.
Yeah, it's a Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah, depending on what time it is or whatever, I might be able to make it.
Yeah, we'll just have to.
What times are best?
Well, I mean, like I said, during that middle part of the day here, I have to go there, which I figured it'd probably be the afternoon. So
yeah, it'll probably be in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Especially since I might be, like, if I end up with a job at that point, I'll probably be working mornings just so I have time to write at night. So, yeah. But I really want to do the release party because it's like I can push other people's books. We can just chit-chat, no sprinting or anything, since that's what we do anyways.
Yep.
I can give little teasers of my book. Like I create these teasers. I don't know if you saw one, but I literally created a teaser where it was right before the sex scene starts. So it's like the last line of that teaser is he lifted him by his thighs, and then it ends.
Yeah, I know. Before my book came out on Instagram, I was doing like a little snippet teaser type things with different little scenes every so often on there.
Yeah, I go between like the plot related scenes, especially the character arc related scenes. I'll do like teasers, and then I'll go back to some of the more romantic scenes. So it depends on what I feel like doing that day.
Yeah, I tried to do stuff that wasn't a spoiler at all, really.
Yeah.
And also, I know I have a different motto for each of the 6 kingdoms. So that last 6 weeks or so before the book came out, I did 1 kingdom each week, or whatever of that. But
I wish I lived near you too, Aphrodite. Especially since you know Tucker Paul. Seriously, I love him. He's my baby daddy. Not really, but still. Yeah, I just enjoy doing teasers. Like I don't do anything that reveals the plot, but my teasers might be like a hint at the plot. Yeah. Like a hint at the character arc and what he needs to do. But I try not to give any parts that are extreme teasers. So like I stay away from the end of the book pretty much.
I had a friend who ever told me, he's like, I don't like reading, so I'm not going to read your book. Can you at least tell me what happens? So there's a war. He's like, well, can you tell me how it ends? So I took a picture of the very last line, which is to be continued. And he's like, no, I meant like what happens at the end. There's that. And then it goes into the epilogue, and then it'll go into the acknowledgments. He's like, can you show me like a full page? So I literally opened up to the last page of my book, took a picture of the acknowledgments, and sent it back to him. So there you go. That's the last page.
You're such a smart ass. I would have been like, you fucking smart ass.
He's like, no, I want to know like the actual story. I was like, then fucking read it.
Yeah.
I don't like reading. What does it fucking matter?
Well, then wait till the movie comes out.
Yeah, right.
Aphrodite, you need to like tell him that I love him, not like that in a creepy way, but you know, because I love him. But yeah,
He's the one that sings. boys.
What did that girl just say, girl? That one.
Okay.
Or I like boys. I like boys who
Yeah.
like boys. And like the video is awesome because it's just a bunch of naked guys with colorful like sheets wrapped around their bodies and they're all fucking muscular. And I'm just like, yes, this is how a video should do all day, every day. Like all of them are like buff. And I'm just like, oh, I love that freaking music video so much. I dance around my house to that song when I'm in a bad mood. It makes me happier. Because I'm a child.
That was
Aw. But yeah. Can't wait till my butt comes out. I'm excited. Like
5.5 hours, people.
Yeah.
What?
You're just joining at the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You missed some of the interesting parts that were hilarious. Freaking Tillery was dying over there for a second.
But in my defense, we have done 3 writing sprints.
Yes.
Which is what I set out to do when I do my writing streams, is 3 and then some chat. So I met my quota.
We got some sprints in our chat.
I'll probably fucking change the title from Write with DL to Chat with DL.
Right? Should be like bullshitting with DL. I still think we should change it to cops because that first half we're just talking about fucking cops.
Wasting 5 hours with DL.
This is why sometimes writing groups are a bad idea if you get along with everybody too well, which is probably why it's a good thing that you go to one where everybody's so different from you, because you never get anything done.
Don't play on my keyboard. Oh.
I know the local group that I go to where we meet once a month for, it used to be 2 hours, but we never get everything done. So they switched it to 3 hours and we still don't get everything done that we was intending to do.
Me and Tiffany do that all the time. Like we do.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I seriously go there at like 12 and we end up staying until 9 and I get like 3 sentences done.
I might get like a paragraph done. It's bad.
It's awful. Cat.
But yeah, when I'm by myself though, I can like push out those words, but
No, I get distracted too much. I mean, at least when we're doing sprints and it's like, all right, right. I'm like, okay.
Do it.
I know I can get these words. They know I can. So if I get like 100, then it looks bad. So I got to get these words. So it's more motivation to actually just sit there and write. When it's myself, I'm like, oh, no, I'm going to go check Facebook. I'm going to go check Twitter, check this and that.
I could always send you a message. Are you writing? That's what I do to Tiffany. I'm like, are you writing?
I'm not going to click on that so she doesn't know I see that. Let's go.
Yo, don't you hate that when you're trying to ignore somebody and you accidentally click it and they can see that you saw it and you're like, fuck.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what kind of phone my boss has, but I've noticed I've only noticed it with her. I might do it with others, but I can actually see when she's texting me and when she's seen my text. Not like Facebook message or anything. I mean, actual text messages on my phone. I was like, okay. Because I know one time I had texted her and set my phone down and I had left it on the text screen. And I had walked back by and picked it up. And I was like, or sending a message. I was like, okay.
If you have a similar phone or similar like app that handles your text messages, sometimes they'll do that. Like when I used to have Verizon, it would do that with my mom when she'd text me. It would tell me.
I have Verizon. I use Message Plus, the Verizon Message Plus
too, and probably has Verizon if it's doing that.
Maybe, I don't know. I've never noticed it when I text my wife or whatever, and we're on the same plan. So
I
yeah, I've never noticed that on any of my other phones either. I just know this phone. And I was like, okay. I was like, I don't want this because she could tell me I need to do something. And I'll do that later. I don't want her to know that I've looked at the mess.
Yeah, I literally like turned off my online feature so people won't bother me when I'm online. Because just because my phone says I'm online doesn't mean I'm looking at my Facebook. So, and there's times when I just don't want to talk to people, you know.
I know a lot of times I'll be doing something and it'll pop up like I'm in a lot of different group chats and it'll pop up. I'm like, nope, swipe down. Another one pop up. Nope, swipe down. I don't want to look at this. I am busy. Especially when I'm watching like YouTube videos, because it'll be like bing, and like the video will kind of quiet for a second. I was like, no.
Oh, God, I hate that. Or when you're listening to music, because I listen to my Spotify, I hate that.
I know used to I'd get the notifications on here or whatever on my computer, and then when I started doing these streams, I just turned off all notifications because I know it'd be like bing, 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 bing. I was like, stop, people.
Yeah.
It's like constantly.
Especially with Twitter, because I've been getting a lot of freaking followers lately.
Yeah, I know for a while Instagram was blowing up because I know for a while there, like almost every picture I posted was getting like several hundred views like instantly. I'm like, the majority of mine now are just like maybe 13 over a period of time. But for a while, I'd post it and within like an hour, I would have like 500 or 600 likes on it. I was like, okay. I don't know what the fuck was going on around there, but I was like, yeah. And that was right around the time my book was coming out. So I was like, yep, I'm going to just keep on fucking posting shit.
Right. Aphrodite, no, you haven't sent it to me. Yeah, I guess her internet's not working. So she's just going to go outside and smoke. And I'm assuming you're going to try to come back.
Yeah, she just commented in the chat that she's still in the chat or whatever.
I'm thinking about getting my book into audio. It's going to just be funny listening to my book out loud. For some reason, as much of a pervert as I am, I cannot listen to sex scenes spoken out loud. Like, it just makes me uncomfortable. I don't know why. It might be the voice, because it takes a certain type of voice for you to be able to read those kind of scenes. But, but yeah, I want to get someone to read it. It just has to be somebody with a sultry voice.
Yeah, I'm enjoying what my narrator is doing right now.
That's good.
Oh, Aphrodite's listened to the first couple chapters, I think, on there. I have them on my Patreon or whatever. The first 4.
Yeah, I have Aphrodite sent me Shattered, so I'm gonna read that, and then I'm gonna listen to the audio of her book, apparently.
Yeah, counters.
And I'm gonna do some like book reviews on my YouTube, because I have one other arc I have to read. Then I'm getting another one of her arcs because it's her whole series. I have Aphrodite's, and then I have Gabriel's. I'm gonna have to beta. Gabriel's another friend, but I love doing arc reviews. It's so much fun.
I'm slow as fucking reader. I don't mind doing them and shit, but it's just and then the people actually like beta read for, try to put their stuff, priority because they're wanting feedback sooner. I feel like if it's an arc review, it's already done. It's just for the review. I'll get to it whenever. But for betas and alphas that I do, they're wanting that information so they can tweak it. So I try to put that stuff as a priority, I guess. Yeah. What am I supposed to be doing? Get me to do it?
Have DL reading my gay sex.
Oh. I was like, what am I supposed to be doing? No, I'm not even reading mine.
I'm not reading mine. That's what she meant.
Yeah, I know. I figured that's what when you said that.
Oh, that funny thing is that reminds me of another author. She writes male romances, and she has these little segments on her Facebook group where her husband's a straight man, and he will read her books out loud on video, and everybody loves it. Like, loves listening to him read her books. And I'm like, now that's a dedicated husband right there. Reading some gay shit.
I don't like the sound of my voice, so yeah.
Most people don't like the sound of their own voice.
Yeah, and it's weird because I used to make music and rap and stuff, but yeah. I was like, yeah.
My voice is... I don't like listening to my voice on recordings. Like, when I listen to my videos, I'm just kind of like twitching while I'm listening to make sure they're not messed up. And it doesn't help that right now my voice is cracking a little bit because of testosterone. So it's like my voice is going to shift somewhere else after a while.
Yeah, I know. I got lucky when I went through that portion of puberty when your voice chopping. I had strep throat during that time, so I couldn't really talk at all anyway. So it was like I had my normal voice or my kid voice, strep throat, couldn't talk, and then whenever I got over that, I had a deep voice. So I just like didn't have to do that whole up and down, in and out type of voice shit.
The squeak. Yes. I'm still waiting for that squeak to come because I've been told that it will happen because I'm essentially going through second puberty here. So yeah. I'm like,
yeah, I got to skip that part. I was like, yay.
Yeah, I
know. I used to get not really picked on when I was younger, but I started growing body hair at like 7 years old or whatever. I had like a big bush underneath my armpits or whatever, like armpit hair, like at 7 or 8 or something. And then fucking leg hair and shit. It was like, how you get all the hair?
I was wearing a training bra in like 3rd grade, 2nd grade. So I got picked on a lot for that. Andrew still squeaks sometimes.
I know a while back, I don't know, it's a couple years ago. I was sick. My throat was very scratchy and hoarse. And my wife said I sound like I forgot what character it is. It was on Family Guy, I believe. It was like a gay older guy on Family Guy. It's like, you remind me of him. I was like, hey, Persephone, again. I think you joined earlier in the same stream.
5 hours, actually 6 hours later almost.
Yeah, this is just kind of turned into a big, long chat. Oh,
me and my friends were joking. Like, I'm not sure if it was Tiffany or not, but somebody in me was joking. I already have a deep voice, always have. So I'm like, when I finish all this fucking shit, I'm gonna be like Barry White. I'm like, fuck, hello. And I'm like, I was telling my other friend who's trans about all the stuff all the physical changes. And I'm just like, what the fuck is with all this shit? I just want the facial hair. I don't want the rest of it. And they're like, that's not how it works. I'm like, fuck.
Yep.
So funny.
Yeah, I don't even like this.
Why haven't you shaved yet?
Because I'm too lazy. But I know if I shave it all off, I look so young. So I try not to shave it all off. I usually keep like a goatee. I'll trim it down so it's not as big. And I'll just shave all this off. But I usually shave that whenever I shave my head. Because I use an electric trimmer. Or if I don't get it like real short, but shorter than this. Because I don't like having to comb my hair. So once it gets to the point where it sticks out too much, I'll just take my electric razor and just shave it all off that way.
Yeah, I use my electric razor for my head, let it grow out a little bit, and then when it gets all funky looking, then I shave my head again, except for the top, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I don't shave it completely bald or whatever. I did when I was younger, but I usually use, I think it's size 3 is the average. But I usually do the bottom portions a little bit shorter and then get a little bit longer out top. And then used to I'd let my bangs grow out, and at one point, my bangs were like all the way down to my lips, like how long it was. And I have a cowlick over here, so I automatically just pushed all my hair to this side. So I had that little emo look or whatever over that one eye, just naturally or whatever. I was like, fine by me.
It's not a bad look.
No,
not at
I
all.
liked it.
It's a
I
popular.
know at one point I was working at a factory like that, and like I said, all my other hair would be like really short, and they used to tell me it looked like a rooster tail or whatever because it was just all kind of feathered to one side, and that's all you could see underneath my hard hat. It was just that. Whatever.
Tiffany, I do want to grow locks. It's a long fucking process. Like I want freaking locks down to the freaking like I do the side cut most of the time, so it would be hanging off to one side. And my dream is to have like those really long locks. Because I love them. I mean, my main character in my book has locks, so I'm obsessed with them. And I paint them a lot. Like a lot of my characters have locks, so it's all about the locks. Handlebars for lots of activities.
Ride my bike with no handlebars. No handlebars. Oh, shit.
Yeah, my hair is usually red and like it'll start fading and look orange. And I'm like, because I hate orange. Like it's the one color I can't stand the entire rainbow.
I found that a lot of people don't like orange. I think I had this discussion one time on one of my streams. Like people's favorite colors. I think it was Aphrodite or somebody's like, my favorite color is orange. That's what most people hate.
I can't. It's because it's just so loud and just like I took color theory in college, so I understand colors. And orange is one of the most in your face colors because it's very loud and angry, especially since it's in the red family. So I don't like it. It just bothers me. But I love dark reds and I love purple. So hell, I love blue. I just don't like. I like green, kind of.
I love green. That's my favorite color. But it's weird because green is like my favorite color, but I don't really want it as things. Like whenever I pick something that's going to be a certain color, like a car or my book color or room colors, because we got every room in this house painted, I don't want green. I want black or red. But as a color, I just like green better. I don't know why. I don't really want to own anything that's green. I just like the color green.
I always default to blue or black most of the time, even though purple and red are my two favorite colors. So I get that. It's one of those things.
I know my wife's favorite colors is purple and red. I try to stay away from blue because that's my mom's favorite color, and me and my mom don't get along very well. So I'm like, nope, anything you like, I don't like. Fuck blue.
Yeah.
I know when I was younger, I would say black was probably my favorite, and then as I got older, I liked green. But I like black because I was more into the emo goth type scene, and I know that was my type of chick or whatever. I was drawn to that. It's just kind of the crowd that kind of fit in a sense. There's a lot of my friends.
Crowd too. I was their token black friend. Essentially, I was the black goth person at the school. The only
Daddy says orange is very misunderstood. Or bright and lovely, damn it. Only orange that I actually loved was when, I don't remember what year it was, but I know for a little bit, they started painting cars like that rustic orange color. And I love that on cars. I don't know why. I know a lot of people around here is like, oh, that looks nasty. That looks like crap. I love that rustic orange color for cars. That's like only the thing that I actually liked. That's actually orange, I guess.
See, I don't mind orange if it's paired with reds because then it kind of brings down the intensity. But like, especially if you put it next to blue because of it being complements, it's even worse. Like I can't do blue and orange together.
Yeah, I had a friend who hated things being red and blue. He's like, that's like the two go-to colors when you want opposites is either black and white or red and blue. So you got Coke and Pepsi. You got the Pepsi symbol that's red and blue. It's like, why is everything red and blue? He hated it.
Yeah, I don't get that either. I love green and purple though. It's a beautiful combination. And purple and yellows, like golden yellows.
Yeah. I like black and red and black and yellow. I think.
Oh, you could have seen me in high school. I was like, I wore the, back when they still made trip pants. I don't know if you wore those. I used to wear them all the time.
I had a black pair with green loops or whatever, or straps, whatever they was called.
I had
my wife still has a pair. I think she still has 2 pairs. I think one's like straight black and the other one's black with a little bit of purple stitching.
Yeah, I had the purple stitching one, but I wore one, I didn't like the girl ones. I always wore the boy ones, the big ones that are like, yeah. And also on top of that, they never made the girl ones to fit me because they always made them for skinny girls. So I just always like went to the boy ones, and they were always super expensive, but they lasted forever. I'm sad that
my wife can't fit into hers anymore because she used to be like a twig, and now 3 kids later, nope.
Yeah, kids.
And she got mad because right before she found out she's pregnant with our son, which is our 3rd kid, she tried to get in it, and she finally squeezed into it. It's like, yay, I can wear these. And like a week later, so I'm pregnant.
Oh God. I just got a
good night, Tiffany.
Good night.
She said she was leaving. She's still here.
All right. I didn't even notice.
No, I just happened to glance up while ago, and I seen it. I was like, well, she's probably already left, so I'm not gonna say it.
Right. I didn't even look. Like I haven't looked at chat.
Yeah, I kind of glance at it every time I see it kind of go up a little bit. I kind of skim it, I guess.
Yeah. I just forget it's there sometimes.
Yeah. But yeah, Persephone gets it. She likes the burnt orange on the cars or whatever. I thought that was amazing. I always called it the rust orange because that's what it reminded me of. But yeah. I know when that was like a big deal for a while, every time I seen it, I was like, I want that as a car. I don't care what car that goes on. It looks cool. I was like, you got bad taste. I was like, I don't fucking care.
It's not my favorite car color, but it's not a bad car color either. It's just a car color.
Yeah, I'm like, regular orange? No, but that, I don't know.
It's subtle. It's a lower tone, so it's not in your face.
Yeah, it's more like a brownish orange type ordeal, whatever. Yeah.
I love purple cars. It's just hard to find them.
Oh yeah, my wife when she was younger, like I think right out of high school or whatever, she was going to buy a purple Cadillac that had red leather seats and interior and stuff. She had found in California. The dude was selling for like $3,000 or $4,000 or some shit. And her parents said that they would buy her a car that was under $5,000. So she's like, yeah, that's what I want. But just having it delivered from California to here was going to bump it up over that 5,000. So she wasn't able to get it.
That sucks.
But I forgot what year model it was. I think it was like a 60 or 70 something Cadillac convertible that somebody had painted purple. And I think she said it had like a dragon pinstripe design on the side of it and shit. And she loves dragons. Yeah, it was a pimp car. How she described it, I was like, yep.
All it needs is that hydraulics.
Probably had that. You never know.
Yeah, I'm so sad because my car was a teal, like a dark teal. It was so pretty when you looked at it. It was a cute little car. I'm so sad that it's gone now.
My wife used to have, I think, a Nissan or something. As her actual first car, and she had a head-on collision and totaled it with her mom. And her mom totaled her car as well. I was like, that sucks when you have a head-on collision with your child and total both cars. So you're not out one car, you're out 2. I was like, that sucked. But they was going over a hill or something out in the country, and at the top of the hill, they just ran into each other.
I'm wondering why they don't have like an author tube convention. They have a YouTuber convention. I forgot what it's called. VidCon?
Something like that. I know some of the bigger author tubers, they have little meetups or whatever.
Yeah, I see that. They'll like all go to Canada or something. I think that was the most recent one.
Yeah, I know one time they did it at somebody's house. I can't remember, a couple times, and then they went out of the country a couple times for some others. I was like, yeah. I wouldn't mind traveling. I just ain't got the money for that shit.
Yeah, it'd just be cool to have one if I ever did have the money.
Oh yeah.
Of course, it's not an option for all of us.
Yep.
But it'd be cool. We can have a convention on YouTube and just do a mass chat.
Like a 6-hour-long chat or some shit.
Pretty much. Just get everybody to coordinate and see, like, do we all have one day where we can all sit on YouTube all day?
Yeah, I think on StreamYard, you can have 6 people on camera at once, I think. And then you can actually have 10 people, like, in the actual stream, just not on camera. You can switch between them.
Yeah, I've noticed that. 2021. Apparently, we're making a plan to meet up in 2021.
Yeah, I remember. I forgot whose chat it was one time. They was talking about possibly doing that. I think it might have been Sarah's. Seeing if people wanted to try to do something like that and all meet up. Oh, and then we was like, well, it can't be like in a big city because then we'd all want to just go sightseeing or whatever, not get any writing done or anything like that.
Come to Tucson. There's nothing to do here. Except for
Come
drink.
to Arkansas. There's nothing to do here, really.
I would love to go to Arkansas. I drove through Arkansas once on the way to Tennessee, and oh my God, the trees in autumn almost killed me.
Oh, yeah.
It was like the perfect.
You go over towards the Ozarks and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we were driving through it, and I was just looking around because I'd never seen autumn in person. You know, because Arizona doesn't have seasons. We have summer and we have winter, which is technically fall. But
calm down.
Cat.
I got 3 of them.
I got one, and she's a big ass princess. But yeah, I would love to go to Arkansas, and also that's where my family is, so it'd be kind of cool to meet family I've never met before. Because apparently my grandmother's family moved out of Louisiana to Arkansas, so now my grandmother and my grandfather's family are in the same state.
Yeah, the majority of my family is in California. I don't know any of them. The family that I do know, I have an aunt that lives in Oklahoma and an aunt and uncle that lives in North Carolina. And I have some cousins that live in Florida. But the majority of my family is Southern California.
If we do that, just warning you, conversations are going to be interesting. I'm just warning you. Because, you know, I'm just that person. I'm that bitch.
Oh, yeah. I know one of my friends, the one I was talking about earlier that I had never met that used to have a crush on me, and I've met her now, but and I liked her. We never dated or whatever. We was real close. She used to help me write songs when I was doing music, and she's always been a very big supporter of me and stuff. And I've been wanting to try to get her on like one of these streams. She's not a writer really, but you know, just like a chit chat ordeal. Especially once I get closer and been working on my memoir more since she was there from the start of the whole band and everything. So, and she knew me and everybody that was in all those situations and shit. Thought that'd be cool. Or if I could get the guys I actually used to rap with on a stream or something.
That
would be interesting.
Yeah, that would be really cool. I'm kind of tempted to I mean, I don't know how I would get actors for it, but I really, really want to do like a real book trailer and find like people who look somewhat like my characters, and then get one of my friends, because one of my friend's sons sings, and get him to sing a cover of the theme song, because it's What You Want From Me by Adam Lambert. But obviously we can't use his song because it's copyright. But someone else can sing it.
You can use it as long as you're not getting paid for it.
Really? Well, I know YouTube will like silence your video if it's right.
Do they?
Yeah, they
know if you're monetized, they will, I think, take it down or whatever because you can't make money off of it.
Yeah, when I had licensed and I had played a song, they had sent me a warning and they were like, "We're muting your video." So they still do it.
Okay, because I know some of the beats I've used or whatever has been samples with other stuff or whatever. And it'll pop up, hey, you know, we think this is actually this thing or whatever is it. if you click yes, I mean, they still leave the video up there, but it'll put a tag like where your description is, like at the bottom, saying the music was from this person, this and that. So it gives credit to that person still.
I think it also depends on the settings on the person's YouTube. Like certain artists don't want anyone using their music at all. So I think it also depends on that.
Because we was going to do a album with nothing but remakes of all these different songs or whatever. We never got around to it, but I mean, that was an idea that we had thought about doing. It was going to be called Rescripted because we were rewriting all the songs. I know we was going to do Into the Air Tonight by Phil Collins. He's going to make that into a rap. We was going to keep that same chorus, but we was going to redo the verses. We was going to change Rack City. I forgot who sings that. Tyga, I think, maybe. It was like Rack City, bitch, Rack City.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to change it to Fat Titties. fat titty, bitch, fat titties.
Well, I know that would be allowed because it's someone else singing and it's different words.
Yeah. But I mean, even the ones that actually use the chorus still, even though that chorus is copyrighted, it might be because we wasn't monetized or anything, but I know it'd pop up saying, hey, this is this. So yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah. Click it. So it still links back to them, but it'd still let you put it there.
Yeah.
I don't know why it would be any different for a live stream or anything. I don't know.
I don't know what that was about, but I was like, whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I've noticed, I've heard other people talk about that or whatever. If you have music playing, they want to flag it or whatever. But I don't know if it's just kind of that same way, because I know it pops up as like, hey, we notice this has got copyright stuff in it. But you just be like, yeah, I accept it. And then they just put that at the bottom. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to see if my friend's son will do the cover because he can sing. I just have to find the non-vocal version of the song and just have him sing it. I don't have the money to get people to do it, and it's not like I know black guys with locks. So that's a very distinct feature of my main character. So I'm like, what do I do? So
I can't wait. Mine had the live action for mine, but since it's completely 100% fantasy, even the people would have to have like costumes and makeup and shit. I was like, no.
All that work for a minute-long trailer?
I paid like $12 for mine, so I was like, yeah, fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do one without moving people. Like, I know one of the other author tubers, she just did a zoom in of her book, and then it had words going across it with music.
So yeah, mine, it's got like some like dark cloud top background. I think maybe even some lightning or whatever. And then you got this music playing, and then it has like words kind of pop up on the screen. And then it would just kind of show like a small glimpse of the book, and then show some more words and a small glimpse. And then eventually, at the very end, it shows like the scroll unrolling, and it had the title of the book and my name. And then it showed the full book or whatever as a whole. And it says, available now or available. I think it had the date because I had done it before it actually came out and stuff like that.
Okay. So you just have to link yourself to the song so that they don't flag it. Okay.
Yeah. And usually they'll flag it themselves, but you just accept it basically or whatever. Because, I mean, people do cover songs all the time or whatever, like an acoustic version of another song or whatever, and it will flag it that way. But you just click it and it will link it in like the description or like right below the description of your video. Same music, this composer was this, whatever. Bullshit.
Yeah, because my book specifically, like the feel of my books, the entire series Scars, that's the theme song for all of them, like the overarching for the Scars series. So I kind of want to make a trailer for each one using that song.
Yeah. And if you're monetized, you can't be monetized on those videos or whatever. Because that's where the copyright stuff really comes into effect. You can't make money off somebody else's stuff.
Yeah, they'll pretty much what they'll do is they'll monetize your video and they get the money for it.
Yeah.
That's what happens with that. I read that somewhere. But yeah, I'll figure it out. I just need to get it done soon.
Yeah. But yeah, I've never linked it myself. Whenever I do stuff, I just toss it up there and I get like a notification say, hey, this has got this. I'm like, yeah, I know. and then just click accept it or whatever. Of course, I was never monetized or anything, so I didn't fucking care.
Yeah. It's not like I want to make money off of it. I just want to give the feel of my freaking book. So.
I know I had looked at some videos I thought would be more, it's like live action type ordeals. Like people was like LARPing in a sense. They had dressed up and stuff and was running through the field with swords and shields and stuff and pretend fighting and shit. I was like, that looks cool. And then I looked at the price and it was a couple $100. I was like, no.
Yeah.
So I found this basic stock template or whatever some guy had done on Fiverr for like $10 or $11. And then after taxes and shit, it was like 12 or 13. Like,
yeah. I'm a member of a Facebook group that was just created where they have pre-made trailers. And I was thinking about buying one, but I'm like, none of them are gay couples. None of them are black couples. It's like, guys, you got to, extend your not everybody's male, female, and not everybody's white in these books. So
that's why I like that one, because it doesn't have any characters. Like I said, it's just like a dark, cloudy background. I think some lightning flashes, the music, and just the book and the text. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, see, I might do something like with flames and like moving flames if I can find one, because that is a very big part of the story, fire. So, and I might do that. Maybe with some angel wings, because that's also part of my freaking, logo.
I have some special effects stuff I had bought back when I was doing music videos and stuff. I had started stockpiling on some. And I actually have like a fire packet with like explosions, just regular fire, smoke, whatever. So if you find just like a regular video you like and you just want like an overlay of fire, like coming off from the bottom of the thing, if you want, you can just get whatever and then send it to me. I can hook you up there.
Okay, cool. I'll let you know when I figure that out.
Hi, Eva.
Yeah, we've been live for 6 hours. We're having a good time.
Yep, 6 hours, 1 minute, and 14 seconds.
I think we hit a record for author too.
I know. I think the longest one I had ever been in, or had watched, was Sarah's one time. It was like 4 hours, I believe.
Yeah, that's the longest one I've ever seen.
And then the longest one I had ever done was at 1 hour, and I was by myself that day. Because like I said, this is just like the second time I've had somebody on stream, and it was 3 hours. But I had so many people in the comments, and I couldn't even fucking keep up with the comments. So I was like, still like halfway up, and finally, all right, we're going to write right now. Pause, come back, and spend like 30 minutes before I got caught back up.
Yeah, when I've never had like a large following, but I've seen other bigger author tubers with like 100 people, and it's like you can't keep up with everybody, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to live stream that full.
Oh yeah, I usually try to at least comment on most of the stuff or comments, especially if it's of substance. If it's somebody talking to somebody else, I kind of skim over it. But I was like, yeah, so fuck that. Because I know I was trying to do it that day that I did that 3 hour one. I was so far fucking behind. And then every so often I'd get to one. I was like, oh, wait, he's so far behind. I was like, when the fuck did they post this? 20 minutes ago. Wow, I am fucking behind.
Eva, I got like half a page done. Well, edited anyways.
We did 3 sprints. That's all we've done. So about 45 minutes of actual writing in the 6 hours. I might have got a little over 1,000 words written, something like that.
We're very productive right now. That's what we are. We're getting to know each other. We're good.
Yeah, I try to interact with people as much as possible. I know I was watching somebody, Murphy. She's a booktuber, Murphy Napier. I don't know if you know who that is. I was watching one of her live streams one time. She would just like do a little live chat and talk about what's been going on. And she got there and she had like 100 something people watching, or 200 something people like watching her live stream at one time. And she's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
She kept trying to read the things, but the chat, she'd like, if you scroll up a little bit, it usually just kind of stays there. for some reason, it would refresh and jump all the way down. And she kept apologizing, like, "I'm sorry if I'm missing your stuff. This thing keeps jumping down, and I don't know where I was at."
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I would do if I got that many streamers. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'll be like, "Oh."
It's like, is there any way to like limit how many people can watch this, or at least comment?
My only live streams are going to be for my Patreons,
That's
and it's
what I
going to be
was
the first
actually thinking.
50 or the first 20 or whatever.
Yeah, I keep thinking about starting a Patreon, but it's like I tried to do that once before and it didn't work out so well.
Yeah, I created mine a couple years ago, a year or two ago, maybe. Whenever I did my actual Facebook and everything else, I did all my social media all at the same time. And then I didn't have any followers, and I was like, fuck it, whatever, I quit. And then, I don't know, it's been a couple weeks now. I was like, I'll go ahead and start posting on there more. And I know that's one of the things you can do is stream to your Patreons on there or whatever. I wouldn't want to just do that, but I mean, that's one way you could kind of limit it. Because I know with the tiers, you can set a limit of how many people can be in that tier. So you'd be like, yeah, I'm only going to do like maybe 20 people or something.
It's just a matter of me getting people to actually join Patreon. It's difficult. Like, I don't know. You've got one person. Hey, I used to have one person, and she would like religiously send me like $20 every month. And I was just like, you were dedicated. He's a good friend. I met on YouTube.
Yeah. I am currently not a Patreon of anybody just because my fucking bills and shit right now, money wise. I'm hoping to I'm hoping to get a little bit more money as I get faster with my job, and so I can start supporting other people. But I know right now
she left. She went to bed.
Let's see here. I think it's almost easier to just talk.
Oh, but yeah, I'm thinking about getting a Patreon. I just have to be able to get people to come in. That's pretty much it. Because that's the thing is if I can get a Patreon and get people to sign up, then that's more money for me to put into my book. That's pretty much all I want is just to have the money to put into my book.
Oh yeah. Well, if I ever actually made more money on there or whatever, that's definitely where it would go. So I could buy more physical copies, so I could do more conventions, so I could do more stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about coming because there's a local book convention here in Tucson. I'm going to talk to the coordinators of that. And I want to try to get my book into Bookman's, the local store here, because they do take local artist stuff. So we'll see.
Yeah. I know before mine came out, I had bought 37 books or whatever. So I would have for like the release day and all that stuff. And I think I currently have like 3 left. And I know the people that I go the writing group with, they are always going off to do different conventions and this and that or whatever. And they're like, yeah, you should go and take your book. Fantasy's real popular. And this and that. I was like, I would have to have the money to buy it. And yeah.
Right.
I got 3. I'm not going to go there and spend like $20 for a table to sell 3 books.
Right.
$10 for a table or whatever. I was like, no.
It's like there's a convention called GRL. I think it's being held in Austin this year, and it's for male romance novelists. And I want to go, but I'm just trying to kind of like, I'll have to wait till next year because I don't have time. But looking into that, it's just so expensive. Like, why is everything so expensive?
I know. Eva asked, what do you guys put in your newsletters?
Oh.
Mine, I do some like where I'm sitting at, I guess, with my writing, like an update. I've got this many chapters out of this many. Any big news, I will post in there. Like if I got a sale going or something like that. I also do a thing. I have a calendar on my computer or a spreadsheet where I've mapped out everything I'm going to do for the year. So each month when I send out my newsletter, I have like the calendar of what I'm going to do that next month, like what type of AuthorTube videos I'm going to post. If I have any blogs that I plan on posting, I'll put that on there. So someone's like, oh, hey, yeah, I'm actually looking forward to hearing something, a world building video or something. They know that's what's coming out, so they can kind of look forward to it in a sense. But that is basically it right now. I might share a few photos or something, but yeah.
I'm seeing one of your newsletters because I'm subscribed to it. And yeah, for mine, I just put like what I did the last month, what's coming up next month, stuff about my AuthorTube, my website stuff. It's very short. I don't put a whole lot of stuff because,
Yeah, mine's basically copy and paste from one month to the next, just kind of tweak a few things. I had tried to do a snippet of my audiobook for this last month, but I couldn't figure out how to do it without actually putting it somewhere else and just sending a link to it in a sense. And I didn't want to do that, so I didn't. But yeah. Now then, I know when I was working on my memoir, I had posted some pictures that I had created for like ideas for the cover and stuff like that in my newsletter as well. But yeah. Boom.
You mean a quote from my book?
Should do a comic.
Yeah. I mean, like right now, my art is fairly branded. It's just my author stuff is fairly new. It's really hard to sell art. Like it is really freaking hard.
And I got a friend I used to make music with, or he used to record at the same studio I did. We had decided to do a joint project that never got finished, but he's like a painter and stuff like that, and does some photo manipulation type artwork.
Yeah, I'll think about doing that. That's actually a good idea. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing art for years, and I've made a little money here and there. Last year, I sold over $600 worth of art, which was only like 3 paintings. But it's also because I don't undersell my art, and since I paint larger, at least when I'm doing traditional painting, my paintings are anywhere from $400 to I have one painting that's huge, and it's like $800. And I mean, I offer prints, but they have to be print on demand because I can't afford to just make prints.
Yeah. You guys want ideas? I want ideas for blog posts and actual AuthorTube videos myself, because I don't like doing the how-to videos that much. I don't mind doing them, but with the amount that's out there, I'd rather do something else, which is why I started my METAGORE Mondays to talk more about my book in general, as well as my world building and all that kind of stuff, besides just doing the how-to videos. That's also why I like doing the different author tags, writing tags and stuff, because I feel like that's more of a way to let y'all know more about me as a person instead of just the same old how to do this, how to do that you can get from about anybody in a sense. As well as my blogs, it's a bunch of randomness. I don't want to do a lot of blogs, but yeah. I don't necessarily do blogs about videos or anything. Right now I've got a couple book reviews on there. I've got some history blogs about the different histories of the lands within my book. And I've done a couple of writing tags on my blog. And then I have started, since I used to make music, I had started, I think I've done it twice, posted some old song lyrics on there and kind of gave like a little backstory to those songs.
Yeah, my videos, I kind of I still want to do like how-tos, but more in a free-form kind of way, like with my BDSM series, like stuff that you don't see on YouTube.
I mean, I don't mind doing how-tos, but like I said, it's a lot of the basic stuff. Everybody's done it, and I don't really want to do that because I feel like it's already been told. Which I know everybody has their own outlook and this and that, and mine could be a little bit different. I'd rather give other contents or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I do. I try to do something that's unique to me.
Yeah, and that's why I started, like I said, the METAGORE Monday, so I can talk more about my book in general and, you know, some world building and some other stuff like that that involves my stuff instead of just the same old stuff over and over. Let's see here.
I've only done one tag, and then I'm going to do another tag, but I have to wait till I'm already published because it's in more regards to being published.
I've got like a list on my computer of different tags I plan on doing. I know there for a while people just kept tagging me in tags. I was like, okay, I'll add this in later. I'll add this in later, this and that. So I still got a backlog of that stuff I need to do at some point. Let's see here. I think you could find a niche as a father that writes. How do you do it with children around distracting you? Do you write with your children? Yep. Yeah, I guess I could do something like that. I know some 10K writing vlogs, I usually have some clips with my kids, a little bit in there. I know one of my daughters used to join me on some of the streams, like Carrow stream or Dana's or somebody for a little bit back in the summer because she was wanting to write with me. But yeah, I could do something like that. I don't really know exactly what approach to do with it or whatever, but
just do whatever feels right for you.
Yeah.
Put your personality in it. Yeah, I have a list that I like write down when I come up with ideas. Like I have Review Shattered, Reviewed, Return and Rewind, which is another book. I have another one that's coming out, not this week, but the week after, for the BDSM one, which is listing the types of play that there are, so that, this information just needs to be out there so that we don't get another 50 Shades of Grey. It just needs to be out there. But I try to keep my videos very unique to me, but also helpful. Like I want to do a video on psychology, like character arcs mixed with psychology, because when you're creating a character, especially if your book is character driven, you're essentially doing psychology. That is what you're doing. So I kind of want to create a video about that because my actual channel is I'm a mental health advocate. So my art's very mental health related. So it would make sense for my book authorship stuff to be that way too. Yes, I decided to do yours since I'm reading it. Might as well review you.
Yeah, I'll give it a review once I get around to it. I'm a slow reader, but I'll get to it eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't like scripting my videos that much.
I don't either.
I'll make bullet points and this and that, or read off of stuff. Like my last METAGORE Monday, it was about my races and stuff, and there's like 23, I think, races, and I went through and like kind of talked about them and like different specific ordeals. So I was kind of reading that off the screen some, in a sense. But most of my videos, I like just sitting down, just filming it. Same thing with writing tags. Like I said, I have a big backlog of them. And whenever I decided to do one, I hadn't really seen it since it originally came out, probably several months or a year or so before. So it was like almost brand new to me. I'm like, oh, okay, this is this question. So I like just kind of winging stuff like that.
Yeah, I do the same thing. Like I'll have, like for the BDSM, I have to be a little bit more structured because I can't just pull all this shit out of my head.
Yeah, I mean, there's some things like I know I want to touch on certain points. So I might make like a bullet point on a piece of paper or something. But actually scripting it, I don't. I'm going to be like, oh, okay, I want to touch on this and this why or something, but that's about it. But most of the time it's just random, just winging it.
Yeah. I'm a pretty to the point person, so I can keep my videos shorter sometimes too short. Like the video coming out tomorrow is only 3 minutes long.
Mine's usually like 20, 30 minutes. Yeah.
Well, the reason why mine is so fucking short tomorrow is because it's just listing titles that you would call people in play. So it's like I'm listing, Dom, Daddy, Sir, and it's just listing all of them. So it's a 3-minute videos listing things.
Eva says about what about some collaborations? It'd be fun to see two author tubers go up against each other on certain topics. I mean, I'd be down for that. Depending on what the topic is, and actually sitting down with that person beforehand and actually figure out what it was going to be about and stuff, and try and work it into my schedule. I mean, that would be something I'd be up for.
I don't get them printed myself. Like when I get my author copy, it's going to be from Amazon. I just don't have any printing options. I mean, they're here. I'm just not going to go all over town with no car trying to find them. So Amazon's just easier.
You get your books printed at a rate cheaper than...
I mean, obviously, it's going to be a little cheaper than what we would post it at because it doesn't include our profit.
Yeah.
Like I remember one girl, she said her book was $7 when she bought it.
Yeah, I know mine. I think if I ordered from Amazon, it is, I think $7 and something, or $6 and something, and then through Ingham Sparks, it's like $7 and something.
Yeah.
Eva asks, can I make a tag for you guys without actually doing a video? I guess, yeah. I ain't got a problem with it.
I'm not interested in that collab thing. I just don't know what we collab on.
Yeah, I know I see some people collab on different things all the time. And of course, I know a lot of people that I see do collabs. So one person does a video on their channel and somebody else does a video on the same topic on their channel. And I was like, just because you got the same idea or whatever at the same time, I don't really count that as collabing. Because, I mean, I could make a video and be like, oh, hey, this person's got the same video on their channel. Go check it out. Type ordeal. When I hear collab, I'm thinking, kind of like how it is now, 2 people on the screen or whatever. Or I do my part and then it fades to black and then the next person does their part. But same video.
I do like some of the ones where it's a collab where they'll do their version of the video and both of them will be in it, but then there'll be other person.
I've seen stuff like that. I know I've seen one. It was like a Q&A about the person's book, and like if it was on my channel, you would be asking me questions about my book, and then we would do the same thing, but on your video, it'd be me asking questions about your book or something. I like that kind of stuff, but as long as it's actually both people, when it's just one person on there saying, yeah, this is collab with so-and-so, where is that so-and-so? They're not in your video at all.
Right.
It's not really a collab. Y'all are just both doing the same thing at the same time.
I have a lot to say about traditional publishing, so we're just not going to talk about that because I will piss some people off, okay? We're not going to do it. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I don't like the idea that they control your cover. That drives me insane.
Oh, yeah. I know one I always think of every time I think of like traditional covers is Jim Butcher and the Dresden Files. I don't know if you read those or anything.
No, I've seen them, but I never read them.
Okay. If you notice, every single cover, it's got the main character on it, and he's wearing a hat. And it's because he's like a detective or whatever, and they say that hat makes him look more like an actual detective. But in the book, it clearly states he does not wear hats. He hates hats. Every single cover, they put a hat on it because that makes him look more like a detective. And then Jim Butcher wrote another book or series with the main character that wears a hat. And then when they did that cover, he did not have a hat on it. He's like, it's just like backwards. He's like, but I ain't got to say in it. I can say, yeah, I kind of like that. Don't like it. But he's like, early on, I mentioned about the hat that he does not wear a hat. And they would not budge because that made him look more like a detective. I was like, yep, fuck that.
Yeah, as far as the YA versus not YA, I like YA. I just think a lot of those freaking storylines could be done in adult. It doesn't have like the whole coming of age thing. Not everybody comes of age at 16, 17. Some people it takes them longer. So it could be in adult, you know? So it's like YA just, it's, I'm not 100% sure why it's so popular. Like, I don't understand. Because the first set of books that like before when I think I was 13, I started reading fucking adult books. I went into the adult section and I found stories that were so much better and so much well-rounded. And I loved adult novels. So I just don't get what the YA thing is about. But, you know, I also like middle grade books too. Like, you know, The Giver, at least I think The Giver's middle grade. I don't know. I read it in freaking elementary school, so. And I write prologues. Let's see. You're right, Aphrodite. Like, I agree with it's a choice for each individual person. I would never tell someone not to, and that it's a horrible idea. That's fucking pretentious. It's just I have some negative opinions about traditional publishing, which is why I don't do it personally. Yes, he is. I mean, yeah, like with me, I went through a lot of things when I was a teenager, but I honestly didn't grow up until I was in my 20s. Like, that's when I really started learning what to be an adult was. So I don't understand why coming of age is only in YA. Yeah. I have some debates, like the whole like no prologue thing. Like my prologue, I specifically designed it according to the way a prologue is supposed to be, but I've also read a lot of books with prologue, so I know how they're supposed to be. Short, to the point, and no information dumps.
Oh, yeah. And majority of the time, it doesn't directly tie into the book itself.
Yeah, like
the epilogues.
Yeah,
if
like
it's going to tie directly into it, just name it a first chapter.
Yeah, I mean, like mine does have to do with it, but it's because it's in the past.
Yeah,
it's the reason why the
that's
whole
not directly tied in. I mean, like, you know, it goes from this point, and then chapter 1 just completely follows the prologue.
Oh,
yeah. No, that's no.
I don't get that. But yeah, like I said, I've read a lot of older adult novels that were not like that. They were perfect prologues that I loved. So I don't know where the bad prologues are coming from. I haven't read any of them.
I've seen a lot that's just basically info dump, or it's just a first chapter that's supposed to, I want to do a prologue, so this is going to be a prologue.
Yeah, well, I read a lot of Anne Rice and Anne Bishop and...
Well, a lot of the crappy prologues I've seen are on self-published authors that just, you know, they didn't really get an editor or anything like that. They just like, yeah, I'm an author type ordeal. And didn't really try, in a sense. Let's see here. I am behind on the chat. Let's start talking about boss.
Right. I want to be traditionally published at one point, but I want to be established before I do that. And that's
I mean, there's certain stories I wouldn't mind trying to have traditionally published myself, because the artwork and some other aspects I'm more lenient on and willing to budge, while others I'm like, no, I want it this way. So that's why I'm going to self-publish those and all that fun stuff.
So the thing is what I'm going to do, Eva, is if I can get the money, I'm thinking about like buying more than one book, and during my release party, giving one away or giving like 3 away. So I'm thinking about that.
Let's see here.
And if not physical copies, if I can't afford more than one physical copy, I'll give away a ebook version. So we'll see.
Cliffhanger endings versus tied up endings.
I'm
sorry.
I like both. Like, it just depends on the story. Like, I like cliffhangers and I like tied up stories.
I like cliffhangers to a certain degree. If it's a series, I'm 100% okay with it. Well, 95% okay with it, I guess, depending on what's the cliffhanger is. If it's a standalone, some cliffhangers are cool, depending on I guess the genre and the actual whatever. Like if it's more of a mystery type thriller, I think that's kind of cool. Have a cliffhanger, so you're still kind of left wondering.
Oh yeah, those are the ones I'm talking about, like horror and thrillers. Best place to have cliffhangers where you're just like, is he dead? Is it over?
Stuff like that. But if it's like, something
just
to have it be there, then it's like what? Same thing with like series, wherever cliffhangers are more acceptable because okay, I'm going to find out about it later. But if it's like the actual main plot of that book, because each book should have its own plot that should be kind of wrapped up in, if that's cliffhanging, it's like, why did you only give me part of a book? Why do I have to buy book 2 to finish up the plot in book 1? Basically,
that's the thing with me is like with my book, I have an epilogue at the end that's literally just the cliffhanger for the next book.
I got an epilogue. I did not put a prologue in mine. I had one at one point, and I decided to just take it out. So I didn't feel like it did anything to the story, really. So I took it out, but I left my epilogue, and it is a small glimpse of something that will happen before book 2 starts, or maybe during book 2, but it's not in book 2. It has nothing to do really with the actual plot of the first book, but it kind of ties into book 2 a little bit. But it doesn't actually mention any names. And also, I put it in because one character is supposedly dead in book 1, and I didn't want them just appearing alive in book 2, and people like, you killed him in the first book. So I kind of hinted at him without saying his name in the epilogue, saying he's still there.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just hinting at the next book because, and with the prologue, like I was battling with myself whether I should keep it or not keep it based off of a lot of videos about prologues that I've seen. And I keep looking at my freaking prologue and I'm like, but it just sets the tone of the overall story. Like it's just, I think it's probably my most well-written portion of the book.
Yeah, I think I might do what I was going to do from a prologue as like either a short story or make more of a story out of it in a sense. But it takes place like hundreds of years before my story, because METAGORE was originally 6 different kingdoms and it was brought together as one. And then in the book, they break back away into the 6 kingdoms when they start fighting the war. And I thought it'd be kind of cool to show, that they used to be 6 and became one. That's what the prologue was. And I was like, nah. So I just took it out. But I might do like a short story or another book about that.
I'm actually very proud of myself because I switched around a lot of things. Like, I'm not going to spell them so you can just walk into it and be like, whoa. But I moved a scene to the beginning and it makes the book just start up like in a good part. So.
Oh, yeah. I know that's something else. People's like start right where the action is, which I didn't do because I would think like what really kicks it off is like chapter 4, which is when the war actually is declared and all that kind of stuff. And then you got a few chapters like before the war, like where everybody's preparing. But I was like, if I start there, you don't really hear why that's happening. Like the old lord dies and a new one's elected, and that's what kind of causes it because of the whole election. So I want you to see the old lord and then the actual election process and how the new one was elected and why the Grand Dukes don't like that and this and that. So, well, I mean, I didn't start it way before. I mean, the first chapter, the old lord's coughing up blood and is about to die. So, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's a good hook. I think like all that other stuff was just, it's the startup. It's the not startup. It's the setup. Like, I think you did it perfectly fine. I think it's just, it depends on how your story plays out. Yeah. And you don't have to follow the structure to a T. Like my book starts at a very interesting place, but that's not necessarily where everything begins. That's just what brings you into the story and sets the tone of what to expect. Like, I don't care if I tell you the first chapter because it's not a spoiler, but there's
that's what I tell people. I was like, anything within that first 4 chapters of mine, I was like, I don't classify any of that as a spoiler because it's the setup of the story. Yeah. Chapter 1, you meet the Grand Dukes and the Old Lord. He starts coughing up blood at the very end. Book 2 or chapter 2, you find out that He's been sick and bedridden for a while. People think he's about to die. They go through the election process of the new Lord. Chapter 3, the new Lord's elected, crown. Chapter 4, the new Lord meets with his Grand Dukes. War breaks out.
Yeah, that's not
The
spoiler.
first couple of sentences of the blurb is, with the death of the old Lord and new one's elected, and the fucking Grand Dukes get pissed off and start the war.
Yeah.
It's on the blurb. That's not a spoiler.
Yeah, see, my first chapter is literally at a club. It's at a gay club. And the first, like, the middle of the chapter, you know, my main character and the love interest are essentially humping each other on the floor. So you get the message that this is going to be a sexual book. Yeah. Like, I made sure to make that clear in the first chapter. So, yeah, I'm actually proud of where my book is with Tiffany's help, my friend Gabe's help, a few other beta readers helped. Because my book was like so bad in the beginning. So bad. And now I got to get through all the bad parts of book 2 and fix that.
Yeah. I mean, if it fucking says it in the fucking blurb, it's not a spoiler. I tell people, I was like, a lot of people, you know, that 3-act structure or whatever, they ask me, I was like, I didn't really structure mine like that. I just kind of, you know, series of events and however it falls, whatever. I don't really care. I was like, but my first book, I classify it in 3 acts. It's just not the 3-act structure. I got the buildup of the story, the buildup of the war.
Well, that's the thing is like what one of the books on the 3-act structure that I read, she even says, she's like, even if you don't follow the structure, you're following the structure in a vague way because that's how storytelling works.
Yeah.
So you don't need to sit down and like word for word follow it. Just tell your damn story, and
yeah, you got the build up, like the climax and the resolution. Every story should have that. Yeah. Simple. And people's like, oh, I gotta make sure it's all set up. I was like, if you like set up the scene and stuff, and then something happens, and then it's resolved, or you show the aftermath, that's it. It's not that complicated. People want to make things so fucking complicated. It's like, you know, like I was talking about earlier, a guy trying to write a female character or vice versa. Humans are humans. There might be slight differences, but just write them as a human.
Yeah, it's
all right. There are certain areas or aspects or details that you would want to make sure is accurate. But as a whole, personality, whatever, it's a fucking person.
That's what
not
I keep.
2 guys are the same. Not 2 girls are the same. Just fucking write it.
That's what I keep telling people when they come around to like the NaNoWriMo group I'm a member of. How do I write an asexual character?
Yeah.
How do I write a black character? How do I write a gay character? As a human?
I know. If you want to know how to write a gay character that is partaking in gay sex, okay, I could see that. But just a gay character going to the store? How the fuck do you go to a store, you know?
Yeah, and a lot of times you can figure out, like, even if you are writing a gay character, participating in gay sex. One, if you know anything about sex, you can pretty much feel your way through it. And then when you get to edit, have somebody read it that's gay, and they'll fix it.
It's just like people people try to make things more complicated than what it is. I'm like, just stop.
Well, it's not as easy as you think it is with asexuals, because asexuals is a very, very vast sexuality, and it's very, very complicated. Like, I have an asexual character in my book who they can be asexual, which is they're just, either not interested in sex or they're sex repulsed. Then you have aromantics who are not involved with romance, but will fuck you all day long. Then you have asexuals who are aromantic. So it's not that simple.
Yeah, I know it's not simple, but I mean, like, if you're actually writing a romantic scene or something with that, yes, that would be something you want to research. But to write that kind of character in just a normal everyday situation, go in the store, going to school, whatever. I'm like, going to school, you might get picked on or something like that. But you would just write it as a normal person. Yeah. It's like, oh my God, how do I write this gay person go buy milk?
Buy milk? Buy milk. You think they're going to go buy milk gay? How do you go buy milk gay?
You think they're going to start licking it up and down?
What's going on? Are they going to throw glitter as they walk down the freaking aisle?
I know, right? But I mean, some of the questions I see people ask is like, oh my God.
I mean, I can understand, because there are certain things like a character arc. A lot of their pain is going to be connected to the.
Like, I said, like some smaller details and stuff like that. Yes, I could see.
Yeah.
But most of the fucking questions I see is just like basic, simple stuff.
Yeah, like how do you write a gay person driving a car? They're driving a car.
If they have the key start, they stick the key in the ignition. If it's push start, put your foot on the brake and push the button.
One time someone was asking, how do I write? Like, not even with writing, they were asking me, they're like, how do you do your hair? I'm like everyone else does their hair. I wash it, I comb it. And then I had to go into this long explanation that our hair is not any different. It's just coarser. It's just tiny curls. That's it. It's not something special. It's not a freaking exotic quality. Like I have people walking down the street wanting to touch my hair that I don't know. And I'm like, dude, I'm not a monkey in a zoo. Like it gets that bad. People are making way more out of shit than they need to.
Oh yeah. So it's just, and people stress too much, like when they're trying to write their first draft, trying to make it perfect. They're like, how do I do this? I was like, just write it. I know I do my drafts in stages. I write it. Second draft, I usually go in, add more detail. Third draft, I go in and add more, like changing the dialogue so it's more unique. And then the fourth draft, I go back and add more emotion to it or something. Just write it and then just take it one step at a time. I know I see a lot of people wanting to write one chapter and just perfect that one chapter all the way through before doing the next one. So just stop. Or they'll be like, get it all written. Okay, this is wrong with this and this and stuff. So just pick one thing to work on.
Sorry, Aphrodite just said something crazy. Like, what?
I'm way back in the fucking...
I'm sorry, you have to read this.
Sec. Oh, I'm so far behind.
Like,
the white lady one? God,
I'm just like, really?
That sounds like something my mom would say.
Like, not only does that's insulting because you're saying that we look dirty.
Yeah, I was like, I was talking about that black guy I used to work with. Speaking of this, he was like so dark, and we worked at a factory doing metal. And if you're around just metal, you're going to get dirty and become black because all the dust and stuff on it, and the grime and oil or whatever built into it. And like at the end of the shift, I would have like black all over my face and arms and stuff, and they're washing it, and it would look just like black water washing down the fucking sink. And I know one time we was in the bathroom washing up, and he looked at me, he's like, it must be so easy. So he's like, you can tell when you're clean. It's like, you know how I tell I got the black off of me? Whenever I lay in my white sheets and it comes off.
Oh my God. Now that's one of those moments where you're just like,
thank you for me being white.
Yeah, it's so great being white. Woo! America.
Yeah, like I said, he made more racist comments and shit.
Well, I used to do the same shit. Like sometimes it's just funny when it comes out of our mouths. It just is.
Yeah, it's like I wouldn't have asked him, how do you know when you're clean? But the fact that he's like, man, it must be good to be white. I can't tell if I'm clean until I get in my sheets and it comes on there.
Funny thing, Eva, is that now, I mean, this is something that's been going on for like years, the hair grease thing, but this is recent news. Hair grease is bad for even our hair. The whole purpose of it is to put moisture in our hair and easier to work with, but it actually clogs our pores. So if they were still using hair grease, you're not supposed to.
Oh, another thing my mom had told us or asked us a couple years ago, my daughter was in preschool and we got her yearbook. My mom was looking at it and she had like one black kid in her class and I think like one Mexican kid or whatever. And my mom was looking at it and she's seen that and she knows there's like maybe one or two black kids in another class or whatever. Because there's not that many around here. I mean, there's more here than there was in the town I grew up. And my mom, a straight face, looked at us like, why aren't they got them all separated? They just fucking randomized putting them in classes. You think they'd want to keep them all together so they don't feel left out?
What?
Yeah, I was like, who fucking cares? They're fucking 3-4 years old. They don't fucking know the difference.
I was looked at her like, what year are you in?
I know, right? I was like, what the fuck?
I think you need to like reevaluate the way you think, lady.
Yeah, I was like, are you shitting me?
Like,
I was
you guys
like-
have this flag. Like, what the fuck did you just say?
I was like, they haven't separated fucking blacks and whites in school in fucking how long now?
Like, I don't even know how to.
They won't even make a full
says
class, and you want to give them their own class. So, well, you think they'd feel left out being the only one? I was like, I think they feel left out when their class has like 4 kids and every other class has like 20.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure being left out is being pointed out that we need to be separated because
Yeah.
of what? What?
I was like, feeling left out. It's like, hey, you're different. You got to go over here. Since when do 4-year-olds care what color you are? You got the cool tennis shoes on. They're gonna fucking play with you. Who cares? Well, fucking my mom. I
Yeah,
swear.
like, I've never met anyone who would blatantly say shit like that.
My mom does. I'm like, oh my god.
But then again, I found out how bad people can get because, like, I used to work for a captioning agency where I would either hard of hearing or deaf people had a special phone that when someone calls them, it would put words where I had to dictate those words. So I had to listen to the call and dictate what the caller was saying. And some of these fucking were like extreme like the type of conservative people you think only exist in movies. And they're saying all kinds of stuff. Like one lady started calling some kids that were playing outside, not doing anything, porch monkeys. And I'm like, who the fuck says porch monkeys anymore? What did I just have to caption? I was about to flip my desk. Like, no. No.
Fucking, have you ever seen Clerks 2? The movie? There's a scene. I forgot what was going on, but this dude works at like this restaurant, and he's talking to somebody and calls him a porch monkey. And somebody's like, "That's racist." He said, "It's not racist." It's like, "That is racist." How's calling him a porch monkey racist? Because that's a slur against black people. That's racist. He's like, "No, my grandma used to yell at the kids down the street calling them porch monkeys all the time." Wait. I think they were black.
Oh my god!
I just assumed porch monkeys because they was lazy and was always laying around on the porches and stuff.
I would have been one of those moments where I would just smack him upside the back of his head. Sit down and don't talk anymore.
Yeah, it was like, what? But it was hilarious. But the other Derek that I used to rap with, it was me, Derek, and another dude. And we had all lived in that house together. And it was like the party central. Random people was always over there partying, people we didn't know. And I usually stayed back in my bedroom just playing Xbox or something most of the time. And I was back there one time playing, and Derek just like ran into my room because there was a black guy that came by, and we had a rebel flag used as a tablecloth or whatever over our table. And he ran in there. He's like, "Dude, there's a coon in our house." All right. We live down in the country. I thought he was talking about a raccoon. I was like, "All right, kick it out." He's like, "I can't." The fuck no, I can't catch it or what? It's like, "No, a wall shadow." What? And he just starts going through like all these different fucking racist slurs. I remember porch monkey was one of them. Jigaboo. I don't know
You're
what
just sitting there blinking like, the fuck are you talking about?
I know. I'm like, what? The fuck? If the raccoon's in our house, fucking
Yeah,
get
my
it.
stepdad told me about that like slur, and I was just like, an actual raccoon? He's like, no, that's a racial slur. I'm like, since when?
I know. Because Arkansas country, backwoods, we lived in the country. He said coon. That's the first thing I thought of. I was like, all right, kick it out. He's like, I can't. Can you not catch it?
And you probably sounded so bad if someone who knew what he meant walked in. Can't you catch it?
Yeah, he's like, no, wall shadow. He just starts going through this. And I'm just like sitting there staring at him. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, a nigger. I was like, oh. Did you take that rebel flag off the kitchen table? I don't know. So I'm staying in here. All right.
Oh my god. And the whole rebel flag thing, it just drives me insane. Yeah, I think I told you, like, when I was living in Tennessee, there was this house that I was told never to walk by, and they had this giant ass rebel flag, and they're like, never walk by this house. And I'm like, these kind of people still exist? I felt like I walked into one of those, historical movies about black people and white people in the South. And I'm just like, shit still happens? What the fuck? Because I'm from Tucson. So, I mean, there's racism here, but not to that kind of extent.
Yeah, man, a lot of people around here might have rebel flags, but I mean, it's the South. I mean, that was the Southern flag. I mean, it doesn't mean we're fucking racist or anything. It just means we, rebels, Confederate, whatever, or rebels, yeah. Yeah, Confederates, isn't that? Yeah, Confederate flag. It's like, whatever.
See, that's the thing is I don't really necessarily have an issue with the actual Confederate flag, but like the rebel flag I have an issue with. There is a slight difference between the two. And the only reason I have a problem with it is just because the people who usually have it are racist.
Yeah, I mean, we're not racist. He doesn't have a filter. He'll just say whatever. But I mean, I wouldn't classify him racist or anything. But
yeah,
it was just like a random black dude that we didn't know that somebody else had invited or whatever. Just ever walked in our house and he's like freaking out. And after I figured out what he's talking about, I was like, oh, we got a rebel flag over on our fucking kitchen table.
right.
I was like, did you take that down or take that off? He's like, I don't know. I was like, okay. He's like, I'm staying in here. I was like, alrighty.
Oh God, mega. Like I have a friend who his parents or their parents wear those hats, and like every time they have to go see them, they have to sit through like a bunch of ranting about, politics and shit. And I just feel so bad for them when they have to be, because they're trans. So it's like they're trans, they're very much allies. So it's like having to listen to their parents be completely fucking racist and ridiculous. It's probably hard for them to hear. So it's just, I don't know. I don't know. I've heard a lot of bad things, and I don't know why people still say this shit and not think. But it might also be just because when you hear it being directed at you, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't. And my grandmother, she grew up in a plantation. She died like 2 years ago, and she grew up on a plantation and born in 1929. And she wasn't a slave by label, but they were indentured servants, which is a slave.
Yeah.
So she was pulled out of school. She didn't go beyond 7th grade and was picking cotton. And everything she went through, it's just, and that's why I get so mad at people who start saying, oh, it's over hundreds of years ago. I'm like, no, my grandmother went through this shit. My mother grew up with this shit. She grew up in not a segregated school, but like a few years before that, it was segregated. So it's like, it's not 100 years ago. So.
Yeah. Talking about picking cotton. I don't know if you've seen it. I've seen it like multiple times on fucking Facebook. There's some black dude talking about the most racist field trip he ever went on in high school or in elementary school or something. I don't know if you ever seen it. I forgot what grade he was in. But he's talking about they went on a field trip to cotton field. They went out there. They gave them bags like, yeah, you can pick cotton or whatever. It's all right. So me and all my friends are out there singing, having fun, picking cotton and stuff. And he's like, we went to leave. And he's like, all right, you got to turn it in. I was like, I thought I was going to get to keep this cotton. I said, no, you got to turn it all in or whatever. So he's like, I thought I was going to be a rebel. I stuck some in my pocket. I was going to keep it and take it home. And he's like, I forgot about it. My mom did my laundry. She found out, why do you have raw, unprocessed cotton in your pockets of your clothes? And he's like, the other day on the field trip, we went to this cotton field and we got to pick cotton all day long. And is that? So my mama blew up and called the school and didn't let me go to school for like 2 weeks. He's like, I didn't realize until the next year why that was bad.
Right.
I was like, God damn.
People are crazy. It's a big part of my identity. So it's I don't know. Like my grandmother, I always joke that she died because she was done with this country. Because she literally died after the last election, like a year afterwards. Like, or not even a year, it was 6 months after the last election. She's like, I've seen a black president, I'm done. Make that joke. I've seen a black president, I'm done with you people. And she's just been through so much. I mean, she went through the Civil Rights Act, the movement. She went through, Obama's election. The woman was strong. That woman was fucking strong. And she still loved everyone. Like, she grew up being treated like shit by white people, but to the day she died, she treated everyone with respect. No matter who the fuck they were. All she'd say is, I'll pray for you. And that's how everybody should be. I don't understand why people can't just be like her.
Oh, yeah.
You can't make everybody do what you want them to do.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. And yeah, the thing is that with the whole owning thing, it's just like, even if you never owned anyone, if you're a fucking racist and a bigot, it doesn't matter. You're not any better than they are. That's what gets on my nerves about the whole Civil War thing, because people are like, oh, we freed you. I'm like, the only reason you fucking freed us is because of money. The Yankees wanted more money. The conservatives had all the fucking money. So
yeah, a lot of people
wasn't about freeing us.
Yeah, even like the political powers of that time for the Yankees owned slaves, and they really didn't even want to give up their slaves because, I mean, that was less work they had to do.
Yeah, I mean, even our fucking president, it's written in the books. It's something. I don't. I'm not. He never wanted to free one slave. Like, he never did. He had slaves. So it's like, people need to reevaluate the way history works, because it's not sunshines and unicorns.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Respecting humans, no matter who they are, and I get so mad because I don't have my kids anymore, and I see parents who like shun their kids because they're gay, or shun their kids because of this or that or the other. And it's like, you were blessed with these kids and that's what you do. What happened to unconditional love? Because obviously if you did that, that means your love was conditional. So it just makes me so freaking angry. I don't even know. Like, I mean,
I know it didn't get brought into here until, well, the first slaves in America were Native Americans or whatever, because they were just so giving or wherever, they didn't realize what was happening.
yeah.
But I know it was actually African traders trading people here.
Yeah.
And then we was like, yeah, why not?
Yeah, because pretty much what happened was they were prisoners of war, and what they would do is, for goods from whoever went over there, like whatever white guy went over there, they'd sell that person for goods. So that's an argument that's very hard to get around, or not get around, but deal with, because people will use the argument, well, black people enslaved people first. Okay, mass slavery and enslaving a few people from war are not the same thing. Just like the Holocaust is not the same thing as putting some people behind bars. It's a completely different thing. So stop using that argument. It's like, yes, everybody's enslaved. Slaves have been around since the first time, since we started colonizing places. Yeah. When we realized we could start using people to do our work for us, that's when it started. So it's not just a black or white thing. Everyone's done it. But the mass enslaving of people is primarily European. That's where it started.
Yep.
Yep. They just jumped on that fucking bandwagon.
Yeah. Like I was saying, I was like, Africans were like, yeah, we'll sell you this for this. And they're like, sure.
And then it turned into
person I got to pay.
It turned into this thing like industrialized. It started with a few slaves here or there, and then all of a sudden, bunch of ships and packed with slaves all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Like, hey, this person sold me another person the other day. Really? Think they'll sell me one? Yeah.
Yeah, so people just need to, like, I don't even know. People just need to get their shit straight. Yep. And that's the thing, is I love history. I'm bad at dates.
Oh, yeah, I'm terrible at dates or very specific things, but the overall events I can usually remember.
Yeah, and I'm one of those people who looks at it like objectively. Like, when I was in school, I got a bunch of Latinx people who got mad at me because we were talking about, races, and how they were getting mad because we were only we're saying there was only 3 major races, which scientifically there is. There's white, black, and Asian descent, essentially. And the Latinx people were like, oh, we're a race. And I'm like, yeah, you are now. But you technically are a combination between native, which is Asian, and white. And they got so bent out of shape. I'm like, I'm not trying to offend you. I'm just saying that's science. Science.
Yeah, I know. I forgot who it was. I was arguing with somebody one time. They was talking about how Native Americans were here first. I was like, Native Americans aren't really Native American. They came from Russia. I was like, there's literally nothing here. I mean, Native Americans traveled from Russia here following bison and buffalo and stuff because that's how they hunted. They would kind of cross, and they went from Russia over to Alaska when that was still like kind of connected more and stuff. And I was like, that's just how they did. They just found this land that way.
Yeah, and the thing is they've also recently, like I read some articles, apparently they found bones here that are way past date of the Native Americans coming here. So there's evidence that there may have been people here before that.
Yeah.
So it's like, but I honestly do consider them Native because they were here first. Like they colonized.
They kind of colonized here.
Yeah, and to have people come in and take that from you, that's fucked up.
Yeah. Especially like, it wasn't like, hey, we're coming and taking this. It's more, hey, I'm going to be your friend. How about you let me have this? And then just like, yeah, you just got screwed.
Yeah, and then on top of that,
give
you fucking smallpox.
Yeah.
So it's just a big clusterfuck of like, but like I said, I like to examine history logically, but I will stand up and say this fucking shit is stupid. That's not how it happened. Sure, and I don't think I've ever heard of it.
I don't think I have either. Cahokia Mountains.
Yeah, that's the thing is like when you're enslaving your own race, you're doing it out of either war or you're doing it because they were paid very little, but they were still paid, or they were given a home to stay in. That's how original slavery worked for the most part. It was either prisoners of war or very, very, very low or indentured servants. It wasn't until the colonies, or not the colonies, but Europe specifically started carrying slaves there and here that it became a big problem. And not even just carrying, but mistreating it. I mean, literally, these people were chained naked in a ship and got sick. So it was like mistreatment on top of the slavery. That's why it was so bad. That's why the Holocaust is so bad, because if you read, look how bad it got. They were literally no longer humans. They were just goods.
Property. Yep.
Yeah.
I know in my world building, I got that in one of the worlds. It's more very male dominant, and female and children are looked upon as property or whatever. And to the point that a woman can't even live by themselves after a certain age. They have to have an owner in a sense. And there's no man that takes her as their property. She is automatically the property of the king.
Yeah.
And such like that. And then I got another land that's not to the extreme, but also like the opposite, where it's more female heavily dominated and males are looked as the weaker and such. But I like looking at different portions of history and kind of taking specifics like that and stuff and incorporating it in my world building.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Like anytime, like I hate to say it, but it's just like, men, your brothers are fucked up. Your brothers are fucked up. Okay,
White boys, I swear.
Fucking white boys.
Crazy white people.
It's just like, and honestly, it's not even just white men. I mean, Asian men were like that with women. Black men are like that still. Like I've met some black guys who look at me like I'm a freaking slab of meat, and I'm like, dude, I will kick your fucking ass.
You want the slab of meat slap you upside the face?
So it's a dehumanizing people is just a human thing. Like I don't know why it's in our nature.
I think it's just like the drive to be in control.
Yeah,
and you feel like somebody is upping you. You got to try to up them and knock them back down or something. It's kind of that little ego trip ordeal, I guess.
Yeah, ego trip all the way.
Yeah, it's like I got to be the alpha. Nobody can be above me.
It's dumb. I always make this like joke that like that's why aliens haven't come yet, because they're looking down at us like we're fucking idiots.
Yeah, like, I know. One of my friends was talking about. I was like, why is it always like middle of nowhere or rednecks that the fucking aliens visit.
Or
It's like it's because they know that those people, nobody's gonna believe them if they was like, "Hey, I seen an alien last night." Sure, you did.
Or like, why is it always like when like Independence Day? It's always America that's the first people to see it, and I'm like, we're not the world power. They could go anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Why always America?
Or the why is it always in the middle of a cornfield or something that they go? They're traveling this far to visit our planet. I'd be going to fucking Hollywood or fucking New York or Disneyland or some shit.
Building crop circles. I mean, what? Yeah, I'm gonna come down and mow your lawn. Like, what the fuck?
I've seen this meme one time. It was like some pot smokers were saying outside. I was like, "You want to fuck with some people and just show like a cornfield?" I was like, "Yep."
Yeah, I don't even know. I love men. But I should say I love cis men, but be stupid sometimes. Really fucking stupid.
I'll admit we do stupid things. Me and Aphrodite talked about some of the stupid shit me and my friends did. Or whatever. Almost killing ourselves.
I mean, I've done some stupid shit too, but gay boy, so I identify as non-binary, but I'm essentially a gay boy, so a femme gay boy. But I've done some really stupid shit. Some really fucked up shit that should have gotten me killed. So, Oh, I love men too. Slab of man meat. I make a joke that my MC, the love interest, he's my sexy slab of man meat, and then another character who is his detective partner is Sex on a Stick. They have their own specific names. Come on, he's Fae, so he's like flawless. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen books with the Fae in them. They're always perfect and tall. He's like 7 foot tall, and he's got flawless, like, he's black, but he's got like porcelain smooth skin. Perfect smile. He's the epitome of being a man, but it's because he's Fae. So it's just like, yeah, he's sex on a stick.
It's that Y chromosome, I'm telling you.
All that fucking
missing piece causes you guys to do.
I know, right? You just need that fucking piece back. All broken and shit.
Aphrodite, have you seen that video I posted on there today on my Patreon with the fire and deodorant and such? Fucking I had a video. I didn't put it in I hadn't ever posted it before. I've had it. I'm not in the video, but it's the other director that's in my group was filming it, and one of our friends, Antonino, he's Italian, and he was sitting there and he had like one of those deodorant sticks or whatever, gel sticks, and he had that, and he fucking sprays it with hairspray and then lights it on fire and lets it burn for a few minutes, and then shakes out the fire, then puts it on, and then afterwards he goes to try to light it again, doesn't light, so Derek sprays it some more with the hairspray, and right before he goes to light it, or right when he goes to light it, or whatever, Derek starts spraying him with the hairspray. So he's got like a little flamethrower and catches part of the couch on fire and shit.
Oh my god.
He's like, oh shit.
That reminds me of that Diary of a Mad Black Woman with Medea. She goes to the house with a fucking saw, cutting everything in half. Half the shit's yours. I love that fucking scene. Like, I'm like, that's how you do it.
Yeah. Me and my friends have done some stupid stuff. I know I share one video. We trying to slide these mattresses down the hill in my backyard at the house I used to live at. It was a steep ass hill. I mean, you stand on top of it, that row of houses behind you, you could almost see like the very top of their house, of their roof or whatever. That's how steep it was. And I was filming it, and he was trying to slide down the fucking thing, like surf it, and the mattress would go like a foot or so, and then he would just like start tumbling and rolling and shit all the way down the fucking hill. And he tried that like 7 or 8 times and shit. It was hilarious. Just cringe and watch it.
Oh, Aphrodite, I was gonna say, I do love me some Y chromosome though. It's good stuff.
There's something about it, ain't it? And I have another video. We was doing a music video, and we was gonna make it look like we was cutting a dude's chest open, like dissecting him and shit. And I had bought like $100 worth of ribs, and we was actually filleting it and shit while I was laying on the dude's chest. And everybody besides me was very intoxicated. So you got these drunk people with knives and scalpels trying to fillet a fucking rib on top of somebody's chest. Every so often you hear about, oh, you cut me. No, it's just a bone. And afterwards, it's not in the video, but afterwards we got done and shit. There was actually like 3 little dots on one of his chests where we actually did poke him. He's like, oh, my bad. Yeah, I didn't do shit.
You're just like, I'm just standing here.
Yeah, I kept that mattress out there. I was like, you should try it this way. I was like, how about you put the other mattress on top of that mattress and try to slide it off that way? But if you watch the video, there's a recliner like in the background, like flipped upside down. But before we started recording, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna see if I can try to rotate this or whatever down the hill while sitting on it, and it flipped on top of me. And after that, I was like, you can do the mattresses.
Yeah, Aphrodite, there's so much fun. I got stories. All that Y chromosome all day. So bad. Yeah, I've made some guys blush. Like, that's how bad I can get. I'll be like sitting among a group of guys, like not now because I don't hang out with nobody. I'm an introvert. But back when I was younger and I hung out with a bunch of fucking people, I'd just be sitting there like just talking, and the guys are looking at me like, "What this girl just say?" And I'm just like, "What?" So
it's a little after 2 for you, Aphrodite. It's what time it
is. It is.
Yeah, it's 1:11 here.
It is 11:11.
You're still living in the past. You're living in yesterday.
Yep. Stuck in the past. Can't move forward.
Going for 7 minutes or 7 hours and 11 minutes.
You're like on a record here. That's what we should make it our own niche. Only channels that do 7-hour long chats.
Hell yeah.
Oh god, it would be fun.
Oh yeah, if I didn't have to wake up in 4 hours.
Wait, you have to wake up in 4 hours?
You gotta get up and get the kids ready and take my wife to work.
Are you at least gonna come home and go to sleep?
Kids ain't gonna let me. And then I gotta get them to school a couple hours after that.
And I'm assuming you have to work after that?
I work from home, so I can work whenever I want.
Mm.
And I don't think I have a case in yet. I finished my last one yesterday, so
okay. Yeah,
I can work whenever I want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't gotta wake up tomorrow. I do have to wake up on Tuesday though. I have a doctor's appointment, but until I go back to work, I'm pretty much always at home writing and watching YouTube videos. I watch a lot of fucking YouTube. Like, I have a problem. It's more entertaining than most other things.
Yep.
But now we just need to do a live chat with all 4 of us, including Aphrodite. Aphrodite can bullshit while you guys die over what we're talking about.
Yep. If another one of me just kind of sit back, just y'all can talk.
Yeah.
I still got my Word document open. I guess I can close it out. It's not like I'm going to get back on here.
I got mine open too. It's just been sitting here.
Yeah.
I think I've gotten half a page today. That's it. I'll get more done tomorrow. You're like, it belongs to me. That's good. Yeah, I actually do enjoy streaming with people. Like doing it alone is okay, but like group streaming is fun.
Oh yeah, because I feel like whenever I do it by myself, even though there's a lot of people in the comments, there's that slight delay, and then I'll ask a question or whatever. I'll just be like, I just got to sit here and wait, and then like a little bit past, I'm like, maybe nobody's answering that, so I've just been sitting here doing nothing. And okay, we're going to go ahead and do a stream or sprint now, and then I come back and there's like 10 messages. I was like, I gotta go back.
All right. The last few streams I've had haven't really had many people, but that's mostly because I don't schedule them.
I know that's how mine was. I was just like randomly, and then people like would show up. I'm like, oh hey, at least I got a couple people. Yeah.
Bye, Aphrodite. Probably go to sleep. So you don't die while you're taking your wife to work.
Yeah, it's across town. Yeah, she wakes up, or she usually tries to leave around 5:30, and it's like 1:15 here. So, yeah. And then 2 hours later, I gotta take the kids to school, and then I get to come home and spend the day with my son until I have to go pick my wife up from work. So, yeah.
You're gonna be getting good sleep tomorrow night.
I don't know. I doubt it.
Don't sleep much?
I've never really slept much. I've always been more of a night owl because I've always worked nights for the most part. And then I've always just lived off just a couple hours of sleep for the most part. I know when I lived in the house with all those different people, there's one time where I went literally 2 weeks with probably less than an hour of sleep altogether because there's constantly something going on. We was constantly going places and shit. I was like a walking zombie, and that was without drugs. So people was like, "How long you been up?" I was like, "A couple days." What kind of drugs you on? I don't do drugs. Why the fuck are you still awake? Well, I had school this morning, and I got off school, and I had to go to work, and I got home from work, and then it's like 20 people at my house partying and stuff, so I hung out with them for a while, and then so I know I had to go back to school because of the next day.
Yeah, I used to stay up for days too. Now I have to at least get like 6 hours of sleep. People look at me weird for that. Like, that's not enough. I'm like, I've had less.
Yeah. I take naps more now, like during the day. I usually feed my son lunch around 10 because I know my daughters in school, they eat lunch around like 10:30 for some reason there. So during the summer, I was just feeding them that so they'd still be in that same kind of routine. So I'd feed him that then. So I'll still do that now. So I'll feed him around 10, and then by 10:30, I'm laying him down for a nap. And then I have to go get my wife around like 12:30. Now and then she gets off at 1. So there's like 2 hours there almost, and I'll take a little 2-hour nap then. And if I don't then, after I get her and get home, then I'll go lay down for a couple hours. And then I'm up until midnight, 1 o'clock. So this is my usual, I guess. I know the other day after the Tillery and Aphrodite stream while I was with them, Tuesday last week, me and Aphrodite was on here until like 1:30 my time. So about another 10 minutes longer than what we are now. But we had ended the stream at that point because it was the Tillery. She got off at, I don't know, 9 o'clock my time, 10 o'clock something, I don't know. And then it was from another like 3.5 hours later, me and Aphrodite still in here. Because even if the host leaves here, you can stay in the thing. You just can't go live or anything. Oh. So me and her just stayed in here, just chit chat.
Hey, I know that some of the author tubers have private like Discord chats. So that's all. You just had a private chat.
Yeah. Just face to face or whatever, camera to camera, screen to screen, whatever. Not really face to face, but yeah, close enough.
Yeah, it's close enough since we're all like scattered around the country.
It's this generation's face to face.
Freaking children. Oh, God.
Fucking, I've worked with the dude. I would fucking say that all the time. I was like, fucking kids these days. And he'd look at me and say, how old are you? I was like, older than these kids.
Right? Like they look at you like you're not that much older. And I'm like, I'm 10 years older. That's a lot of time.
Oh, yeah. I know fucking my oldest daughter is in first grade now. Last year in kindergarten, she would come home from school and be like, I want a phone.
Okay, excuse me?
What?
Yeah, wait, what?
So and so's got a phone. I was like, okay. You know when I got my first phone? I was like 18. And I had a job for like 2 years before that, and I bought my own phone.
Yeah, see, I didn't buy mine. My stepdad got it, but I still didn't get one until I was 17, like right before I turned 18. And
yeah, I guess I was 17. I was still in school. Or whatever.
Yeah.
But I had worked since I was like 16, so I was like, I fucking bought my own.
My mom wouldn't let me work until I was like, she finally caved when I was 17. I was just like, you don't want me to make my own money? She's like, no, concentrate on school. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I farmed some after school or whatever, late night. My mom didn't like it that much because I stayed out late farming and shit, but oh well. And then in the summers I started doing construction. I did that for my junior and senior year in high school. And then after that, I worked at Subway while I was going to college. And then I tutored at college and I sold drugs and some other stuff. So I was making the money then. My wife was there so often. She's like, you know what? Maybe you should start selling drugs again. Help us out with our bills.
Like, we're so broke, just do it. Sometimes. It's like sometimes.
I was like, yeah. I was like, man, I was rolling the money then. I didn't even sell it like daily or anything. It was like once a week I would sell it to a couple of people, but fucking, the shit fucking starts stacking up. I was like, hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with that. And then I was tutoring for 2 different teachers, and it was like 4 different classes. And how the college did your tutoring, if you tutored for the college, they'd pay you minimum wage for how many hours you tutored. And even though it was for 2 teachers and 4 different classes, I tutored it all within the same time frame. So it would be like 2 hours, like on a certain day, and that I would just tutor all of those. Like if somebody came in and needed something, it wasn't like I actually sat down with somebody. I was in the computer lab, and somebody needed help, they'd come in there, and I'd help them with it within that 2 hours. But since it was for 4 different classes, I got paid as if it was 8 hours.
Oh, wow.
Time instead too. Because they paid me 2 hours for each class. I was like, hell yeah. So I was making like 40 hours a week pay or whatever from tutoring, plus selling drugs, plus working 40 hours at fucking Subway. I was like, I'm doing this. This adulting is easy.
Yeah, right? It was a lie.
Yeah. And then I had to quit selling drugs and be a normal human being. And then, yeah, all that fun shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 122. I don't even know if it's worth doing outros at this point.
Nah, everybody's gone. They know who we are.
If anybody's actually watching this video later on,
if someone watches it all the way through, I'm gonna be impressed.
Yeah, I was like, that's why I'm like, it's kind of, pointless, I guess.
We should do this like once a month or something just to see if it becomes popular.
I'm surprised because I don't know how it is now, but I know for a while I would do these streams and like 2 or 3 people would be fucking join me like in the comments. And then later, like within a week, it would say like, I've got like 20 something views on it, which a lot of my regular videos would be like 20 something views. I was like, I know I might rewatch parts of streams or something if, I had to leave and I'll go back and finish it. But who really just sits here and watches it all the way through on rerun when there's so many going on all the time?
I don't know.
Like, it just kind of blows my mind.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I know some people do.
I know, like, if I'm watching somebody's and I gotta go or whatever. And it's like just the regular chat's basically what I've watched. I don't even watch it for actually writing when they write. When I rewatch it, I'm like, all right, 15-minute sprint. Let's go 15 minutes ahead in the video.
Right? Oh, Persephone's still here. She's leaving.
Yeah, I noticed it said that we had one. I see it on I don't know if it shows it on your side, but on my little screen it shows one viewer. I didn't know if maybe you had YouTube open or what.
Oh no, I haven't had it open. Unless I only go there if I have to like write something in chat, but otherwise I just read it here.
Yeah.
But, yeah, like I said, we should totally do this like once a month just to see.
Yeah, I know Aphrodite has mentioned it before. It's like, you know what? Instead of doing a writing one, we should just do like a chat with no writing. So I was like,
8-hour chat of just nothing but talking.
I was like, yeah, and I know I don't think I brought it up to Aphrodite. I know I was talking to DL Tillery one time. I was like, since you're doing that, my book's already out. Aphrodite's Shattered's coming out in November. And so I was like, when's yours coming out? And then she told me, I was like, oh, I think it's like next year, late next year, or something, mid next year or something. I don't know. I was like, oh. I was thinking if it was all going to be about the same time, we could have like a chat, but it was more like an author book chat or whatever. So people could be in the comments asking about the books, our writing process, type ordeal, or whatever. It'd be more focused on that instead of just, all right, what do you want to talk about? Type ordeal.
Yeah,
I'm sure it'd probably get off on little side tangents and shit,
Probably would.
Especially how we all are.
I know you're working on book 2. I have other books going on, so maybe we'll line up close together again at some point.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't even have to be like when they're all out around the same time. I'm just, as long as everybody had at least one book out, it would have to be, oh, my book's coming out, your book's coming out, and do a joint. It's just, I have a book out. I didn't want somebody to feel like, well, I ain't got a book out right now, so I'm not really accepted.
Yeah, we could just wait till after Tillery gets her book published and then do it.
Yeah. I was like, at least now, and also, if it has been out for a while, at least then other people would have had a chance to read it or something. They could even ask questions about it, this and that, talk about it.
And it'll actually be interesting because all of our books are so vastly different. It's like, It would be interesting. But you need to go to sleep, and I need to read a book. Because I'm probably not going to go to sleep anytime soon.
I know me. I'm going to go back to the bedroom, lay in bed, play on my phone for probably another hour. I know my wife came up out here a while ago. She's like, you are so loud. I can hear you over the radio in there. I was like, oh, I thought you was asleep. She's like, do I look asleep? I was like, I'm sorry if I woke you. She's like, no, I was back there playing on my phone. I was like, yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah.
Go into bed and lay in bed and play on our phone for like an hour or two, and then we go to sleep. I was like, I'll go to bed at some point. And she's like, I was like, yeah. She's like, I can see you still be up at 5:30 when the alarm goes off. I was like, I might still be awake, but I'll be in bed at some point.
I can never say that name without like stumbling over it. Stephanie. I'm bad with words when speaking them anyways.
Oh, I get tongue-tied a lot, especially when I'm trying to do my videos. I'm just talking to somebody, I might not, but whenever I'm like, all right, record, blah, 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 fuck.
Oh, I get tongue-tied all the time. I'm just like, I don't even edit it out because I'm just like, that's me. Just deal with it.
But I'll have to catch myself and I'll stop, and then I'm like, all right, what was I saying? All right, redo it. But, yeah. I know whenever I actually record my regular videos, they're like usually an hour and a half long. And I'm all right, I got to cut this down. And then there's still like 30 minutes or so, 20, 30 minutes. And then I know a lot of people's like, the recommended is like 10 to 15. I was like, I don't fucking care. You can go watch somebody else's if you don't want to watch 10, 15 minutes. I was like, who cares?
You see, that's the thing is I like longer videos, especially if I'm like doing something. I can listen to it while I'm doing something.
Yeah, that's what I say. I mean, if I go to bed and I'm tired and I get on my phone, I might kind of skim through and look for shorter ones for that time or whatever. But I know a lot of times I'll be like doing the dishes or something. I'll just put my phone on the counter and have a video playing. And the longer the better, so I ain't got to fucking shift through or pause it. Because I always have that auto play, like after a video ends, another one will start. I don't want to be listen to one and then be in the middle washing dishes. My hands be all wet, and a random video that I don't care about comes on. So
that's why I like going to playlists, because then it only plays that playlist for until it gets to the last one.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's how I usually do my. Whenever I watch the longer ones, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be doing this. Play, sit.
Yeah, I do that too. Like I'll be writing or I'll be cleaning, and I'll just have a video playing. Even if I'm like just laying in bed and can't sleep, I'll have a video playing. It's just.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like music or something, I usually do playlists. But whenever I do my watch like author tube videos, it's usually the big long ones somewhere. And then if I'm tight on time, then I'll watch the shorter ones.
Then you'll probably enjoy watching Hello Future Me, because his videos are long, and I mean, if you want to look at the screen, it's hilarious watching the animations, but you also don't have to, because he's talking about everything that appears on there. So
yeah.
And they're like 20, maybe 15 to 20 minutes long, maybe longer. So
yep. Yeah, we are about 25 seconds away from being here. 7.5 hours.
Yes, I see that. And now
we're just going. I might keep going until 7:30. I did it.
Well, yes. 7:30, and then we're done. I didn't actually expect this stream to go this long. Like
I didn't either. I know. I had posted it, and Tillery had asked me. He's like, "How long you plan on going?" I was like, 2 hours, I guess. You know, normal. Usually, hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 sprints. You know, a little bit of chit chat. Usual. So okay, I think I can make that then. I was like, all right.
Yeah, I love the long ones like this, because it's like, it's just funny. Like you could be doing something else while listening to people bullshit. It's just fun.
Or like some of these other people, it's just like, all right, I gotta go. A couple hours later, hey, y'all are still going.
Yeah, I love that. Yep. They're just popping back up again.
I'm still here. I ain't left.
No.
I ain't done anything since you left except just chit chat about random shit.
We're adulting right now.
And I've never done those like time markers or whatever. Like you can put in videos like little timestamps. Mm-hmm. I thought about maybe like some long ones like this. Put little timestamps like, if you want to listen to us talk about cops, click here. Listen to us talk about this, click here. Like almost like a little section.
Right here.
Yep.
That would actually be kind of cool.
Listen about Derek's racist mother. Click here.
God, that was hilarious. I'm like, wow. Just
yeah, it's like click here. But yeah, it's over 7.5 hours now. It's after 1:30 in the morning here, so
yeah,
I think I'm about to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do something else, but we'll do this again at some point. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan to me.
All right, if I'm available, and you don't have anyone else to stream, or even if you do, because you can have up to 6 people, 4 people.
Yeah, I think 6 people on screen, and then you can have 10 people all together actually on this program running, but you can only show 6.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'm generally available.
I don't think I'm gonna have that many. I've never had that many. I've had 3 tonight, and that was it. So.
Yeah. Well. Like I said, if I'm available, I'd be happy to join you again. So,
well, I usually post, like I said, on that AuthorTuber's Facebook group.
Yeah.
As well as the AuthorTube Academy Facebook group.
Okay.
But I think I'm going to do mine on Sundays at 6 my time, so 4 yours.
Yeah. This coming Sunday, I'm going to have an event that I'll be at, but otherwise, probably the next Sunday after that. But all right, get some sleep or play on your phone until it's time to go, whichever.
I'm gonna go do something.
Yeah, something. All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for joining me. See ya. Bye. Bye, everybody on YouTube that's still watching it after this very long.
Oh God.
Oh shit. Bye.
Bye.